including hot food served at lunch.
That's what we strive for, clearly.
to run off bars for this match, Paul Pollard and Neil Brown. And the Derbyshire team, led by their captain, Billy Godwin.
A very good morning and welcome, welcome to the Incora County Ground here in Derby as Nick Webb from BBC Wales just disentangles himself from his headset wire. Morning, Nick.
Very good morning.
You all sorted?
Sizes 11 feet have done for many a good pair of headphones over the years at BBC Wales.
That was splendid. I just looked to my left and all of a sudden I looked he was going to fall off his chair. Intriguingly poised this game, I think, fair to say. A couple of quick wickets, or a couple of late wickets yesterday. 368 Derbyshire, 240 for 4 Glamorgan, trailing by 128. New ball available in 20, or second new ball available in 21 overs time.
That's quite a way away, though, isn't it, at the moment?
It is, and it's been tossed to Anuj Dal to polish initially. Who's going to bowl? I wonder. I think it might be, no, that's Billy Godwin. He's not going to bowl. The person who's taken his specs off at the far end. So who is going to bowl the first over from? And which end is he going to bowl it from? I can't work out whether we kick ball. It's going to be Alex Thompson. So we're going to have spin to start with. I thought we might. Oh, there's the wicket-keeper. Look, there he's hiding behind the umpire. Broadcast is hiding. I thought he was a batsman, but he's not. He's a keeper. He hasn't got a bat. That should have been the clue. Wave from the umpire to the scorers. They'll never see it.
Make sure that everyone is alive and awake and functioning. It's 11 o'clock on Saturday morning. That's in some doubt in some cases.
Yes, it can be, can't it? So, yeah, spin to start with. I approve. I approve. As if they were seeking my approval, but I think that's a good idea.
Well, why not? You've got to bowl the spinners at some juncture in the next 20 overs.
I didn't see the point really in bowling Lackmal and Connors for, say, they had a 5-over spell apiece. Then they'd only have 10 overs off if they are going to use the new ball. So I think wisely they're going to keep their powder dry on the two opening bowlers. So we might see a bit of Dahl, we might see a bit of McKinnon, we might, excuse me, see a bit of side bottom. We're going to see some Thompson now who bowls, and that's clipped up towards mid-on by Tim van der Houten. I know that's not how you pronounce it. He's on one. Marnus Labuschagne, I know that's not how you pronounce it. He's on 53. That's how we go. That's how I'm going with the two names. Those Thompson's in again, and that one is again pushed out into the on side. It's filled by Dahl.
Yes, Labuschagne in South African, where he's from originally.
Well, he needs to make up his mind where he's from, doesn't he? Really. The next delivery from Thompson is pushed into the leg side once more. 3 dots to begin with. Good start. Steady start. He's bowling to a night watchman now. He's in again. This one is driven with a bit more aggression. Yes, good point. I turned that off completely before because we were chatting. I didn't want anybody to hear what we were saying. I forgot about that. He's in again. Is Thompson. And first runs of the day, and it's going to be 4 runs because the ball has been lifted over Suranga Lackmal and all the way to the long on boundary by Van der Houten. He moves on to, well, I thought he had 1 overnight. He's gone back to 0.
No, didn't.
Did he not?
He didn't.
All right, so his first runs, I beg his pardon.
First runs off the mark of the 4.
Yeah. My apologies. I'm going to ask you to do the rest now because I've bottled it.
Here is Thompson into bowl to Van der Houten at 244 for 4, and Van der Houten stretches forward, defending on the leg side, so a single boundary scoring shot off the first over of the day. Good morning to Edward Cooper of the St Helens Balconies, who very kindly sent me a picture of the sun rising over the County Ground derby. It wasn't that he was in the premises exceptionally early, it's that he has a room in the hotel overlooking the grounds. There was a slight ground frost apparently at about 7 o'clock. So Labuschagne and Van der Hoogten meet to discuss tactics. Good morning, Jeffrey Martin Rogers, who says gets all the yearbooks every year and has done since 1961. Congratulations, Jeffrey. So it will be Connors, so it's a mixture of spin and pace to open up for Derbyshire. Connors 12 overs, 0 for 48 so far. He had a big appeal for a catch behind off Andrew Salter. Turned down early on as Connors comes bouncing in and bowls, and Labuschagne clips him down to fine leg for a single. 245 for 4. Glamorgan needing another 5 runs for their second batting bonus point to level the bonus point tally at 4 all.
I could easily have done that last delivery, you know, of the Thompson over. I lost my nerve. Lost my nerve.
Well, you might, on commentary, get quite a lot of comings and goings today because we have to meet various requirements in various football and rugby-based programmes, so we'll be nipping out at half-time here and there. Connors in, right arm over, bowls and beats Van der Hoogten outside off stump. Not a lot of bounce and
None at
carry
all,
in that
really.
one.
No, bounced, what, 2, 3 times possibly before getting through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. I'm surprised to see, I say I'm surprised. Sam Connors would have asked to have bowled, I'm sure, but he might be kept back. Perhaps he'll just bowl 4 overs and then go and graze in the long grass, if he can find any.
Here comes Connors then, bounding in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who'll take a single to square leg. Labuschagne will have to hurry. He dives home. There really wasn't a single there. That was a poor call. And if that had been picked up cleanly, then Derbyshire would have been potentially gifted a prize wicket.
Shan Masood could not pick it up. And he stood there looking at the ball on the floor, but Labuschagne had no idea that he hadn't picked it up, hence the dive.
Quite
I
right.
don't think there was a single. I think you're absolutely right. There was never a single there.
Absolutely pointless. Apart from to get Labuschagne facing as much as possible, I suppose. 246 for 4. Connors in. Labuschagne flicks another one down to fine leg. Runs the first one hard to try and put pressure on the fielder, but in comes the throw over the top to Brooke Guest, and there isn't a second run. There might be a slight disparity in running abilities between these two.
Suggesting one's quicker than the other rather than one being slower than the other. That.
Absolutely. Labuschagne is more speedy than Van der Hoogten.
Yeah.
As Connors in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who drives to wide mid-on, where it's fielded by side bottom. There's no possibility of a run there.
Didn't stop Labuschagne setting off, though, did it?
He always likes to keep everyone on their toes, teammates and opponents alike. Marnus Labuschagne.
I'd like Van der Hoogten to get into double figures, though, because it's going to cause a bit of a problem on the scoreboard. And the N is clearly where the second digit would be.
Connors is in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten will get very close to double figures now. He's clipped one wide of mid-on for a boundary. Running down to the vacant hospitality tents away to our right. Van der Hoogten moves on to 9. And Glamorgan have a second batting bonus point at 251 for 4.
Yeah, 4 apiece. High scoring game.
Dolan on Twitter asks the very universal question: what's the best part of covering cricket? Well, getting paid to talk about a game you love, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I do like the getting paid bit. I have to say. I do have to say. Oh. So we had an over of spin. Then we had an over of pace from Connors, and then we've got Saranga Lakmal. I have no idea what's going on. Glamorgan only trailed by 117 now with 6 wickets still in hand, and even if Derbyshire can prize out the night watch, but they'll still have their requisite number of genuine batsmen left. with the greatest of respect to Tim Van Houten. Yes. Yes, no, carry on. Here is Saranga Lakmal. He's bowling to Marnus Labuschagne. And Lakmal's first delivery is defended with the full face of the bat up to mid-on. Doesn't stop Wayne Manson raising his arms and putting his hands on his head.
It's interesting to hear Anuj Dal talking to last night about the influence of Lakmal, even though his figures are far from spectacular for the county at the moment. Good influence, good man to have around.
A lot of the bowlers have spoken about it. He and Sam Connors have already struck up quite a good friendship by all accounts, which can only benefit Connors, of course. He's here for 2 years. This is the first of the 2-year contract. He bowls to Labuschagne, who turns it again up to mid-on, and it's fielded by Ryan Sidebottom, I think, there. I'm not fully au fait with Ryan Sidebottom's gait yet. We didn't see him much, and what we did see of him, most of the time he was limping down at Middlesex, so I think that's him. Mid-on. Connors is down at long leg. Couple of slips. Point, cover. Very, very standard. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. As Lakmal is in again, and that one is defended. This time up towards mid-off, but Shan Masood steps in front of Billy Godleman to do the fielding. So yes, I mean, the younger bowlers, Nick Potts as well, who isn't playing in this game, will clearly benefit from having Saranga Lakmal around the place, a man who's played Test match cricket for Sri Lanka. And can talk cricket, but I don't think he talks English. So he must speak some English, but he's not sufficiently fluent to do an interview yet. But hopefully, one day, he's in again, and Labuschagne defends once more, just to the onside of the stumps at the far end. I do know a Sri Lankan. He's the coach at our cricket club up in Blackrod. So I'm tempted to bring him down and try to do an interview that way, but of course if he wants paying, that precludes him from working for the BBC. Labuschagne, 55 from 91 deliveries, 251 for 4 Glamorgan. Lakmal is in, and this one's turned into the leg side where it's fielded by Liz Deploy. Anyone like the Australian South African? Is a South African with a French passport? Or is it Hungarian? Hungarian, I beg your pardon. Mikey Cohen's the South African with the French passport. He's playing for Merhay today in the Derbyshire Premier League, Mikey. Good to see him in action, in all honesty. He's coming back from a back injury. As Lakmal is in, and that one is guided to backward point by Labuschagne. Good start for Saranga Lakmal. I believe that was a maiden over, possibly. And did they get a single early?
No, it wasn't
a
maiden over
Excellent.
because we mentioned the bonus point with the Van der Hoogten boundary in the previous over.
Yeah, good start for Saranga Lakmal, who has bowled economically, but hasn't got the wickets. Perhaps he would have hoped for. Certainly, he would have hoped for in his time since arriving in the country.
Yeah, the claiming of Carlson last night, just his 7th for Derbyshire so far. Carlson driving at a wide one, nicked behind. Connors into Van der Hoogten, leaves that one go outside off stump. There is no run. There are plenty of overs in which these two sides can accumulate bonus points. 48 of them. Less that one delivery. So if Glamorgan are still at the wicket, you would have thought they'd have a reasonable chance at scoring at just over 3 and over to get to 400 should they not be dismissed before then. It's a full-length ball from Connors up in the block hole, and Van der Hoogten digs it out and plays it to side bottom at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, the current run rate 4. So
David Lloyd was a lot to do with that, wasn't he? 84 off 104. As Connors from this racecourse end is in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten covering up, playing back down the wickets, and there's no run. Vast numbers of children appear to be running around on the playing fields behind us at the racecourse end. Obviously some sort of sporting festival going on there.
Yeah, no, just lots and lots of football pitches on the racecourse playing field. They'll be there again tomorrow as well. Good to see. It's quite weird when we were behind closed doors and they weren't playing. It was very eerie.
Connors bowls. Van der Hoogten plays to Masood just in front of the umpire at square leg. No run. Yes, quite often at Sophia Gardens here, shouts from the hockey pitch behind the media box when there's a game on there that's been resurfaced in the last few weeks, the hockey centre, National Wales Hockey Centre.
I think there was a game on last time I was there. Several games.
Can make more noise than the cricket sometimes. Connors bowls and Van der Hoogten prods it out to point, and there's no run. Apparently Van der Hoogten has been working extensively on his batting, we're told. 1.5 century so far this season. 251 for 9, and he always looks as though he's making the most of what he's got with the bat, Van der Hoogten, which is probably the commentator's curse. As Connors is in, and Van der Hoogten defends that constantly out on the offside. No run, another maiden over. Derbyshire joining the dots, as they say. 251 for 4 are Glamorgan, 11 added so far this morning.
Yeah, they've got themselves into a rhythm now, the bowlers, haven't they? Well, they needed to, because they're only leading by 117 now. I'm entirely sure where this game's going at the moment. If Glamorgan bat through till tea and beyond, they'll put themselves in a very good position. They might have one eye on the weather, but you can't really trust the weather, can you?
It's not a definitive. It's going to hose down,
No,
is it? It's
no.
well, there'll probably be some drizzle around at some point tomorrow morning.
They will have the insurance policy of a second innings, of course, but we'll see. Blackmell begins a new over. That's edged along the floor by Labuschagne down to a fine third man for 4 runs. Definite edge though. A bit of hope there for Saranga Blackmell. Labuschagne picks up a boundary though, moves to 63, 250. To 59, 255 for 4.
He's probably chuntering to himself out there as he rehearses a defensive shot. Quite often talking to anyone in the vicinity, and if there isn't anyone, he'll talk to himself.
It's a proper character though, isn't it? Proper character. Blackmell, who's got quite a lengthy run up for his pace, is past the umpire now. Labuschagne turns this one into the leg side for a single. Now there is only one there because Sam Connors is an exceptional fielder out in the deep.
Yeah, we saw his throw sizzling in to dismiss Salter yesterday.
Yeah, you don't take any liberties with Sam Connors. Interestingly, Mickey Arthur has come out and he's had a word there. He's just having a word with Sam Connors down to our left-hand side. That's what he came out to do, because he's now going back. So whether he's spotted something to pass on, we'll wait and see. And even if he has, I might not spot what he spotted. But good to see the coach being proactive and coming down to the boundary's edge as Blackmell is in again. Oh, and that's beaten Van der Hoogten easily. Just perhaps nipped away. A bit of extra bounce, because I think there's a bit of extra bounce bowlers for bowlers from the city end, and certainly a bit of low bounce for bowlers from the racecourse end. And that's how it's been, but it's when both ends start having that variable bounce that it'll really start to get interesting. Labuschagne practices a pull shot at the non-striker's end. And Blackmell is in, and that one is turned into the leg side, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, who's least deploy. There's no run, 2 left in the over, is the signal. from the umpire.
Labuschagne, I get the impression, is the epitome of a cricket badger.
Mm.
An obsessive.
Yes, he's practicing all sorts of shots at the non-strikers. And a lot of batsmen, when they're at the non-strikers, then sort of lean on the bat and switch off, don't they, if they possibly can. I don't think he switches off.
Ever.
No, yeah. That seems to be the way. Lackmell bowls left alone by Van Houten outside the off stump, goes through to broadcast. Already the sun glistening off the cars in the car park away to the left-hand side. As more people arrive, good to see. There'll be a lot of people playing cricket today, I imagine. I think it's the second weekend here. I noticed Glamorgan tweeted, seemed to be the opening round of league matches in Glamorgan's patch. He tweeted it this morning. Edged and just short, was it? Or has it been dropped by Wayne Madsen? Not entirely sure, but either way, it hasn't gone to hand, and they've picked up 2 runs as it's fielded down below us by Alex Thompson. I'd have to see a replay, but even if I saw a replay, I wouldn't be able to tell because, quite frankly, my eyes aren't good enough. But that was another genuine edge. And the Hookton, that's what they're going to do. Look, here's the problem. The one and the end of the end have merged. He'll have to make his name smaller. 2:58 for 4 at the end of the over.
We could just go for VD.
Well, you could, but you know.
VDG, TVDG, LBW, TVDG. There's quite often an entry in my notes. Here's Connors then. Into bowl to Labuschagne. Driving down the ground. Has he timed that well enough? I think he has. It'll roll down towards us over the boundary ropes. You can hear the ball clattering against the boards. And just a nice firm push. Straight of mid-on, and away it went.
Was nothing more than a push either, was it? All in the timing.
262 for 4. So it's just trying to get up a view of that edge in the last over, but I think I'm too late on it. As that's short and pulled away. Forward of square, that'll be 4 more to Labuschagne. It's starting to look a little bit ominous if Labuschagne is going on the attack. 4 more, 266 for 4. Labuschagne to 68.
I don't think he's going to be too concerned by a short delivery from Sam Connors, in all honesty. Bonus Labuschagne, he's got to use his skills here as Sam Connors.
Connors is in again. Bowls. Labuschagne drives again down the ground, but side bottom reads that well and makes a scrambling stop at mid-on, and there's no run because he's hit it too firmly. .266 for 4 Glamorgan. They are 102 runs in arrears with 6 wickets standing. As night watchman Tim van der Hoogten leans on his bat and now prepares to run as Labuschagne's clipped that one, but straight to McKiernan at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Labuschagne looks down suspiciously at his bat, having changed it a couple of times yesterday. I was writing my match report. There seemed to be absolutely nothing happened for about 5 minutes.
No, nothing did.
As Connors from this racecourse end bowls and Labuschagne drives into the offside. He'll get at least a single. Godleman will overhaul it in a wide mid-off position. They thought about a second, decided wisely against it. Single taken, 267 for 4. Labuschagne to 69. I think it wasn't him changing his bat and Northeast changing his gloves at the same time. And
I think it started when one of the batting helmets needed to be brought on. And Linus de Ploy was bowling, And he normally goes under the helmet, so they brought the wrong helmet out.
I wondered why the delay was so lengthy. I was trying to...
It's just farcical, really.
Connors is in to bowl. Van der Hoogten turns on the leg side, sign bottom, fields at mid-on, and there's no run. I was trying to compose some words on the timer, the cricket that had happened, as opposed to the cricket that wasn't happening.
Yes. Although, we discovered with one of the newspapers this morning, what's not happening on the cricket pitch is being reported almost as much as what is happening on the cricket pitch, but there we go.
Absolutely. On a BBC Sport commentary, you get absolutely everything because we do have long periods to talk, so you can reflect on the even brighter nature of Dave Fletcher's T-shirt this morning.
Do you like that?
That certainly is not going to go unnoticed, even on a dark night.
Here's Saranga Lakmal in and bowls left alone by Labuschagne, who then does a full twirl 360. Starts talking to somebody because the way his hands are moving, he's clearly gesturing, I assume, to himself, because you just can't imagine that the Derbyshire players are going to indulge him in a conversation because they know that's what he wants. Yeah, reduced to £3 in the supermarket.
Vibrant numbers. I thought someone might have been to Disneyland and
No.
Indulged at the House of Mouse.
No, indeed not. It's Lakmal again, and that one is just a sort of outside half of the bat pushed up to mid-off, where Billy Godleman, who's always at mid-off, does the fielding. 11 to Van der Houten, 69 to Labuschagne, 267 for Glamorgan, trailing by just 101 now. And unlike yesterday, when we had the early wicket of Matty McKinnon, nothing has happened as far as wickets falling are concerned. So far we've had 27 runs in the opening 25 minutes. Lakmal bowls to Labuschagne, who clips this very nicely. He's timed that well. It's been chased down by Lewis Deploy. Is he going to get there? Is he going to get there? Well, he might have done. I'm not sure that he did. I can't tell from here, though, when they're going to come back for an all-run 4. So he's wasted his time.
Oh,
he might as well have left it. So
Professional pride.
Well, but it was an all-run 4, wasn't it?
It was.
Now he wants new gloves, Labuschagne, after the all-run 4.
Yes, obviously makes your hands perspire running 4.
271. Well, that's the first one of the match. Excellent. I'd like to see one of those every now and then. Makes a mess for the scorers as well, because they have to put 4 in, but they can't include it in the boundaries at the end when they announce his analysis. I don't think. Lakmal bowls, that's a decent leave by Labuschagne. Lifted his bat high out of the way. He's almost on the move as he leaves, which may lead to a downfall or two if he gets his pad in the way, not playing a shot. It wasn't going to hit the stumps anyway because it missed the stumps, but if it's close to the stumps, you'd imagine the umpires might be interested.
Yes, he's been out a couple of times, leaving or attempting to leave in the brief period that he's had in the UK this year.
There is nothing worse, is there? I don't think. 271 for 4 is Lakmal bowls to Labuschagne, who defends up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by the mid-on. It's right side bottom. It is him, so
it is side bottom at mid-on both ends at the moment.
He's now practicing his bowling action. So that might be the end of Sam Connors.
Not unreasonably, you'd expect the backup seamers to get a couple of overs, and possibly the spinners as well.
Labuschagne waits as Lakmal bowls and leaves alone outside the off stump. Wayne Madsen looked interested again there. That was probably a yard outside off stump. He raised his arms, he got excited. And yeah, we are going to see a bowling change because Wayne Madsen offered to go and collect Sam Connors' sweater, and Sam said, no, it's all right, I'm wearing it.
I wonder if Derbyshire change the bowling more frequently than any other county.
could set David Griffin on it, but I'm not sure he would thank me for it. They do change the bowling a lot. Yeah, Billy Godwin is a very much a captain who likes to change the bowling.
Well, he's got 8 options, then he might as well.
We've got 8 options, but we've seen 1 over from Matty McKiernan, who is a leg spinner. I mean, I know he got 100 last week, but he's in the side as a leg spinner, not as a batsman. You must be wondering what he's been doing the last 2 days.
So, Ryan's side bottom it is. Will run away from us at the racecourse end and bowl. First delivery to Tim van der Hoogten. Just the 1 slip is there now, and van der Hoogten will add 1 to the score by the medium of his pad as the ball runs down towards the square leg umpire. And the presiding umpire, Mr. Pratt, taps his knee gently. 272 for 4.
I've got a bit of park life in my ears at the moment. I've just had the shout, so I should be updating momentarily.
You go round and round and round and round. Side bottom turns round, but Labuschagne is not ready to receive. Now he is. And in comes side bottom, bowls to Labuschagne, who works one wristly down to backward square for a single. 273 for 4. Labuschagne to 74 not out. Cut down on your pork life, mate. Get some exercise.
He's just said that. I know you can't hear it, but he has just said that. Yeah.
The delights of BBC Radio Derby are entertaining Mr. Fletcher as well as the cricket at 273 for 4. The side bottom races in and bowls to van der Hoogten, who drives gently to mid-on. And there's no runners, Sam Connors fields. Okay, that when I want. Apart from Wednesday, was it when I'm rudely awakened by this man?
Well, he's just had an enormous sense of well-being.
Oh, that's right. We like to promote an enormous sense of well-being on BBC commentaries. Part of our service to the nation.
Yeah. I'll see you shortly.
Don't call me shortly. Side bottom is in to bowl, and van der Hoogten gets a streaky inside edge, but safely down to fine leg for a single. 274 for 4. As the umpires verify that there are indeed 2 balls left of the side bottom over. Van der Hoogten has moved on to 12 not out. Labuschagne 74 off 107. It's not quite as rapid as David Lloyd was opening the batting, but showing signs of moving nicely at the moment, and he'll get another single here as there's a diving stop by Duploi in the covers. Away to his left. 275 for 4. Labuschagne has 75 of them. 93 is the deficit, and Glamorgan, as things stand, would have high hopes of collecting at least 4 batting points. They'd hope for 5, but 400 still needs a bit of scoring. As side bottom bowls, and van der Hoogten drives to mid-on. Connors does the fielding. It is the end of side bottoms over. He's bowled 13 overs, 0 for 53. 275 for 4 Glamorgan. No wickets have fallen this morning. Those to fall in the innings. Andrew Salter was run out for 29. David Lloyd, shortly thereafter, was caught at slip by Wayne Madsen off the bowling for Anuj Dal for 84. Then had a standard 93 between Labuschagne and North East before another bowling change saw Wayne Madsen trap Sam North East leg before for 49 on the sweep. And Kieran Carlson is not particularly in the runs at the moment. Pair last match, and last night he was caught behind driving at Surangalakbal for 9. As the good listeners of BBC Radio Derby have been duly informed of the state of play. And
If it made any sense, but
Lackmel will bowl.
from the City end. It's his 19th over. He's in. He always bowls 20 overs in an innings, it seems, but that was a good delivery that beat Labuschagne. Just lifted again. One of those that just takes off a little bit from the City end, and Labuschagne goes for a little walk towards square leg, but really good delivery from the Sri Lankan. I wonder if he probably bowled out Labuschagne in a test match, I would have thought. Australia tend not to play teams that they don't want to, and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are among them. They pick and choose, whereas England just play test matches all the time, about 200 a year. 275 for 4, Lackmel's in, and that one is driven, and it's a no ball. Not his first, but the first probably from the far end at the racecourse, at the county ground, from the City end. I think it was called the racecourse ground at one point as well, but gonna get the Burton Albion team news in a minute. That's exciting. My other job. They're playing at 12:30 today.
How dare they play without you?
Well, it's the third time it's happened in recent times. Labuschagne waits, and Lackmel is in, and that's pulled into the leg side with some force in between the two players who are out there towards the boundary. That's a terrific shot from Marnus Labuschagne. It was a sort of jab, a short arm jab out into the leg side, backward of square. He moves on to 79. It's 281 for 4.
Yes, the ball is staying hit, isn't it, when Labuschagne strikes it firmly.
Flew. I mean, it was along the floor as well, but it flew to the boundary. Things can fly on the ground.
Scorched.
Yeah, you use all these clever words. 281 for 4, then Lackmel runs towards us once again, and that one is left alone by Labuschagne outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest, and Lackmel looks a little disappointed at that. Must have been reasonably close, and Labuschagne is still standing there. He's now asking the umpire how many balls are left in the over, because nobody else is talking to him. But he's still chatting away. His head's moving. He loves it. He loves it. He's remarking his guard. He's busy. Busy. He waits. Bat just sort of waving gently as this one is turned into the leg side again. It's going to be picked up this time by side bottom away to our left hand side. Fooled me by not being at mid on. And they go through for a single, 282 for 4, and Labuschagne edges ever closer to a century. Now he's having a very lengthy conversation with the umpire because he's much closer to him. You
wonder if he's this busy at breakfast table, don't you?
He'd be
I'll have the cornflakes now, I'll have the muesli.
He'd be exhausted.
Put some fruit on that, yeah. Let's go with some orange juice, coffee, cappuccino.
Yeah. He could bring everybody's breakfast for them, though. I think he'd enjoy doing that, wouldn't he? Well, balls to Van der Houghton, and that one is off a pad, down to fine leg for 4 runs. 4 byes, indeed. 4 leg byes. Tim Van der Houghton moves to 16. Oh, no, he doesn't, because they were leg byes. He stays on 12, and the score moves on to 286 for 4. Quite shambolic.
Very good morning to everyone preparing to play, watch, umpire, score, or whatever for the first time in the league this season. There's some leagues starting this week. A few started last week. Good luck in your endeavours, whatever you're doing.
Come on, Blackrod. Play better than last week. Lackmel is in, and that one is defended by Van Houghton up towards the Sri Lankan, who fields in his follow-through. It's the end of the over. 286 for 4. Glamorgan only trail by 82 now. Matty McKinnon. That's why Matty McKinnon's playing. He's collected the sunglasses and hat from cap rather from.
This is a vital job.
Bottom. Yeah, well, somebody's got to do it.
That is a vital job.
Got to do it.
I think I'd better go and update some radio listeners somewhere, and Edward can replace me momentarily.
Okay, Nick. Nick Webb will return sporadically throughout a Saturday afternoon of sport as the side bottom is in from the racecourse end, and that's defended by Labuschagne. Up to mid on. Oh, and there go the headphones again. That's not the first time today that he's got his foot wrapped round the cord of the headphones. Yes, I think he might. No, I don't think he. I don't know. I'm fairly certain that Nick hasn't been drinking this morning, but we cannot fully verify that without him blowing into this bag. Goes side bottom again. Bowls. That one is turned nicely into the leg side by Labuschagne. He's looking for two straight away. It's been picked up by Masood, and they stick to one. We have seen an all-run 4 today. Always exciting. And now he's made such a mess of the headphones that Edward Bevan is trying to. It's like a Rubik's Cube being solved next to me. Edward, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. A lovely morning it is.
Isn't it? Good morning for Glamorgan so far as well.
Yeah, it's going along nicely at the moment.
81 behind now as side bottom bowls a short delivery and is well dealt with by Van der Hoogten, who pushes it into the leg side, and there's no run. Some more eccentric skip captaincy though, with an off spinner for 1 over.
Yeah, but you've got the new ball. Well, he has taken them off, but you know,
That didn't make much sense, but
12 overs away.
Thompson, who's not only bowled 5 overs in the entire innings, Salter certainly bowled more than that, but he bowled 1 over this morning, was replaced by Lackmel. His side bottom in again. And that one is a short delivery, and he has a go at that one. There's Van der Hoogten. He misses it. It goes through to Brooke Guest.
You hear me telling you, I had a little chat with Michael Hogan last night, and he said, I thought he was ingesting you. Mark my words, forget about Marnus, he said, Tim will get 50 tomorrow. Because apparently he's first at the nets these mornings and really wants to develop himself. He got 60 odd the other day down at Trent Bridge.
Fair play. He's waiting now, and that one is defended back towards the bowler. Side bottom, it's actually fielded by Godalman. There's no run.
Bold prediction to say that. Number 10 batsman is a night watchman, but what does he know?
It is.
He's, he's 15 away.
I did have a message on Grace Road from one of the non-playing members of the Derbyshire squad. When Matty McKinnon came out to bat, we were a little bit surprised, and he said, Matty McKinnon will get a century. And
well,
it did. Yeah, it did. It did, yeah, it did. Remarkable. Next delivery is a full one, and it's dug out nicely by Van Hoogten. Fielded by the aforementioned Matty McKinnon.
Who has had 1 over.
But, and he's in the. I mean, yes, he got a century at Grace Road last week, but he is essentially a leg spinner who can bat a bit.
I remember you was telling me when the game started. At least you were telling me they've got 2 spinners who just might be problem at the end of the game. Glamorgan batting last, so. And I think you said that's basically the strength will be, but you've got to give spinners overs.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more.
Especially leg spinners who are known to give you 1 bad ball and over. There we are. Ooh-wee.
Well, that's a little bit baffling, but there we are.
We have a change of bowling then at the far end. Lackmel has had his first trundle of the morning. And it's going to be Antrim Dal to bowl with the wicketkeeper standing up and no close fielders, and he will be bowling to Labuschagne. He's bowling from the city end, and then he comes now and bowls the first ball, and Labuschagne plays this off his toes out towards mid wicket, sets off quickly, knowing him he'll come back for a second, does, and dive, well he doesn't dive, he accelerates and puts his bat down to get into the second. And applause from the attentive spectators here of the 50 partnership between these two, which is a pretty good effort for a night watchman. 2 289 for 4. 11 runs needed for the next batting point.
Dahl was the man who told me last night they needed early wickets. Can he provide a wicket? It won't be particularly early.
Here he is then, coming in again. Goes Labuschagne, who drives through the offside, deep extra cover, will field, and they go through for a leisurely single. Takes Labuschagne on to 84. And the positive way that these have set about it is telling us, I think, well, Glamorgan want to try and get runs, and if they get them quickly, because there's a lot of batting to come. Everybody, the main batsmen, have dropped down. You got Cook coming in at 7 as Lal comes in and bowls to Van de Gooten, who drives again pleasantly. Again, it'll just be the single, and the wicketkeeper had gone back for that. But the way Labuschagne has played, I don't think he cares really where the keeper's going to be. Yes, he's come back up again. 200. What is the score overnight?
240.
So they put on 51 as the next ball is bowled, and Labuschagne this time off the back foot, and for the third time in succession, is fielded and near the deep extra cover boundary for another single. 4 runs off the over so far, and he has allowed 2 balls to bowl. What I've noticed when he pulls and swivels, he's very quickly judging length, isn't he, Labuschagne?
The shot that flew to the boundary along the floor.
That's what I was
magnificent, wasn't it? Absolutely raced away.
Van de Gooten waits and only beaten by Lal outside the off stump. Good delivery, just doing a little bit. Van de Gooten was drawn and nearly fell over.
Yeah, he's got a good delivery in him, Anuj Dahl. You're talking about how quickly they're scoring. They're scoring at 4-0, but still, Glamorgan
Gives them a chance of maximum batting points.
gets to get the batting points. And there is a bit of weather about tomorrow, so you never know. It might just spice up the pitch if Derbyshire are batting.
Next ball is played defensively on the leg side. That's the end of the over. 4 runs off it. Glamorgan at 292 for 4. Van de Gooten is on 30.
13, yeah, the one at the end, basically. When it turns into a 2 in a few minutes' time, you won't be able to tell the difference.
So what is he on?
He's on 13. Yeah.
Labuschagne's on 85.
Yeah.
And
his name needs to be in smaller font.
yes, I got rather confused then about the score, because you cannot make out the main score, but as we look at it, square leg, because the sun is on it, and you just cannot see anything.
No, too sunny. Here's right side bottom then. In from the racecourse end, and bowls to Labuschagne, who defends the first ball back to him. And there is no run. They've started everywhere else, as you would expect, on a pretty pleasant Saturday morning. And Worcestershire have lost a couple of wickets in the first 45 minutes. They're now 256 for 7. Their lead is only 149 up at Trent Bridge. So that game looks like it might finish today. Middlesex, Nottingham's still in the wilderness of the second division, of course. 292 for 4. Glamorgan, side bottom bowls, turn it to the leg side. McKinnon will field. Middlesex still lead Leicestershire by 159. Leicestershire 62 for 4 now in their second innings. So struggling a little bit. And Sussex continue to bat. 397 for 5, leading by 174. Yeah, I think so. He got a double here and a century down there. The leading Durham by 174, and Cheteshwar Pujara is on 136. He's batting with Mohammed Rizwan, who's 32, have come off just 43 deliveries. Side bottom is in, and that one's turning to the leg side nicely by Labuschagne. He's only going to get a single, though, as Shan Masood comes in off the boundary to do the fielding.
No ball.
And no ball, so 3 runs added to the total. 1 more to Labuschagne, who moves on to 86, 295 for 4. Potentially. There we go. 295 for 4. Van der Hoogten waits and tries to flick it away down the leg side. Next delivery from side bottom, but he doesn't make contact. And the ball is claimed by Brooke Guest fairly comfortably.
Batting to come, then Chris Cook will come in next. Tom Cullen, who got an unbeaten 50 here 4 years ago to win the game. Michael Nisa, very useful all-rounder. And James Harris, who's got a couple of championship hundreds, coming in at number 10. Michael Hogan was asked last night by Matthew Miller, do you want a net in the morning? About 4:30 will do, he said.
Next delivery's a really good one. I tell you what, that took off as well because it was claimed beautifully round about, chest high, diving to his right-hand side by Brooke Guest as it went past the bat. Just left him a touch, didn't it?
Best ball that he's bowled by a long way.
Oh, yeah. Van der Hoogten had no chance of getting anything on that.
And it's strange, the ball is old now. It's nearing 70 overs, and yet you see that.
There's always a ball for the batsman, and there's always a ball that's going to get him out. There's side bottoms in again. Not that one, though. It's pushed into the leg side. McKinnon does the fielding. 295 for 4 means Glamorgan trailing by 73 here.
In a hotel, I was telling you that the Wycombe Wanderers side was staying, playing your club, club that you commentated on, Burton. And I asked the young lad, I said, where are you playing? And he said, we are playing at Burton. We are, without problem, we are 7th. I said, well, you're a chance then of playoffs, yes, we have to win today.
Yeah, they do. They do. Side bottoms in, and that's defended by Van der Hoogten.
I've just been well managed, so any Burton Albion listeners, I just wished him luck. Left it at that, so please don't think I'm perfectly impartial. And off he went on his way. And of course, 9 miles down the road today, it's Nottingham Forest against Swansea City. Swansea City, unbeaten in the last 9 games and playing lovely football. But they'll have a big game on their hands today if they can come away with anything.
Against the former manager?
Yeah, that's him. Mr. Cooper.
Dahl bowls to Labuschagne, who drives him out towards extra cover. It is fielded by Shan Masood, but they come back comfortably for 2 runs, and Labuschagne moves to 88, 297 for 4-3 away from another batting bonus point for Glamorgan.
He's been very busy, isn't he, this morning, Labuschagne?
Yeah.
Playing every ball on its merit. And now the keeper has gone back. I don't think there's any point in standing up.
Dahl bowls off an edge, guided down to 3rd man where it's fielded by Thompson. He moves to 89, 298 for 4. I'd like to have seen a bit more from Thompson. I'd certainly like to see a bit more from
This is the ideal position to bowl.
Matty McKinnon. At the moment, runs continue to come at 4 and over. It hasn't dipped below 4.1 from this morning through to now, so that's what they're scoring at. In fact, in the last 5 overs, it's just gone up a touch to 4.7 runs and over with the old ball, so why not try the spinners? Dahl is in, and that is driven, not timed particularly well by Van der Hoogten. And he remains on 13 as it's fielded out there by Billy Godleman.
Who's the senior pro, imagine, probably, is it?
Yeah. You will see him and Billy Godleman in conversation.
Yeah.
Obviously, Madsen was the captain immediately before Billy Godleman as well. So, and after that, Shan Masood probably. This next one is driven again up to Billy Godleman.
Or bring Madsen. I got a wicket from him yesterday as I kept talking him up.
Desperate for him to come on, Edward.
And why not put him on now? It doesn't look as if there's a wicket coming anywhere.
No, it's relatively straightforward at the moment for the batsman, I'm afraid, from a Derbyshire perspective. Here comes Dahl again. That one is driven. But again, it was half stopped in the air by Sam Connors in the extra cover, and then completely stopped by Godleman at mid-off. It was a nice shot, though, you're right.
Yeah.
Looked good when it left the bat, but I think it was clearly a touch by Sam Connors, who said he's a good fielder out of the deep. He's not bad, pretty close to the bat either. Dahl bowls and back into his crease goes Van Hoogten. Doesn't get hold of that one. It's fielded by Connors once again. End of the over. 298 for 4. Van Hoogten has 13. Labuschagne has 89. The partnership worth 59, and Glamorgan trailing by 70.
And they want to accelerate because they think if this pitch is going to play well and Labuschagne can stay and batsmen to come, they might as well play positively and try to get a lead. And extend that lead, because you never know what tomorrow brings. I've seen varying weather forecasts. I've just given up at the moment. They say it's going to be fragmented in the morning and disappear, and then they say there's no rain at all. Anyhow, here's the first ball of the next over, and he's played defensively out to mid-on.
Yes, I've heard various things. Even this morning, the forecast on Radio Derby just before we came, we did the report at 10:30 and 11:30 is saying that the front that is bringing the rain is already weakening.
Fragmented, I think is the word they
Yeah,
use in
so
television.
I don't think they're 100% certain about how much rain there'll be and exactly where it'll hit.
In comes the next delivery, and that's a very good ball. Again, it didn't climb as the one did in the previous over, but Labuschagne gives a little sign as to say, yeah, that did go a bit lower down and beat the batsman. All of a sudden, Sideburn was getting something out of this pitch.
Well, kept a bit low as well, it seemed to me.
Did, yeah. Not that I think there's any unpredictable down bounce here. It's perfectly good pitch. There's a scattered field at the moment. Mid-wicket is on the boundary, fine like third man and deep extra cover. The side bottom is in, bowls, Labuschagne gets right behind that. Mazin goes up with his hands in the air. For what reason, he only knows. But it's a good over, this. Going back to rain, and Matthew Maynard was a very successful, adventurous captain. He captained Glamorgan to the 97 championship side. He would never bother with weather. He said, you can't depend on it, and you can't say, oh, if it's going to rain, we should get so-and-so, but just play cricket, and if the rain comes, so be it.
Absolutely.
I think that was a very positive attitude. Yeah, it's side bottom. Bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne leaves at the last moment. I think this is the best over he's bowled. And he's in his, 16th over, not for 67. He's been a bit expensive, but he's doing the job here that his captain wants before the new ball, which is after this 7 overs away.
That one ricocheted out of Brooke Guest's hands and probably went 20 yards back towards the stumps. Very strange.
Here he comes again, and bowls. He fiddles there as if he's going to play it away onto the offside, but very, very impressive over. Now, Van der Gooten, whose first change, will be looking and saying, well, if we do get a lead, I hope this carries on to be a little bit unpredictable, this pitch. I don't think it at all. It's perhaps a little bit reverse swing, perhaps it's this, that, and the other. Therefore, why not give a spinner a chance and see if there's any turnage there, as they say. Side bottom bowls, and that's left outside the off stump at the end of a very, very good over from Ryan Sidebottom. The score remains deserved applause, of course, 298 for 4. And Labuschagne 11 runs away from his first century of the season. Van der Gooten seems to have been stuck on 13 for some time. And the partnership now is worth 59 for this 5th wicket, as the batsmen confer. It will be Dahl to bowl, bowling economically at the other end, enthusiastically. I think his words were last night, if we can go usual bang, bang in the morning.
They've even gone bang, you know. That's the problem. He comes in the beginning new over from the city end of Van Hoogten and just drives it up to Billy Goldman mid-off. That was previous over was only his second maiden for Ryan's side bottom.
Yes, it was
a good over.
very good over.
It was.
Sprinkling of spectators here today. I think Derby County are away today, aren't they?
They're in Blackpool, and there's 4,000 away fans going. The last away game in the championship for the time being, as he just pulls the bat inside the line of that one, Van der Hoogten.
It's the same with Swansea. They get terrific support, you know, and spectators, and it's a long way from Swansea to most
Well, to anywhere.
venues, yes.
Oh, my word, yeah.
And they set off in the middle of winter, say, half past 4, 5 in the morning, and get back gone midnight. It's and Derby, I've been reading, they got a terrific, and will get it in Division 1 and be urged to get back up to the championship.
Dahl bowls to Van der Hoogten, who just turns it into the leg side for a single. Liz Deploy comes in to do the fielding. 200 or 300, is that the 300 up now? 299 for 4.
Don't start now like yesterday's
No, that was me. That was me. Van der Hoogten moves on to 14. Looking for that 5th bonus point in only the not 5th batting, but 5th bonus point overall, as this next one is driven, and there it is. The 300 is up for Glamorgan. Labuschagne picks up another single. He moves to 90, and Glamorgan a 300 for 4, trailing by just 68 runs now. These two have looked pretty much untroubled throughout the course of the morning, apart from that previous over from Ryan Sidebottom.
Where he found something in the pitch.
Hoogten is tapping the ground. You could hear that in the effects microphone, then clips the next delivery from Dahl up to mid-on. It's fielded by Saranga Lakmal. So it's 5 bonus points now for Glamorgan. 4 for Derbyshire, who was still a couple of wickets away from another one. Dahl is in, and that one is defended straight back to him. It's the end of the Anuj Dahl over. 300 for 4, Glamorgan, trailing by 68.
Yeah, and see if Sidebottom will presumably bowl. Seeing if he can keep up that excellent over he did. He bowled in earlier on. He's had the ball given to him. And, still very defensive field. It's just the one slip, the third man, deep extra cover, an ordinary cover saving one, a mid-off, mid-on, straightish square leg, a man on the fine leg boundary and a man on the square leg boundary. As in comes Sidebottom over the wicket, bowls, and Labuschagne gets right behind it and plays it back down the pitch. Van der Hoogten coming in as a night watchman. Last night is on 14. And Labuschagne is now on 90.
It's one of the irritating things about cricket, a night watchman scoring runs for the opposition, isn't it?
And it succeeds these days. They carry on the next day and get a substantial score. Sidebottom to Labuschagne. Labuschagne has cut that down to third man. He's a bit of a risky shot. He gets 4 runs, but had there been a second slip there, then would he have played that shot? But it went waist high, flying past Madsen at first slip. And Labuschagne moved on to 94, 304 for 4.
He can move a little bit to his right, really, Wayne Madsen.
Cover
the 2,
yeah,
couldn't he, really?
Yeah.
Cover the 2, but...
that was going at some pace, but he's a very good slip fielder, Madsen, as we saw yesterday.
I'll leave the commentary in your capable hands, Edward.
Glorious sunshine as in comes Sidebottom, bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-on. A little bit of a fumble, but they certainly won't take a single. So how many runs have we had? 64 runs added, and going along at over 4 and over. As Sidebottom walks briskly and back to his mark. I don't know what the over rate is, -2. It's not too bad. Here came, big, tall man, gets up now and bowls, and this is played forward defensively, and Madsen has yelled, "Oh," with hands in the air. You can never work that out. Labuschagne, sensing that he's 6 away from 100. Van der Goed is 14, giving him solid support. Here's side bottom in bowls, and this is chopped away. He's going to get 4 more. Bisecting this time, perfectly safe shot. Bisecting the keeper and first slip, and he's nearing his 100. He's on 98 and monopolising this morning's session with his partner. Dave Fletcher gets a deserved rest as welcome Nick back into the commentator's chair, and it appears now we're galloping along, and this has worked as Glamorgan would hope. Not only as they look as if they are going to get a lead, we never know in this game, of course, but they're scoring very quickly. This side bottom comes in, last ball of the over, and bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne cuts it away up to deep extra cover. He's run very hard, and he's not going to get his 100. He's on 99, and I think I'd have 5p on Nick Webb describing Labuschagne's 100. No.
The half-dozen games he played for Glamorgan in the Championship. He batted like a dream at times in the T20 in particular. But, didn't feature in 2020 because of the travel restrictions. So looking back to 2019 when he had that run feast for Glamorgan.
All the fielders, 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, on the one, as they say, to try and deny Labuschagne his 100.
They'll try and frustrate him. First delivery sees Labuschagne working it on the left side, and there is his century. It's come off 137 balls. It's included 13 fours and a six. His first century for Glamorgan since 2019. Didn't get one last season, didn't play the season before. There's an excellent knock, as usual, from Labuschagne.
I was just going to say it's been a lovely innings to watch, especially if you are a Glamorgan supporter. And he is ranked the best in the world. Fair burden to put on your shoulders, but he's played superbly and a delight to watch.
It was a good lick, and Houghton drives uppishly through the covers and will get a single. Time that one. It flew between point and cover. There's a sweeper. Towards the cover boundary. So one more to Van der Houghton. He moves to 15. 311 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online, with the video streams via the Derbyshire and Glamorgan county websites. As Labuschagne shoulders arms the next ball from Dahl.
And 70 runs added this morning, Nick, in just 65 minutes, which is a very, very quick rate as Glamorgan try and get them as quickly as they possible. And we forget the weather. I'm tired of talking about tomorrow's weather, see what comes, but they will try and bat all day if they can.
57 is the deficit at the moment as Labuschagne turns that one on the leg side. Will take a single out towards mid-wicket. He moves to 101, 312 for 4.
People will say, well, what the feature of Labuschagne's innings? Well, his driving has been superb, and his judgment of length when he's pulled balls just short of a length for 4, as Dave was talking about now.
Dahl bowls and Labuschagne is forward defensively, no run.
And in other words, he's played shots all around the wicket.
And he's busy as well, isn't he? He's always looking to put the pressure back on the bowlers.
I think his life is rather busy because he's on the go and he's moving around, he's talking non-stop, he's enthusiastic in the field.
Dahl is in to bowl and Van der Houghton is pushing forward. Stark contrast between these two batsmen. Van der Houghton is playing to his limitations, doing his job. Thumped one boundary to get off the mark early on, but since then has just been pushing it around.
Given the bowling, of course.
12 boundary falls, 1 or 1 fall, and a 6.
Ah, yes, 13 fours, one of which was all run. Can't say 13 boundary fours. One straight 6 down the ground, landed just beneath us last night.
Remember at Newport a couple of years ago when he got a big 100, an off spinner came on. I was sitting with you in the commentary point. I think it's twice or 3 times he hit the off spinner into the soccer training ground behind us. I was just telling the boys, if your mid on is up an off spinner, well, be careful. And I see that the long on is now on the long on boundary and the long off boundary. Matty McKinnon, who strangely bowled just 1 over after tea. You think he'd get the mandatory one before tea. Well, he's coming on at the racecourse end, and he will be bowling to Labuschagne with just the 1 slip. Bowls his first ball, down the leg side it goes, clipped away, and that is taken rather nicely by Guest standing up. That was drifting down the leg side, might have been the googly, who knows.
It's going to be the token 2 overs before the new ball, I'm afraid, for McKiernan, I fear.
Here he is, running away from this end, and bowls, and that's short, pulled away up towards deep mid-wicket, and they just amble through for a single. As the return comes from the far side of the ground, Sam Connors out grazing on the mid-wicket boundary.
You can watch Labuschagne at the non-strikers end. He's always playing shots, even when he's not preparing to receive.
Comes in, that's a good length ball, and it's driven out gently into the covers by Van der Gooten. As you say, just playing his part and helping Labuschagne on the way. The partnership now is worth 74 for the wicket. In comes McKinnon, bowls, ball of good length. It's turned around the corner though, down towards fine leg for a single.
And I think here's a clue as to who's bowling the next over, because Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, is vigorously warming up beneath us.
Hang on, he might be just telling his captain.
I want a bowl.
Any chance?
Oh, it's a mugless life being a spinner sometimes.
Yeah, this is the 77th over. McKinnon bowls. Labuschagne turns it, as did Van der Gooten. And another single down to fine leg. He really has picked every ball on its merit as Labuschagne. He's moved on to 103. McKinnon, last ball of the over, bowls and appealed for LBW. That looked as if it had pitched just outside leg stump from here. Not a bad over, but will he get many more?
1 more would be my guess, and 2 for Thompson at t'other end. Dr. Hignell informs us that Labuschagne's last 100, well, it was a pair of centuries in early July 2019, last 100 in Glamorgan colours, in Cardiff against Worcestershire. Of course, he left early that season, or relatively early. Didn't come in 2020 because of the travel restrictions and COVID, and top score of 77 in the 6 first-class matches that he played last season.
Oh, no. Do you know, because of those 2 years where we didn't know where we were, and I thought that he got 100 against Gloucester at Newport.
Yeah, that was earlier in 2019. That was
3 years ago.
May, I think. It was blooming freezing on the last day, and remember that,
Where?
certainly.
At Newport?
At Newport, yes.
Well, at least you could see the scoreboard.
Remember diving to get every piece of clothing I had in the car on that occasion. Here's Thompson to bowl to Labuschagne. He'll work it on the leg side. Van der Hoogten was a third of the way down.
You're not even Labuschagne ran there.
No, it really wasn't a single because it was turned straight to short fine leg with side bottom up in the metaphorical circle. Thompson bowls. Van Labuschagne is forward down the pitch, pushing to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
We've often spoken, you and I, about be on your toes when you're batting with Maris. The thing is, if you ran him out,
As Labuschagne pushes forward, straight to short mid-wicket. Well, he was in trouble very early on, wasn't he, when Van der Hoogten called a ridiculous single towards square leg.
dived in.
Went flying in, bat extended. As Labuschagne drives down the ground, we'll pick up just the single up to long on. Firmly hit, but there is a long on and a long off for Labuschagne. Long off will now come in halfway, and long on comes just a little bit off the boundary for Van der Hoogten.
As you say, he knew there was a long on. That's why he checked his shot.
316 for 4 Glamorgan. Thompson bowls. Van der
Shot.
Hoogten drives beautifully and beats two fielders, sprawling fielders on the offside, who both dived for it. Captain Godalming couldn't get to it, and neither could McKinnon at a closer cover position. And it's run away up to the Boundary Bar Cafe.
Shot of the morning.
It's Van der Hoogten gets another boundary. He moves on to 20. 320 for 4 Glamorgan. 48 behind. At this rate, they will hope to be in the lead by lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
Dragged down by Thompson this time. Van der Hoogten defends off the back foot on the leg side. 6 off the over. And 8 off the over. 320 for 4. Glamorgan trail by 48. And with 78 overs gone, Derbyshire have a couple more to deliver of spin. And then I presume the ever-willing Connors and Lackmel will be called into action. Lackmel already having bowled 19 overs.
So it'd be McKinnon to bowl, and the run rate still over 4. And he will be bowling to Labuschagne with a very defensive field. Tosses this one up. On the full, it's met by Labuschagne, who strikes it down to long off for a single.
The scoring rate's been fairly consistent through this innings. 100 came up in the 26th over, 200 in the 49th, and 300 in the 74th. So fairly similar rates throughout.
Yeah. In comes the next delivery, and that's played up towards deepish mid-off, but no chance of run because this ball on this outfield just goes, races along. Just brought his deep mid-wicket in to a 22 position. The next ball is struck in the air. There's a chance of a catch, and Van der Hoogten has found the man at long on. And McKinnon gets his wicket, and that is the end of a very good partnership. The partnership worth 82 between Van der Hoogten and Labuschagne, and Van der Hoogten departs for 20. He was caught just in front of us by Alex Thompson off the bowler of McKinnon for 20. Glamorgan 321 now for 5.
Well, Derbyshire will be grateful to get the chance to attack a new batsman with the new ball, having taken that wicket in the 79th over. Chris Cook, Tom Cullen, Michael Neser, James Harris and Michael Hogan still to come. And Van der Hoogten has done his job, but just fancied going a little bit hard at the old ball in the last couple of overs of spin. He's certainly done his job as night watchman. Not out overnight. Chris Cook batting 7 because of the night watchman, Van der Hoogten. And Cook is averaging 45 so far this season, 181 runs to his credit.
So a very useful partnership there of 82 for the 5th wicket between those two. And Chris Cook, I would hazard a guess that he's Glamorgan's leading run scorer without checking my records this season.
Yep. Well,
played a match.
He was coming into the game, yes.
Yeah.
Lloyd's overtaken him now.
No. Played a match saving innings against Durham. And got 250s in that game. And he will join Labuschagne, 2 free-scoring batsmen here. But if Glamorgan want really to try and get a substantial lead, they will look to Labuschagne, who is just telling Cook what's happening. Now then, it'll be very interesting to see if Billy Goldwyn says, thank you very much, leg spinner, Mr. McKinnon. I'm now going to turn to pace and the new ball. Knowing, of course, that often the new ball, if you don't propel it properly, can go very quickly to the boundary if you get the odd loose ball. Cook is taking guard. Just a slip now. Again for the new batsman, and here's McKinnon, bowls, and Cook is forward. Good length ball, played away on the offside. 3:21 for 5.
Yeah, wickets have fallen close together in this innings. Salter and Lloyd, North East and Carlson, both within 4 overs of each other, both pairs of wickets.
McKinnon comes up, bowls. Good ball again, which is put to the man on the drive on the offside. 1 ball left. Now then, that's 1 for 10 in 3 overs if they don't score. You wouldn't have any qualms of keeping him on. Anyway, here he is. The last ball. Another good on a length. End of the over. Good over. A wicket has fallen in it. And that is the end of the 79th over. Thompson trots up, having taken a good running catch here at long on. And a bit of hand tapping as if to say, well done, thanks for getting that wicket.
And it is Thompson to bowl his 7th over, but he's gone for 0 for 33. McKinnon 1 for 10, Madsen 1 for 12. So the bowlers brought on relatively late have done their job. Among the frontliners, though, 1 apiece for Lackmal and for Dahl. So Marnus Labuschagne on 105 as he works one on the leg side into a gap. He runs the first one hard, thinks about a second. No, there's already been 1 run out in this innings, and Lewis Deploy coming in from mid-wicket was alert to the danger. Chris Cook on to strike then. 3:22 for 5. Last over, we would think, before the new ball. BBC Sport Online, Edward Bevan, myself, Nick Webb, and Dave Fletcher taking you through the day's play, and indeed the weekend's play. As Thompson bowls and Cook stretches forward and shoulders arms as it goes through outside off stump.
We'll have a busy afternoon, Nick and myself. We're nipping next door for our other line and contributing to the sports programmes.
As Thompson bowls, Cook stretches forward.
Swansea City just up the road here, 9 miles away, playing Nottingham Forest. Cardiff City at home to Birmingham, and not sure about the other 2 where they are. And rugby tonight, isn't it, Nick?
As the women's rugby is already underway.
It started.
As Cook deflects one down to short fine leg, and
Any score?
there is no run. No score in the early stages there at Cardiff Arms Park. Wales against Italy, final Six Nations game. England play in France for the title later. As Cook is off the mark there as he plays that on the offside into a little gap. It's fielded by McKinnon, and they're through for a single. 323 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online, as Marnus Labuschagne will receive this last ball, we would assume, with the old ball. Derbyshire fiddle around the field. Long on is brought in halfway, and Labuschagne just says we'll accept a draw there as he pushes forward defensively in that draw, in that particular battle, that is, as we have now got 80 overs bowled, 323 for 5, and we keep our eyes on the umpires.
Well, I've seen the keeper's thrown his helmet to the 12th man, as if to say, well, I'll be standing back from now on. And I feel for the leg spinner, McKinnon. Was he 1 for 10? Off 3 overs.
Yep.
But
New Cherry has waved towards us, or towards the scorers to be more accurate.
Billy Godman obviously thinks there's more chance of the seamers with a new one taking a wicket than it is the spinners with the old one. 323. Glamorgan, what are they?
45 behind.
45, and they've got another.
30 overs to get bonus points.
It should be accomplished.
Well, Connors,
27 run away at the moment of a fourth batting point.
yeah, Connors has not bowled badly, even though he's wicketless. He's caused one or two difficulties, beaten the bat on occasion.
And you saw Sidebottom bowl some very good overs before he was replaced. Got some movement, and there are two slips here. As Connors armed with a new ball, comes up and bowls to Cook. Cook gets one in the block hole, plays it away on the offside. They call for a quick single and get there. As the stump, the middle stump, is plucked out of the ground, but he might be a very, well, I'm looking for the description of Labuschagne's run-in.
Frenetic.
Confident, I think. Confident of his own ability, certainly is very, very quick, and hence
demanding of his partner's ability as well on occasion. But I think Cook, despite being one of the more senior members of the side, is also one of the quicker members.
He's taking fresh guard. As Connors comes in and bowls, and that's driven away on the offside to the man on the deep extra cover boundary. It was just a push. It just raced along the carpet. See, 25 for 5. If you've just tuned in, 1 wicket to 4 this morning. That of the night watchman Tim van der Gooten contributed to an 82-run partnership with his partner Labuschagne before he was caught on the long on boundary for 20. Cook scrapes out another guard because guards getting obliterated. That is left outside the off stump, taken by Guest.
Morgan's next opponents, Leicestershire, in trouble at Lords. They're 93 for 4 in their second innings. A little bit of a fight back, but they're still 128 runs short of avoiding the innings defeat. At Trent Bridge, Worcestershire 295 for 7 in their second innings, 188 ahead of Nottinghamshire.
In comes the next ball. It's played out onto the offside again. They go through for a shot. Single. Godalming is fairly deep there, and they achieve it quite easily, and takes the score to 326.
Ed Barnard, batting at 6 for Worcestershire, has got virtually half their runs. He's 144 not out.
Started off his life as a bowler, didn't he? A medium pace bowler, but he's developed in the last couple of years, certainly.
Sussex are in control at home to Durham. 429 for 5, 206 runs in the lead.
Jara.
Still going.
Here's the next ball to Labuschagne. A little bit of movement off the pitch there for Connors. It was smothered by Labuschagne, who was as careful and watchful as he was when he came in to start his innings. He is hell-bent on getting a big one here.
Chetashwar Pujara, 147 not out for Sussex. Mohammed Rizwan, the keeper, is 54 not out.
All the overseas players thriving on these good pitches in sunshine. Next ball is played out to mid-on with the ball that just came in outside the off stump. That's the end of that over. 326 for 5. Labuschagne has moved on to 107, and Cook 3 not out.
Durham in that match not helped by losing their fast bowler Chris Rushworth, who's been withdrawn from the match because of concussion and replaced.
I wonder if Ben Stokes will play against Glamorgan.
It's a possibility in round 6. I think we'll have to do the Derby shuffle here, Edward, and Dave.
Bowling again from the city end, Incora County.
As the public address system nobly fills in the gap between either of us speaking. And for once I've managed to put a pair of headphones on without falling over it.
I think you've done very well there.
Yes. Here is Lackmel to bowl from the city end in the bright sunshine. 326 for 5. He's bowling to Chris Cook, who tries to slash that through the offside, but there wasn't much foot movement there And he missed. Through and went to Gast.
It was good to see the spinners on for a brief while, wasn't it?
Very brief.
Got the wicket. Thanks, boys.
Off you go.
Baffling.
Derbyshire using 8 bowlers in this innings, but numbers 6, 7 and 8 have delivered 3, 2 and 1 overs respectively. Saranga Lakmal is having to earn his corn as he beats the edge of Cook's bat, prodding forward through to Gast. So testing time for Chris Cook early in his innings. I mean, I know Van der Hoogten did his job, but probably not an ideal time to get out for from Chris Cook's perspective, and that he's left facing the new ball.
Yes, Van der Hoogten knew. He thought, hang on a minute. We're approaching 80 overs here. I'll see you later.
Here's Lakmal and bowl to Cook, who steers it down to Darlot Gully, and there's no run. Good morning to Peter Roberts, who, inspired by our recent discussion of the 90s hit by Blur, Park Life, sends a picture of Marnus Labuschagne holding a book of that title, Park Life, which Peter Roberts has written about Sunday League football in South Wales.
Ah, excellent.
Good joined up thinking there, Peter. 326 for 5. Lakmal bowls and Cook dabs on the offside, straight to Masood at cover. No run.
I'm certainly obliged to say that other books about non-league, about Sunday morning football are available. But I'm not sure that they are.
Quite possibly. If you want to tweet us at NickWebb2017 at Fletch Sport, or your email address, Dave?
FletchCricket@gmail.com.
It ought to be simple enough for me to remember. I shall write it down now.
No.
You've got Fletch Sport and one Fletch Cricket and the other. That's what's confused me. I'm easily confused. Cook defends the next ball from Lakmal up to mid-off. The Sri Lankan getting excited about that one.
I think my Twitter handle was Fletch Cricket at one point, and then of course, branched out. All sorts of sports covered these days.
Yes, the Burton Albion correspondent. How will they manage without you? They're just kicking off, are they?
Yes, indeed. Comfortably, I would have thought. That'd be the answer. I'm going to nick off for a moment, just in case.
Here's Lakmal to bowl. Cook shoulders arms to that one, outside off stump. End of a testing over from Saranga Lakmal, who's bowled 20 overs now, 1 for 54. The most economical of the regular bowlers. Today in Derby, the BBC tells us it'll be sunny intervals and a gentle breeze with a top temperature of 16 degrees Celsius. Yes, a possibility I would suggest of a passing shower in the evening session. But the forecast for tomorrow from the BBC is light rain, at least around mid-morning, possibly till lunchtime. So unless that gets through early, we may be in for a delayed start on Sunday, which would spoil really the chances of a positive result in this game, possibly. Connors into bowl. Labuschagne drives, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by McKeon, and there's no run.
Good job I did nick off for a moment.
They wanted you.
Well,
on the wireless.
Contractually obliged to come to me at every half hour. I don't think they are actually contractually obliged at all, but
Well, just let them think that.
yes.
The more exposure for this marvellous sport, the better.
Well, I think so. I think so. That's why I never say no, really.
Connors bouncing into bowl, and Labuschagne pulls that one hard out towards square leg, where Masood fields in front of the scoreboard. Single taken. So a couple of wristy pulls from Labuschagne against the old ball, which were very firmly dispatched, and he practices the shot for good measure.
Twice.
At the non-strike end twice. You're rarely in danger of missing Marnus Labuschagne scoring runs, because if you looking down at your sandwiches or your newspaper or whatever, if you're spectating, and you can look up and see Labuschagne giving you an action replay. You don't have to watch the stream. You can see Labuschagne giving you one. Connors bowls. Oh, that's up in the block. Oh, good delivery and well defended by Cook to side bottom at mid-on.
Yeah, he's good value, isn't he? Marnus, really good value.
Can't keep your eyes off him. Oh, there's another pull shot.
Again, the strength of the second division, not just him and the other players, the overseas players were in this one, but Cheteshwar Pujara and Mohammed Rizwan both at the crease together for Sussex.
Yes, we were just saying they're in the runs against Durham. As that hits Cook on the pads, that'll be close out. Capped a little bit low. Good ball from Sam Connors as he gets his first success. Glamorgan 328 for 6, and Derbyshire have their second bowling bonus point. And for the third time in this innings, wickets have fallen in approximate pairs. Those two, again, 4 overs apart. In fact, this is a spooky pattern. 26th and 30th, 53rd and 57th, 79th and 83rd. Cook, LBW, Connors for 3.
Not for the first time, I think Spooky Pattern, that'd be a good name for an album, wouldn't it?
It's probably been used somewhere.
Yes, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? I think most of them have by now. You want them
Maybe prog rock, possibly. Sounds a bit 70s, doesn't it?
Yeah. Wishbone Ash.
It's the Lost Sixth album, Spooky Pattern, available now via Funky Mole Records.
Yeah, if you've got it on yellow vinyl, it is worth a fortune, I have to say. Unlike Live at the Budokan by Cheap Trick, which I never actually saw at one that wasn't yellow vinyl. Back in the day, they were all yellow vinyl, from memory. I had one.
All right. Trying to think. I've got a Ramones single, I think, that's yellow vinyl. It's the only one I can think of in my collection.
Picture disc things, which...
Trouble with picture discs, they might have looked very nice, especially when they had Blondie on them. But they didn't always play very well, did they?
No, it seemed to be made out of a slightly different vinyl almost. It was a bit more plasticky, wasn't it? It felt. If vinyl could be more plasticky.
As Connors is in to bowl, and Tom Cullen, the new batsman, defends out on the offside. Lawrence reminds me that Wales are playing a couple of T20 games against Berkshire at Newport tomorrow, starting at 11 and 2:30, but there is, again, the possibility of rain around. Let's hope not. See, Callum Taylor, who is fielding substitute, is playing for Newport in the South Wales Premier League today.
All right. What a journey, that.
As next delivery is edged and dropped, and Cullen has been dropped at slip by McKiernan before he has scored. He is now off the mark with a scrambled single, and Derbyshire miss a chance to go bang bang.
Straightforward as well.
Yeah. So Sam Connors ought to have had 2 in that over. He does have 1, and Glamorgan survive slightly.
Well, I'm told that catch that was put down early today actually went to hand. It was a very difficult chance, right. The Madsen one.
Madsen one at slip.
That's the consensus from the written media boys. They had a good look at it, apparently. I did ask.
Van der Hoogten was on 9 at the time. Went on to make 20.
Not massively expensive in the end.
Hang around though.
Yes, indeed. It's like bowling from the city end, and that one is pushed by Cullen down to Thompson at third man. They get through for another single. He moves on to 2 now. 329 for 6. Glamorgan just 39 behind now. important will that be? The 6th wicket, of course, took Derbyshire, equalised the equalising bonus point. Moved up to 5 apiece. So a draw's now worth 13 points. It shouldn't be forgotten. And there are still, oh dear, 27 overs or so to pick up further bonus points as Lackmal is in, and that's turned into the leg side by Labuschagne, who does seem to have more time than everybody else. It's a bit like watching Shan Masood. He just has more time because he's played at the highest level. It is quite remarkable. You sort of get used to bowling, or facing the bowling of the best quality bowlers, and then when you come down to the championship, the bowling might be very, very good indeed, but it's still not quite like the incessant bowling that you get in test matches. In comes Lackmal again, and that's left alone by Cullen outside the off stump.
Cullen, the highest score of 63 in first-class cricket, 4 half-centuries, averaging 20 overall in first-class cricket, but I think his average for Glamorgan is considerably higher than that. He played quite a few for Cardiff MCCU as well, and was a regular in the One-Day Cup side last season.
How did that go, Nick?
I seem to remember him taking the catch that won the tournament.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. Here's Lackmal. 3 slips in place now. Cullen, no plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Just a tentative push, really, more than anything. No, it wasn't one of those shots that you think, oh, yes, he looks confident there. It was a very, very, it was a very poor shot, really. But he survived. That is pretty much the main thing.
He did indeed. As Cullen, scorer of a half-century, here to win by 2 wickets. Last time Glamorgan were here in championship action.
See, I just brought up the one-day success,
Sorry.
and you brought that up. Lackmal bowls now, and he's turned into the leg side. That was the backstop game, everybody will remember, when Derbyshire employed a backstop for the only time I've ever seen it in first-class cricket.
Yes, it's normally in under 10s or something like that. So I haven't seen it since primary school.
Just in case the wicket-keeper can't quite hold on to one, but it was a deliberate tactic by all accounts. Logan Van Beek bashing it in short.
Looking for the uppercut.
Yeah, which never arrived, strangely, because there was a backstop there. Lackmal bowls to Cullen. Oh, that's a wide delivery. I must have been tempted, but he decides not to give a wide because he's seen enough of that over, and it's the end of it. 330 for 6, Glamorgan, Cullen 2, Labuschagne 109, the deficit 38.
Pitched wide, went wide of that last delivery from Lackmal, who is certainly being asked to give value for money in this Derbyshire attack. Bowled more overs than anyone else, despite being the oldest member of said attack. But
You get a week off soon, though. We're not playing next week.
all right. When's the next game for Derbyshire after this, then?
A week on Thursday here against Worcestershire, and then the following week it's Trent Bridge.
As Connors is in to bowl, and that's driven firmly to Godalming at mid-off by Labuschagne, and there's no run. Well, if Derbyshire get Labuschagne now before lunch, they'll have high hopes of some sort of parity on first innings, because still just 38 behind Glamorgan. 4 wickets only in hand now, after the loss of Van der Hoogten for 20 and Cook for just 3. Batting to come Nisa, Harris and Hogan. As Connors is in to bowl and turned away by Labuschagne. He fancies 2 here. No, he doesn't. He decides against it. He ran the first one hard as always. I thought there might be a second there because the man at square leg had some distance to make. 331 for 6. Cullen goes down for a little prod of the pitch. played as a specialist batsman in this game. Normally second 11 wicketkeeper batsman, quite often captain. Connors is into him, and that's a good ball from Connors up in the block hole, similar to the one that trapped Cook LBW, but Cullen manages to get a bat on it, defends it back to the bowler.
You're right, though. It's interesting. Edward was extolling the virtues of Michael Neese was an all-rounder.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of batting to come.
Yeah,
James Harris can bat, can't he?
Absolutely. Batted at 6 for Middlesex on occasion. His next delivery is just back of a length. Well played by Cullen. Down into the gully. No run. And all of a sudden it seems a more equal contest between bat and ball, with Glamorgan looking reasonably untroubled for the first hour, apart from that half chance offered by Van der Hoogten. But Derbyshire putting a bit of pressure on with the new ball, having claimed a wicket with the old ball as well. As Connors, 5th ball of the over, 2 slips weight behind Tom Cullen, and Cullen plays that one down into the gully, and there's no run. 3:31 for 6.
Excited enough.
I've got a radio update to come fairly shortly.
No worries at all.
So just describe this ball from Connors, who is in no hurry to deliver it, as he wanders back to his mark, waits for the ball to be duly polished by side bottom at mid-on. Connors in, bowls to Cullen, who defends on the leg side, 331 for 6.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, you just getting the batsman to hurry up a little bit there. Well, the batsman other than Marnus Labuschagne, I think it probably should be said. Sam Connors, he gets a pat on the back there from Wayne Madsen. 331 for 6. Cullen 2. Labuschagne 110 not out. Very good interview about to be played out on BBC Radio Derby's FM frequencies now with Matt Hancock from the Burton Albion Community Trust. Great quality, good questions, as you'd expect. Here comes Saranga Lakmal then from the City End in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump again, much like the last ball of the previous over, and he's just moving his hand. He's a little disappointed in the delivery that he bowled there, and not surprising, in all honesty. It wasn't his finest moment. Labuschagne just asking the umpire if something can be moved. Is there is there a bag that's on one of the steps? And he's asking for it to be removed. I'm not sure what it is, and Saranga Lakmal's not going to be able to help. Somebody's moving in front of the stand. He's been moved. Oh, he's been asked to move away a bit. There we go. He's moved to in front of a different advertising board. So Labuschagne is happy, and Lakmal bowls too many dabs this out into the offside square. Anuj Dal comes in to do the fielding, and there is a no run. Elsewhere in the 2nd division, Sussex 458 for 5. They're leading by 235. Cheteshwar Pujara's on 160, and Mohammad Rizwan 68. The last wicket there fell on 350, so they've added 108 so far for the 6th wicket. Those two, as Lakmal is in again, and that one is wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper. Worcestershire now 307 for 7, 310, I beg their pardon, for 7. They're leading by 203, and it's been quite a remarkable fight back there. Ed Barnard, 152 not out, 15 falls and a 6. Adam Finch is with him. Stuart Broad is playing 3 for 68 for Broad in the matchup at Trent Bridge. As Lakmal is in, left alone outside the off stump by Labuschagne. Notts, of course, still languishing in the wilderness of the second division. Not my words necessarily. Motorbike sound of away in the distance. The other score that I haven't given you, I will give you. Middlesex. They've got Leicestershire under 8 for 5. They're still trailing by 113. Lackmell in and bowls again, wide of the off stump, and again Labuschagne has absolutely nothing to do with it as it goes through to the keeper. In the first division, Yorkshire 3 for 5, leading Kent by 152 at Headingley. Warwickshire 32 for 3, following on, still trailing Somerset by 217 at Taunton. And Hampshire 169 for 4, leading Lancashire by 175 at Southampton. Gloucestershire 196 without loss, but they trail Surrey by 407 at Bristol. As Lackmell is in again, and there's a wild drive at that one from Marnus Labuschagne. He doesn't get the edge. It goes through to Broadcast. It's the end of the over. 331 for 6. Labuschagne 110. And Tom Cullen has 2. And this is good. Essex 184 for 9, trailing Northamptonshire by 206 to Chelmsford. So well done to Northamptonshire. Fighting hard, both them and Gloucestershire, in the first division of the county championship. I'll keep you up to date with all those scores, and of course if you want to hear a different game, they're all available via the BBC Sport website and app. You're listening to BBC Sport as Connors is in and begins a new over to Cullen, who just turns that one into the leg side. Shan Masood does the fielding, and he picks up a single, moves on to 332 for 6. Few chirps out there from the Derbyshire players. This ball just 6 overs old now. Licks his lips, he licks his fingers, does Sam Connors, before putting the ball in his right hand, and he's away. This one's turned into the leg side, down towards deep square leg, where it's fielded by Shan Masood. They go through for another single. Labuschagne moves on to Nelson, 111, 334 for 6, so off triple Nelson. In fact, it's 333 for 6, so triple Nelson is there. That was moving as I turned to look at the screen to my right with the scoreboard on it. Can Nelson and triple Nelson combine to bring Derbyshire a wicket here? 333 for 6, trailing by 35. Labuschagne on 111 at the non-striker's end. Cullen on 3, and Connors is in and bowls to when he goes back into his crease and pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Matish Kovar has made a good save to deny Sam Vokes. As Burton take on Wickham, not too far away from here. Christian Sadie has fired an effort over the bar, but it remains 0-0. You can hear that on 11:16 AM, BBC Radio Derby this afternoon on all frequencies. Blackpool against Derby County. 4,000 Rams fans watching the final away game of the season. As Connors is in and bowls, and back into his crease goes Cullen, pushes it out into the onside, fielded by Masood. And there is no run. A full programme, of course, of football, and you can catch all the action either on 11:16 AM in Burton Albion's case, or on all frequencies from 2. Chris Cole's in the chair. There is a game going on in the Premier League at the moment, and in that game, Liverpool lead by 1-0 at Newcastle. In comes Sam Connors again from the racecourse end and bowls to Cullen, who gets a bit of a leading edge out into the offside. Lee's deploy comes in to do the fielding. There is no run. Barnsley already relegated, leading Preston by 1-0. Bolton behind at home to Fleetwood. Excellent news. 0-0 still at Burton. My lad's a Bolton fan though, so every time they lose, it's a win for me. He's not there today. He's playing cricket this afternoon. So Connor's in again, and oh, that's a good delivery. Just takes off a little
now,
bit.
isn't there?
Mm.
These two bowled very well, I think.
Yes, no, they have.
You
Been
can't-
a bit wide, Lackmal, but he's bowled nicely. He almost tempted Labuschagne into the expansive drive. Well, he did have an expansive drive, but missed it, didn't he? So, but no, they have bowled nicely.
Because we all know that if you bowl poorly with the second new ball, you can be punished. But Cullen, absolute dolly into the midriff. McKinnon, wasn't he? Second ball.
Yes.
Cullen.
Yes.
Straight at him.
Yeah, that was as straightforward a slip catch as you're likely to see. Martin McKinnon put it down. It's cost 3 so far, plus the time that Cullen's been out there.
Lackmore to continue from the city end. And he is bowling his 23rd over. And he comes in now and bowls. And Labuschagne covers up there. Whether it was the enthusiasm of the fielders, but it did go quite close to the off stump. And now off he goes to have a little chat to himself towards square leg. He will analyse in his mind exactly what that ball did, but it's good bowling because this morning Glamorgan were out of the blocks very, very quickly. 3-3-3 for 6, and that's when Derbyshire lost their 7th wicket.
It is remarkable, isn't it, how the game has sort of gone the way it's gone. Both innings have been really, really similar.
In comes Lackmal, bowls well outside the off stump. You can look at this both ways, that, OK, he's restricting the progress of Glamorgan's progress, rather. But on the other hand, if you're to take wickets, you have to try and attack, because he's bowling the same channel as he did yesterday when he was trying to keep the runs down, Lackmal. I suppose he'll think, right, 3 outside the off stump, and then I might just nip one that nips back.
Yeah, see if we can get one to do that.
But he's bowling well at the moment. What are his figures at the moment? Lackmal, 2 for 56, and this is his 23rd. Economical. And by his stature, he can bowl all day. And as I said yesterday, if he can bowl all day in the heat of Sri Lanka,
Derbyshire is fairly straightforward. It should be fairly straightforward in Derby.
Lackmal bowls, it's covered up by Labuschagne, pushes it out to mid-on.
He's never really bowled the volume of overs that he's likely to bowl this year and next year with his 2-year contract previously in his career, though. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's a strong-looking man.
Broad shoulders. Quiet for a fast bowler. In true Derbyshire.
Yes,
Flashing, thinking of the great Les Jackson and others like him. Cliff Gladwin of the very old days. Here he comes now into Labuschagne, and Labuschagne drives beautifully for 4 through the offside. Got the opportunity with a rare half volley, and Labuschagne was onto it like a shot. And raced away for 4, takes him to 115, 3-7 for 6.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
Everything was right about it.
Yeah.
Got his feet in the right position. Probably saying, I've got a good pitch here, and I'm going to make the most of this. 13 more runs for Glamorgan to try and get the 4th batting point. In comes Lackmal ball, so Labuschagne, and played out gently back down the pitch. Hudson has always got excited. Good to see him, isn't it? He's anything but not, but he is very enthusiastic.
He must have seen just about everything by now, Wayne Manson. He's been playing that long.
Yeah.
But he's still as enthusiastic as ever. Tell how long he's been playing by the fact that his cap's almost brown.
Yes, the old faded cap. Lackmal went to the end of the over, bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. Godwin will field. End of another over. And it is the end of the 88th. So if Glamorgan have ideas of a 5th and maximum batting point, they have plenty of overs left at the moment. What is that? 9. What is 20? I can't quite see that.
22 overs they've got to
22 overs
before we get to 110, haven't they? Yeah.
Yeah, so all depends on the man with the number 99 on his back.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You would think so. 2 slips in place as Sam Connors begins a new over from the racecourse and potentially the last one before lunch. There's a short delivery. He sits Cullen down. Yeah, they didn't really get up as much as Cullen was expecting,
No.
I don't think. And in the end, he thought, well, if I sit down, I'll get out of the way of it. And that's exactly what he did as it went through to Brooke Guest. It was good to see a batsman on his backside there.
It gives extra heart to the ball.
Yeah, there were a few finer sights.
Oh, he's not very tall, is Tom Cullen. Patient batsman. He's very, very patient.
He's waiting now as Connors passes the umpire once more and he pushes this out into the offside. There's going to be a single there. Liz Deploy is sliding in to do the fielding. 338 for 6. Cullen moves on to 4. Sent to Nick. That was a drop early this morning on Van der Hoek.
It was it?
Yeah, they had a look at it in the written box at the other end of the media centre here and said that it was a very tough chance, but
I thought it had dropped short.
Yeah.
Down here, just in front of us.
Connors is in once again down to 1 slip now for Labuschagne strikes the bat and then into the pad. Hence the stifled appeals in the background. It's fielded by Matty McKinnon, who continues trotting towards the slip cordon as he goes back into first slip. Labuschagne up to 116, 339 for 6.
Deficit now just 29.
It was 128 at the start of the day, which will tell you they've scored 99 runs this morning. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump, as well the score of 339. That's if you knew they started on 240.
What have we got? How many balls left? 2 balls left before the lunch. The joys of lunch.
The joys, indeed. I've got an update sort of 20 minutes into the lunch interval as well today.
Can't do it with your mouth full.
Oh, I've done that before. Connor's in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Cullen. Fielded by Anuj Dal. So it will definitely be lunch because there's 1 ball to go and we've already got to 1 o'clock. The news in my ears already. Cameron Borthwick Jackson's gone close for the Brewers.
How far is Burton? About 10 miles from
Yeah,
there?
if that. It took me.
At the A38.
Yeah, it took me about 20 minutes on Thursday night. This next delivery, the final one before lunch, is pushed out into the onside by Tom Cullen. And the umpire said, yeah, that'll do, boys. Off you go. So at lunch, Glamorgan are 339 for 6. Marnus Labuschagne is on 116 from 171 balls. Cullen has moved on to 4. And Glamorgan trail by 29. We'll be back in around about 35-40 minutes time on the BBC Sport website and app and on the club stream. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch.
Racing again.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to this second session of day 3 of the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Glamorgan on BBC Sport Online. Also via the county websites, and glorious sunshine, lovely watching conditions. And Glamorgan 339 for 629 runs behind, 4 wickets in hand. Marnus Labuschagne 116 not out. But Derbyshire getting a little bit of relief later in the morning session when they got Van der Hoogten just before the new ball and Chris Cook just after. Dave Fletcher.
Gary Charlesworth has very kindly brought us some rock, so excuse me for tucking into that. He won't be able to hear my thanks, but I'll thank him at some point. He's a regular contributor.
Of rock or thoughts?
Of thoughts, yeah. Of thoughts.
Okay.
Mabel Thorpe rock, got a smiley face right the way through it.
Pleased to hear it.
As you'd expect.
Good afternoon to the folks of Fallemoa Sports in Brisbane who are enjoying Mr. Labuschagne's performance so far.
Yeah, keep listening because it's not going to last much longer. I fear it probably is.
It will be Labuschagne to take strike then, and Lackmal to bowl, the first delivery of the afternoon session, which is outside off stump, so Labuschagne pirouettes to leave the ball.
He loves a pirouette, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
We mentioned a book on Sunday football in South Wales. Dave Jones says Harry Pearson has written a couple of excellent books on non-league football in the Northern Leagues,
Yes.
as well as the brilliant tour of non-league cricket in the North, Slipless in Settle.
I think he's an acquaintance, if not a friend, of Martin up in Durham.
And a biography of the majestic Leary Constantine of the West Indies. Here is Lackmal into bowl, outside off stump, and Labuschagne this time. Well, that's a purely undemonstrative leave from Labuschagne. He just took a step across, had a look at it, and
He's
didn't
taking it
do anything.
seriously anymore, is he? Come on. Shape yourself.
His leave is more aggressive than my pull shot, I'm
Yes.
telling you.
Yeah.
He does sometimes leave in a manner that suggests he's trying to pull the ball. 2 slips crouch behind him in the forms of McKinnon and Madsen as Lackmal bowls, and Labuschagne leaves again outside off stump. We saw a bit of this in the last session last night, didn't we, when Lackmal bowled wide outside off stump and nothing much happened for some
He
time.
did it before lunch, and once Labuschagne went for the extravagant drive before lunch, but only once. And almost got the edge through to the wicket-keeper, so I imagine Suranga Lackmal is going to continue with this particular line of attack. Perhaps try and bring one back in if he can, but that'd be handy.
3 saving the single on the offside as Lackmal bowls, and that is the ball on the stumps coming back in, and Labuschagne defends it to side bottom at mid-on, and there's no run. Square leg is back towards the ropes. Deploy in front of the pavilion, about 10 metres in from the ropes. There's a third man just down to our right, in front of the Glamorgan Flyers flag, which is down in that little section of the ground. I presume there's a fine leg hidden from me.
There is.
Lackmal to Labuschagne, who works into that big gap on the leg side, and they will take a single by common consent. For once, Labuschagne didn't run the first one like a startled rabbit. Just fancied an afternoon amble in the sunshine. If you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWeb2017, or at Fletch Sport, or at fletchcricket@gmail.com. Fletchcricket, I put the that's in the wrong place there. You know how emails work by now, don't you? Fletchcricket@gmail.com.
On the electronic mail device.
That's the boy. As there's a play and a miss from Cullen outside off stump to end the over. Well, everyone else seems to be suddenly finding batting rather more difficult than Marnus Labuschagne, but that's no real surprise. Alternatively, you can post us at the commentary box, County Ground, Derby, and Dave will pick it up in time for the next
I
match.
can bring it down in September if it's to you.
Well,
We still get the odd letter at Radio Derby, which is always very nice when we get a letter.
I'd be amazed if any letters actually ever got through to us, since I never go in the BBC Wales building these days.
Well, no, I don't go to Radio Derby very often, but there was a very nice email that ended up on the weekly newsletter that came from Turkey, which I had sight of, which was somebody listening to the cricket. Here's Sam Connors, racecourse end, bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who's beaten. He plays a drive at that one, and again, he just moved away possibly, and perhaps batting isn't that easy. It's not clouding up that much, but that was a good delivery from Sam Connors. He's got the 1 wicket so far, 1 for 74, which is scant.
He's bowled that for that,
really. Yeah. When you bowl as many bowlers as Derbyshire have bowled, though, somebody's got to bowl well, haven't they? Surely.
Connors and Lacknall, 1 wicket apiece. Probably deserve more.
Next delivery is again beating him. He might just have played inside the line of that one, in all honesty.
I think that was the case.
He's one of the few batsmen who you could probably say, yes, he probably has played inside the line, rather than withdrawing his bat after the ball went past.
Tom Cullen down, prodding suspiciously at the pitch from the non-striker's end.
Just the one slip. This new ball's only in its 11th over. Just the one slip. As Connors is in, and that one is a wild drive and miss by Marnus Labuschagne. Looks like he's trying to get on with it here for some reason. Not sure he needs to necessarily. I don't think.
There's absolutely no
No.
time pressure. I'm sure David Lloyd would be quite happy for his side to bat, if possible, into the evening session, but they'll need to show a bit more application than that. They need to get in the lead first. Still 28 behind.
We still want to see Shan Masood. Well, I do. Connors is in, and that one is clipped nice. Now there he is. Look, Shan Masood clipped into the leg side. I didn't want to see him fielding the ball. I want to see him batting, because he's only got until midnight tonight to reach the record for runs in April in the UK, which actually doesn't stand at 712, as we've been told time and time again. It's 715, so he needs 44 to equal the record if he gets a bat this afternoon, and 45 to break it.
You wouldn't bet against that happening, would you?
No, you wouldn't bet against him either batting this afternoon or getting to 45. The lowest score he's got for Derbyshire is 60, 341 for 6 as Connors bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Cullen to go through to the keeper. Wind seems to be getting up, looking at the flags on the members' pavilion. They're blowing quite hard up there. Looks like it might be a bit chilly. There's not too many people. It's in the shade, which is all right on a very hot day, but not necessarily good on a lukewarm day like today. Lukewarm in the shade, but I think everybody who's in the sun's probably enjoying themselves. A lot more shirt sleeves in the seats in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side as Connors is in, and that one goes through a long way wide of the off stump to Brooke Guest at the end of the over. Cullen 4, Labuschagne 118, 341 for 6. Glamorgan trailing by just 27 runs now.
I'm surprised anyone is in that demolition stand away to our right, next to the boundary bar, because walking past it, it seemed considerably cooler there than anywhere else in the ground.
Yes, it's the only covered stand in the entire ground, and it's very well populated when it's raining, of course. I don't think it really needs to be in there today. The sun will be very hot, of course, and well, not just hot. Of course, it's hot. That's a ludicrous thing to say. It'll be strong. The sun will be hot. You'd hope it would be, wouldn't you?
As Lacknall is in and Labuschagne defends on the offside.
I won't like to get too close to it anyway. Rather disappointingly, Bolton are now winning, so that makes my life a misery.
Just a little warning, Edward Bevan will be banging on about Swansea City at some point this afternoon.
He's already started.
Has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't very happy on Tuesday night.
They've been throwing away big leads recently.
3-0.
Yeah, they've twice drawn off the back of 3-goal leads in recent weeks.
Not ideal.
There's This next delivery is finds Labuschagne a little bit squared up. He's looking to play straight, and the ball ended up squirting past point, where Dahl runs round it somewhat like an excitable puppy, but it's just the single anyway. 3:42 for 6.
I'm most likely to be getting exercised about Tranmere against Oldham, so
Okay.
Tranmere's last chance really today. Oldham already relegated to non-league, and Tranmere in danger of completely throwing away what looked like a very good chance of getting promotion. Useless.
It's the hope that gets you. Lackmal bowls outside off stump. Cullen has nothing to do with it as it goes through to Guest. Wales women losing 7-3 to Italy in the Six Nations with only a few minutes left.
I assume that's not good.
That's disappointing. I think they were would have been reasonably confident of beating Italy at the start of play. It's 11:59.
They're in Italy then, are they?
No, they're at the Arms Park
Right.
in Cardiff.
On the artificial.
Yep. Lackmal into bowl. Cullen drives but checks his shot, and Lackmal gets hand to it in the follow through. Dribbles up to Godalming to complete the fielding.
Just behind our hotel for the match in September.
All right, you won't have too far to walk then. Don't have to get the car out for the duration.
That's the plan. That's the plan. And I can't remember. I think we're midweek, but there might be some form of entertainment out the window. With a bit of luck. I know we're midweek, aren't we? All the September games. There's nothing at the weekend.
As Lackmal is into bowl, Cullen drives, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Glamorgan against Derbyshire is on Tuesday the 20th to Friday the 23rd.
Last away game, I think.
Yes, it's the penultimate round of fixtures.
Yeah.
So, the rugby seems to be... I'm not sure whether the rugby will start that Friday or the next week. The rugby season seems to have been pushed back. The football season, well, it's always going, isn't it?
Yeah,
Football
it's
season.
52 weeks a year. Yeah.
Lackmal bowls and beats Cullen outside off stump through rapid, but keeping lowish, and Cullen was well beaten by that. He's struggling a little bit at the moment, having made the step up to first team cricket. He played in the One Day Cup last season, and it's obviously a difference in class from the bowling he's been facing in the second 11 so far.
It wasn't easy in the One Day Cup, though, from memory. There's some major victories in that from memory. The 3:42 for 6. All power to them. Here's Sam Connors beginning a new over from the race course, and he's bowling to Marnus Labuschagne. And the first ball beats him. I don't think he dragged the bat inside the line of that one, as he went through to Brooke Guest.
It's strange, isn't it? It's been a really torrid time for the batsmen either side of lunch.
Which is a concern, really.
Well, it's a concern for the Glamorgan batsmen. I'm not quite sure whether it'll be a concern for the Derbyshire batsmen. Whether the pitch is yet doing that much, but the quality of bowling has risen, certainly.
In goes Connors again, bowls, that's pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. Graham Brill. Do you know Graham Brill?
I don't think so.
He's one of yours.
Is he? I don't know.
He's from Merthyr.
Okay, all welcome.
Merthyr Tidwell. Absolutely. Graham from Merthyr Tidwell. It says, in answer to your first question, which I'm not going to read out, the answer is no. Do Mackin still play in the welfare ground, he asks?
Yes.
Excellent. He said he worked for Caerphilly Council in developing the square and ground in the welfare. As in goes Connors again, and that one is driven away into the offside for 4 runs by Marnus Labuschagne. Glorious shot out to extra cover. Over-pitched wide of the off stump, and given the treatment, Labuschagne moves up to 123, and Glamorgan to 346 for 6, trailing by 22. He also worked, he says, for many years in the local authority with was a or with a stalwart of Macon cricket, Bill Thompson.
Oh, yeah. Know the name.
Mr. Bevan in fine form on comms. I assume it means Ed. I've been to Burton many times, when in the Southern League with the Martyrs. Of course, Mertha's nickname is, I assume Merthyr means martyr, does it? In Welsh? I don't know.
I think it's the same derivation.
Yeah, sounds like it should be. That one is clipped into the leg side by Labuschagne for a single, 124 to him, 347 for 6. Good to hear from you, Graham.
Yes, thank you for your developments in part in the development of Macon welfare, because it's about 20 years ago they were forced to switch pitches from Lower Macon during the foot and mouth outbreak, because the old pitch was basically in the middle of a farmer's land, and unfortunately they never got back there after the foot and mouth outbreak.
Right. Connor's in again. That one is driven. That's going to be 4 runs as well. This time too, Tom Cullen out towards the cover boundary, a little bit squarer that shot than Labuschagne's a couple of balls earlier. He's doubled his score, moves up to 8. 350s up for Glamorgan, 351 for 6. They're trailing by 17.
Yes, the Lower Macon ground was closed during foot and mouth, and then unfortunately some cows got in and caused irreparable damage to the square.
Oh dear.
So they didn't go back there.
They can't be a bit heavy-footed, can't they?
So the ground was developed a couple of miles away.
The good news is that there is still a Macon Cricket Club.
That's
the important thing. Connors is in and bowls. That one is defended by Cullen up to mid-off, where Billy Godleman does the fielding. He also says that his son Nicholas, this is Graham, he's into his 3rd year of umpiring in league games in South and Mid Wales. Today he's at Sudbrook with coloured clothing and a pink ball. So I can only assume from that it's T20. They use pink balls in the Bolton League's T20 as well, rather than white balls. I'm not entirely sure why, but that is definitely the case in Bolton. So it must be the same in some parts of the South or Mid Wales.
Well, there are a few sides left now in white clothing, and
Oh, really?
we're currently waiting for our coloured clothing to turn up from the suppliers.
Oh dear.
As
That is a shame.
Lackmal is in to bowl, and Labuschagne tucks that one away out towards mid-wicket and will take a single, well-timed, but Duploy is sweeping out there in front of the pavilion. 352 for 6. Labuschagne has 124. Seems to be spreading down the divisions in South Wales. The
Seeping.
adaptation of coloured clothing. So I can demonstrate this when you join us in September. I'll show you our kit. Lackmal bowls, and Cullen flicks it off his legs down towards fine leg, and has been stopped and returned by fine leg. And Cullen moves on to 8, and it's 352 for 6, 353 for 6. Cullen to 9.
Well, you know how I disapprove of people wearing team clothing in commentary boxes. I would just a picture would be fine, Nick. Thanks. You don't need to wear it on the day of the game.
Well, thankfully we won't be on the commentator cam in Cardiff. As Lackmal bowls, Labuschagne drives to mid-on, and there's no run. Due to public demand. The public are demanding that their stream is not showing me anyway. Unless someone younger and more attractive, which isn't difficult, turns up in the meantime.
See when the main offender will be here. He'll be here on the 19th of July. It is Nottinghamshire's #1 cheerleader.
353 for 6 as Lackmal is into Labuschagne, who will take another easy single out towards mid-wicket as they jog through. 354 for 6. Kevin Hand, the BBC Radio London is now
Only for away games.
a man with two masters. As he sticks a Middlesex top on, does a piece to camera for their social media, and then takes it off again to commentate for the BBC.
Well, no, he's not doing home games.
Away games I was talking about.
Oh, really? Oh, there's a development. We went down to Lords, he wasn't doing home games.
No. 3:54 for 6. Slackmal to Cullen has bowled him. Might have been a bit of a bottom edge there. Chopped onto his stumps. Cullen's return to the first 11 does not last hugely long. He's gone for 9, and Glamorgan 354 for 7. Might even have been a slower delivery, that I suspect. But you of the opinion that there was a bottom edge in there?
I'm certain there was a bottom edge, yes. I would be staggered if there wasn't one. It looked like one. It was just a bit wide for it to have thudded into middle and off for me. But they're still 14 behind and they're 7 down. This is ridiculous, really, isn't it? How the two innings are mirroring each other. In fact, 7 down, 333 Derbyshire. So it'll be interesting to see how big a lead, if they do get one, Glamorgan will have.
Oh, that was a very big inside edge. It was probably a good foot outside off stump. Had Cullen not dragged it on, be disappointed on that slightly slow ball, I think, from Lackmal. Cullen gone for 9, and like Derbyshire, Glamorgan falling away slightly in the closing stages of their innings. 27 added for that wicket, and as Michael Neser strides out, big burly and bearded, to join his fellow Queenslander, fellow South African born Queenslander, Marnus Labuschagne, and a couple that know each other from both sides of the world. Quick chat between the two batters. That's the 94th over of the Glamorgan innings, so Derbyshire will have high hopes of adding the next couple of wickets they need to get maximum bowling points. Glamorgan struggling possibly to get maximum batting points unless Labuschagne really takes control and maybe tries to manipulate the striker a little bit. In comes Lackmal and bowls to Neser down leg side, taken by Guest, end of the over, 354 for 7. Labuschagne is still there on 126 not out, and Cullen, who is an intense cricketer, will be muttering angrily to himself about getting himself out.
Yes, well, he'll be disappointed, won't he? Clearly. Inside edges are never a nice way to go, but he really didn't need to reach for it as much as he did.
No.
That was the impression that I got looking with the naked eye. I've been given my instructions, 2:35, 10 to 4 and 5:30. They're the kind of instructions you quite like on a Saturday afternoon.
Yes, 10 past is my next engagement with with Wireless Wales.
Here's Sam Connors in and bowls, and Labuschagne defends it back to him. Two Australian Test players out in the middle at the same time.
Yep, both playing for the same state in Australia, both born in South Africa.
Wow.
Both
I didn't realise it. Yes, of course.
emigrated with families around the age of 10 or 11. Michael Hetches Neser, which I almost certainly haven't said correctly.
Well, you've probably got a better chance than me. Connors is in, and that one's defended by Labuschagne out into the offside, where Anos Dal does the fielding. 354 for 7. Still trailing by 14. So I think that's probably about the worst outcome for a positive result either way, is for Glamorgan to be within 10 of Derbyshire when they're bowled out either way. Really, because it's neither here nor there, is it? Really, Glamorgan need to be 100 in front. You would have thought they may well still get 100 in front. That one's turned into the leg side by Labuschagne, straight to Matty McKeon. put a bit of pressure on Derbyshire, get some early wickets, and you could see Glamorgan have an opportunity to win the game that way, but how easy it is to get early wickets or even wickets.
Still got 60 overs remaining in the day. But Derbyshire, if they did get some sort of parity, would be hard-pressed to get on with it to that sort of extent.
Yeah.
And get 300 ahead by lunchtime tomorrow, it's asking a lot.
Next delivery is down the leg side and clipped rather bizarrely into the air, into the mid-wicket region by Labuschagne, who's now looking at the toe end of his bat rather quizzically. So it must have been off it. Almost a snooker shot into the top pocket.
Cricket was the loser, as they say there.
Very
It's a
much
poor
the
ball
loser.
and a poor shot.
Well, it was just drifting harmlessly down the leg side. He thought, well, I'll flick that one away. And failed to do so, really. But he picked up a single nonetheless. 127 he's moved on to. 355 for 7. Just hearing about the Derby County fans in Blackpool, 4,000 of them. This one is striking the pad, but it was an inside edge onto the pad, Michael Neeson.
Is that because it's Blackpool and it's a bank holiday weekend and it's a nice day out?
And it's their last away game in the Championship and they're relegated. Yeah.
Visit Blackpool while you can.
Well, you never know. Blackpool might be relegated next season, or in fact, Derby County might be promoted. But I fancy it's not going to be quite as easy as they imagine it might be. I know a lot of them are very realistic about the future. They're just happy to have a club, and quite right too. Here's Connors in balls. That one's whipped off the stumps by Nisa out into the leg side. He's off the mark with a single. Pinches the strike as well, does Michael Nisa. 356 for 7. Nisa 1. Labuschagne 127, and Glamorgan now trailed by just 12 runs.
I shouldn't be asking you this because I don't know if you know the answer or not.
I'll give it a go.
Would Derby County have been relegated had they not had the points deduction? They'd have been safe.
Yeah. They've had 21 points deducted, and they're about 9 from safety with 2 games to go, something like that.
So they stayed up in normal
Yeah,
circumstances.
and they sort of had points deducted at the start of the season, then they had more deducted after that, and you've always felt that if they were going to survive, they'd have even more deducted.
Blackmel bowls, and that squirted through the offside by Nisa. It was slightly aerial. If point had been squarer, that might have been a catch, but Dahl was in more of a gully position, and it flew past him, and they've gone through for 2 runs. So all of a sudden, batting is looking quite a tricky operation here at the County Ground Derby. 358 for 7. Nisa to 3 not out.
It's starting to look a bit like it's tricky to get started.
Yes.
Really, because I mean, Labuschagne, yes, it was a very poor shot that he played out into the leg side, but he hasn't looked massively troubled, has he? He's played and missed it a few.
He has.
Batsmen do that, though, don't they?
Driven wildly at a few. Blackmel is into bowl, down leg side. Nisa does not make contact. I think Wireless Wales calls.
Okay, not a problem. Nick will be back. Ed'll be back. Somebody will be back. Ghassan Ahabe has equalised for Burton Albion. Good news for the Brewers against Wickham. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock Wickham out of the playoff places. It isn't, because Plymouth are still trailing. In fact, they're trailing by 5-0 at home to MK Dons, and they are down to 10 men. So it looks as though everything is settled. Gillingham look like they're going to be relegated, and everything will be sorted out in a few minutes' time. Here is Suranga Lakmal bowling to Michael Nisa. That one is turned into the leg side, and there's no run. They're trying to see a scoreboard next door, and I understand that is a little tricky when there's 2 of them in there, certainly. One speaking English with a Welsh accent, one speaking Welsh, which I always think is magnificent. 358 for 7. Blackmel is on his way in, and that's pushed into the offside. One bounce into the hands of Anuj Dahl, who's fielding a backward point. And again, there is no run elsewhere in the county championship today. In the second division initially, we'll have a look there first. I just think it's better to look at The second division first, and Worcestershire are all out. 339 all out. They lead by 232, which means, of course, that Nottinghamshire will require 233 if they get the points that may well help them get out of the wilderness of the second division, but who knows. Here is Lackmal again, bowls to Nice through defence. There is no run. Middlesex have got Leicestershire 142 for 6 now. Leicestershire trailing by 79. And Sussex have got to 500. They are 500 for 5 against Durham. Jiteshwar Pujara is 7 away from his second double century of the season, having got one here for Sussex in the last home game that Derbyshire had. Mohammed Rizwan is on 77. It comes to Wrangle Lackmal again then from the city end, and that's left alone by Michael Lees. One that gets up a little bit and bounces high over the stumps. It's the end of the over. 358 for 7. Nisa 3. Labuschagne 127. Glamorgan trail by 10. In the first division, Essex following on a 17 without loss, still trailing Northamptonshire by 180. Gloucestershire, how about this? 233 without loss against Surrey. I mean, they're still trailing by 370. Chris Dent, 118. Marcus Harris, 84. It looks like a bit of a flat one at Bristol. We've all been there, of course. There is Ryan Sidebottom again from the racecourse. And Hampshire, 212 for 4, leading Lancashire by 218 at Southampton. Warwickshire following on a 68 for 3, still trailing Somerset by 181, and Yorkshire 504 for 7. They lead Kent by 213 runs. 358 for 7 here are Glamorgan as Sidebottom bowls short. Is pulled out to the mid-wicket boundary by Marnus Labuschagne. Shan Masood does the fielding out on the boundary. And they're kept down to a single. Labuschagne moves to 128. And Glamorgan to 359, trailing by just 9 now. You may hear a ripple of applause at some point when the sides are level. Scores, that is. And it's 6 bonus points to Glamorgan, 5 to Derbyshire, then another 2 wickets to get another one. This next delivery. Oh, that keeps so low. It just grubbed along the floor and through to the wicketkeeper. How on earth it's not hit something, I have no idea. But it didn't bounce at all. It just rolled. Once it had pitched, it rolled through to Brooke Guest. Perhaps there is going to be a result here after all. It just rolled along the floor. It pitched and rolled.
Anissa was looking with interest.
Well, he was, but the problem is they're going to be so close to each other. I mean, we could have an exciting game in the end.
So just go through my
Edward.
thoughts.
Who's Sidebottom again? This one does bounce. It's turned into the leg side.
Any sort of a lead, you'd have thought, here would be priceless.
Yeah, so the worst possible outcome, really, for the result, a positive result either way, was for Glamorgan to be within 10 either way. So another 20 runs from here, and they start to get a lead of more than 10, and then start to build on that. Could be
Psychologically,
very, very handy indeed. But
long way to go.
if Derbyshire can pick up a couple of quick wickets, and then there's nothing in the game, and it turns into a one-innings shootout, which again could be really exciting if the weather holds off. Sidebottom bowls driven by Nisa and fielded by Billy Godleman at mid-off. Everybody in Wales fully updated now, Edward?
The Welsh listeners are certainly updated.
Yeah, good.
Just waiting for the Swansea City side, and nobody's mentioned it. Twin interest this afternoon, you see.
Oh, right.
I'm not. I know they've Swansea haven't lost for 9 games, but stiff hurdle, City ground, full house.
I've got a big interest in what's going on at Prenton Park this afternoon as Sidebottom is in, and that's turned into the leg side by Nisa. Masood leaves it for Sam Connors to do the fielding. And what's happening on Church Lane in Blackrod, where Blackrod are, I think they're away actually, so Blackrod,
It's game over in Burton.
Blackrod Cricket Club. No, 1-1. They have equalised though. Gassana Hadme has equalised for the Brewers, 1 apiece with Wickham. Makes no difference though, because Plymouth were the only other side getting the playoffs, and they're losing 5-0 at home to MK Dons, who are the best side in that division by a country mile. Next delivery is left alone by Nisa to go through to the wicket-keeper.
Our manager at Swansea is the former MK Dons manager, Russell Martin.
Well, Russell Martin did a really good job, end of the over incidentally, 359 for 70, did a really good job at MK Dons, but they're playing slightly further up the pitch now than they did under Russell Martin. He's a good, he likes his sides to play football. He loves them to play out from the back, doesn't he?
Which gives me headaches at times.
But he doesn't want the ball, he doesn't seem to want, I mean, I don't know him, but he doesn't seem to want the ball forward too quickly, whereas now they do play out from the back, but they like to get the ball and play in the opposition half, and they play some terrific football.
His signing has been incredible. This Joel Pirro they signed from Amsterdam, nobody had ever heard of him. He got 22 goals. Anyway, back to the cricket, and Lakmal now is about to bowl at Labuschagne, and he comes and bowls to him, and Labuschagne clips this off his toes up towards deep mid-wicket, and they amble through for a single. The score goes on to 360, and Glamorgan need 40 runs, am I right, in 13 overs?
Certainly 13 overs, yeah, you're right.
Which works out at 3, well, if they don't lose wickets, they should get them, but James Harris to come, no mean batsman, needs to come back, but it'll be on the shoulders of Labuschagne. Sorry to have omitted Michael Hogan at number 11, but you never know with dear old Michael, one way or the other. Next ball by Nisa's clipped in the same area, but there'll be runs because deep mid-wicket has come up. Deploy's gone back, came in, and then immediately Nisa chipped it away for 2. I think I mentioned yesterday, I'm not sure if Hogan bothers to take guard. You've heard of the great former Derbyshire bowler, George Pope, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely.
And George Pope came down to Swansea one year, one of the old players was telling me. And he came at number 11, a very rustic number 11, as many were those days. And just break off now as we watch Lackman from the city end. Comes in and bowls to Nisa. He's caught and bowled. He gets a leading edge and a good cut there by Lakmal, who dived forward, took it inches off the ground. And this game looks now as if it's going to be a start-again affair. Very good catch there by Lakmal. And he's picking up wickets here because he's deserved. And that was a good grab.
Really good grab. It seemed to be in the air for quite a long time, but he's a big man, isn't he? And he's with the greatest will in the world, and absolutely no disrespect to him. He's not the most agile, as we've seen in the field, but he managed to get down and move to his right, clutch the ball in. And Swansea, Glamorgan are still 6 runs behind, with just 2 wickets left now. And we know that James Harris can bat. Of course he can bat. And there's nothing to say that Michael Hogan won't get out there and keep the ball out for a good long while. But
I doubt that.
I think, as you say, I didn't want to say anything, Edward.
That reminds me of Hogan's catch in the first innings when he
yes,
caught and bowled Masood. Very much the same sort of thing, but it's a bit higher. And anyway, going back to the George Pope story, he got to Swansea and he went at number 11. And the umpire said, "Don't guard, George." "No, I was here last year," he said. Which was a great remark from a number 11 batsman.
Brilliant.
And the other story, of course, when number 10 and 11 used to come in for Glamorgan, the groundsman would start revving up the roller.
Yeah.
A little chat here between Labuschagne and Harris of what is happening out there. Well, I think we can tell him that Lackmal is bowling quite beautifully, moving the ball both ways, in swingers and out swingers. And it's a good little fight back this after lunch, because Glamorgan looked at that stage when Tom Cullen was in. But I think there's a bit in this. It could be interesting, this pitch, especially from that far end, which Hogan will try and exploit when he comes to bowl, which could be not very long. As Nisa is in and bowls the first ball to Harris, and Harris is forward, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, so 3 for 70 for Lackmel. That's a bit more like it, isn't it? A bit more like it. He'll be pleased with that, will Serenga Lackmel.
Now you've got Harris, and I'm sure that Labuschagne would play quite conventionally. But when Hogan comes in, I'll think that he'll open his shoulders or try the 1, 2, 3, 4, no, when the ball goes to the boundary, and then get a signal of the fifth or the last. We invariably get it, which is a bit boring to watch at times. But here is Lackmel. He's over the wicket and bowls to Harris, and Harris chips this away on the onside, a square leg. Ploy fails, and there's no run.
Burton losing again.
2-1.
2-1 down here, not long left in that one. 3 or 4 minutes plus stoppage time. Disappointing.
I got into the next door to do my report, and I looked over. I could hardly see the score.
No,
I looked in here, and I couldn't see the near. I was panicking a bit.
No.
Because the sun was on it. Lackmel from the city end to bowl to Harris, and Harris drives but doesn't really time it. That completes the over. Another good over from Lackmel, and his figures are now 3 for 70 off 28 overs. And a very good performance by the retired international Sri Lankan quick bowler, who's here on a 2-year contract, as the ball is tossed to Ryan Sidebottom, who will continue his battle, of course, against Labuschagne, who must be thinking now, what do I do? I think he'd play normally.
You don't think he'll
Not with as long as Harris is there,
to
because
no. Yeah, okay.
he's better than Harris is better than really number 9. But it will be Sidebottom to bowl to Labuschagne on 129 all out.
The first delivery is clipped into the leg side by Labuschagne, who looks disappointed because he knows he's only going to get a single, as it's fielded away to our right-hand side out into mid-wicket by, or square leg really, by Shan Masood. 368.
You often think of Labuschagne, he looks at he's such a deep thinker, he looks where the fielders are. A great exponent of that was Brian Lara. He knew, and he would try and hit the ball. Well, there were no fielders. He was such a terrific player.
Yeah.
And getting a big 100 against Glamorgan, fantastic.
So it's Harris on strike now. The first delivery faces from Sidebottom. He defends straight back to him. James Harris, very comfortably, in fact. 2 slips in place for him. There's the third man on a long leg, square leg, mid-on. So quite a big gap in the mid-wicket area. And there's a point, a cover, and a mid-off.
Following the pattern here, 1 big 100. Well, not a big 100, but yes, you got 100 backed up by Masood. And Salter 84 on this big 100 from Labuschagne, the Glamorgan innings.
Sidebottom bowls down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps, who immediately tosses the ball away to Mats and puts his hands behind his back, and he's quite happy. He's had a decent game. He's the man who's got the century for Derbyshire. His first one as a number 3 batsman, only the second of his career. Madsen did he get to 90? No, I don't know. What did Madsen get?
In this game?
Yeah.
70.
70. I knew he got a few. This one, it's a good ball that takes off. He's taken above shoulder height by Brooke Guest. Surprised Harris, surprised me. There is just a little bit in it now for the, well, I think there's always been a little bit in it for the bowlers, but there seems to be slightly more in it for the bowlers now than there has been.
Right. Yes, Nisa and Hogan. Knott's his second innings. Hogan gave it everything. Got Slater out, Hamid out for naught, with balls that lifted, and Knott's were naught for 2. Two useful players there.
Next delivery from Sidebottom is defended by...
They will relish it, even though most of it's a lovely pitch, but the odd one does take off, as you say.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It is just still the odd one, but we're entering the halfway stage, or reaching the halfway stage of the 3rd day, so it's not going to improve, you wouldn't have thought. It will only...
Well, it makes it an interesting game.
Of course it does.
I only hope that Rain will stay away, spoil everything.
We haven't had rain for about 12 years in these parts. It's remarkably dry. It goes side bottom again and driven by Harris, but straight to Billy Gottleman at mid-off. Just looking at the forecast for Sunday.
Well, I'm getting different forecasts from different people and different venues, such as the Met Office, the BBC.
Yeah, the BBC one doesn't look great. But we'll wait and see. That was the end of the over, incidentally. 363 for 8. The Met Office tomorrow suggests, yeah, not great either. But it's sort of 50-60% chance of rain, which also means that there's
A 40%
40
chance
or
of no
50% chance of no rain. Absolutely.
I've been told often in Derby that it somehow escapes.
It skirts. It sort of follows the river, which is to the south of us here.
Lackmal, as we thought, will continue and is bowling to Labuschagne. He's in now and bowls. The first ball of the over is pushed gently out to extra cover. Madsen is excited again. Still plenty of cricket left. How many overs we got remaining? 50.
Yeah,
Plenty of
55
cricket.
after this. Lots of cricket.
Batsman out today. Van der Gooten for 20, Cook for 3, Cullen for 9, Nisa for 5. So it's been downhill, but holding the fort is this man, Marnus Labuschagne, who's facing Lackmal, who comes in to bowl to him, and he play this in up to mid-on. No chance of a run. Deep mid-wicket. Fine leg, third man, deep extra cover, and then the 3 saving 1 on the offside.
They'll miss him when he goes off to Australia, won't they, Labuschagne?
Certainly will.
Blimey.
Colin Ingram, who got 80 odd in the first game before Labuschagne arrived, is a good deputy.
Not a bad deputy, no. No,
And
not
of
bad at
course,
all.
Nisa is not considered for that tour. Probably be here for the season. Strong bowler, bowl all day if you want him to. Lackmal in, bowls, and it hits him on the pad, and as he's beaming it out. And that is the end of Marnus Labuschagne, who is LBW to the medium-fast bowler Lackmal for 130. And Lackmal is certainly taking advantage. It turned Labuschagne round, and yet again he is given LBW. So another wicket then for Lackmal. And in a funny sort of way, I'm looking forward now to see the Derby innings, to see if this assistance helps, or is it just the brilliance of Lackmal?
You're a cruel man, Edward Bevan. You're a cruel man. Let us have our moment of glory before you start thinking about a Derbyshire collapse.
Oh, I'm not thinking of it. They've got too strong a bat in order to collapse.
Saranga Lackmal, this spell since lunch as the applause for Marnus Labuschagne leaving the field. Quite right, too. World-class, #1 Test batsman in the world. Departs for 130, 14 fours, 1 6, 199 deliveries he faced in the end, Marnus Labuschagne. But 363 for 9 means that Derbyshire still have a first innings lead. It's absolutely bizarre, this game, isn't it? Absolutely bizarre. Lackmal's figures in this spell since lunch: 5 overs and 3 balls, 3 for 10. That is clearly...
That's world class.
Well,
he knows world county class, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He's obviously getting a little bit of assistance from the new ball and the pitch, which is just darting about a little. Now this could be fun.
Well, it's by some distance his best spell for Derbyshire in terms of the wickets that he's picked up. But he has bowled nicely, and Coach Mickey Arthur has said it a couple of times he's bowled world-class spells without getting the wickets.
Spell.
But this has been a top spell from Saranga Lackmal.
As a matter of interest, how many balls left? 3?
3 in the over, yeah. 3 in the over for Hogan to survive.
He's got 6 or 7 50s, Michael Hogan, but that's just straight hitting.
That's not a bad shot.
There it goes.
Straight drive. Straight back down the ground, and Glamorgan trail by 1.
I did tell you that that's his approach.
I think fair enough, don't you? He could block 15 deliveries and get out for one. He might as well try and smack them.
He might get one that's not quite in his half now. He'll probably try and hook it.
Well, they've sent Leah's deploy out to the mid-wicket boundary, and if he can hit it to him,
Doesn't hit it there.
that's a terrific hit. He's very much a straight hitter, though, isn't
Yes.
he? Yeah.
He might just get one to...
Well, mid on and mid off are sort of halfway back. Blackwell is in, and it's a full toss, and it's going to go for 4 runs as well. I fancy it was to the right of Shan Masood. Billy Godleman's giving chase, and in fact, Billy Godleman catches up with it now, and he comes back
I did warn you, didn't I?
for a second now. Fair play to Hogan, and now Glamorgan lead by 1. Rather bizarrely. Well, not bizarrely at all. But this game,
What a good contest.
it never ceases to entertain 4-day cricket. No, well, occasionally it does, but the final.
Well, he has given him 2 half volleys in
Yeah, no,
fairness.
that was a full toss, the last one.
Was it?
Yeah, he's
This would be
the
a
old
little
buffet
bit
bowling.
shorter.
Do you think
I
this is a short one? Here we go, let's have a look. No, it's a full one again, and he drives quite expansively, but he doesn't actually make a particularly good connection. And it's fielded by Sam Connors at mid-on.
I think Hogan wants a bowl. It's playing shots from all areas here.
Bizarre, Chris, because we've just seen probably the finest spell of bowling we've seen from Serena Lackmel since
369 for 9 then.
3 for 16 he's taken since lunchtime.
And it'll be Harris who has yet to get off the mark. Harris not renowned as a hitter, but he can strike the ball. And it'll be side bottom to start the over, and bowls to Harris. Harris drives pleasantly through the offside, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. And lovely shot there to get off the mark, Harris. And Glamorgan move on to 373 for 9. So another juicy half volley, which really you don't want to give the tail enders. 373 for 9. First ball of the over. So we had 4-2-4. So the intent is to play some shots.
Sorry, Edward, I dashed off rather quickly there because all of a sudden I heard somebody say, at the county ground is Dave Fletcher's one.
Well, I saw this coming. I knew.
I'm ripping wires out from everywhere.
Yeah, side bottom, ball into James Harris, a short ball. I thought that wouldn't be long in coming. And 373 then. The lead is just 5 runs.
It'd be quite nice for Lackmel to get a 5 for now, wouldn't it, really?
It would, because he deserved it.
It's no good for us because ordinarily you'd speak to somebody who got his first 5 for the county, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Doesn't he?
No English at all. Well, he's got English, but not sufficient English to do a radio interview at this stage, which is fair enough.
Side bottom runs away from us from this end, and is pushed away into covers where I deploy one of the 8 bowlers employed by Derbyshire. Glamorgan used 7. And the highlight of the Glamorgan innings, if you've just joined us, was Marnus Labuschagne making a superb 113. To use the old parlours, wickets have fallen at regular intervals. James Harris off the mark with that very good drive through the covers as in comes side bottom, bowls to him again. He tries to pull that away, misses, and the ball goes through for 4. I say he missed the ball, got a thick outside edge. And score moves on to 377, a flurry of runs here. And I will vacate the chair. I've got another Welsh language piece to do. But Mr. Webb is very, very capable of telling you what's happening on his own. 377. And Hogan's trademark shot.
Yeah. The big swing, La Hoik.
And just telling Dave he'll want to have a little bowl on this. So as side bottom comes in again and bowl. That's gone up in the air. Another boundary for Harris. And I haven't seen James Harris play like this, but obviously he can strike a ball. 2 4s in this over. Glamorgan creeping up towards that 400 mark. 381 now for 9.
Do you think James Harris has decided that Michael Hogan's not going to last long, and therefore he might as well try and put the foot on the gas himself?
No comment. Entertaining cricket, not for Derbyshire though, because they would have thought that these two perhaps won't last long. But as we know, Harris is an accomplished batsman, and Hogan is capable of getting some runs if the day suits him. As side bottom now comes in and bowls to Harris. Harris cuts, but doesn't really time it and goes to extra cover. And then the entertainment will now follow with Hogan facing Lachmal and Nick Webb to describe.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. 381 for 9. As Glamorgan lead by 13 runs, but they've only crawled past the Derbyshire total with 9 wickets down. So there won't be much between these two sides on first innings. It'll take a stroke of luck really for Hogan to survive long enough to get Glamorgan past the 400 for the final bonus point. The over rate, by the way, is -1, so it has improved for Derbyshire, as Lachmal with 4 for 76 will look to finish things off. Bowling to last man Hogan on 6 not out, and Hogan will get a single down to third man with a relatively conventional shot for Michael Hogan. 382 for 9. Hogan moves on to 7. Labuschagne's 130, the centrepiece of the day. He's 53 not out overnight. Although he became relatively becalmed after reaching his century. Batting did look more difficult for everyone with the new ball. Apart from that overnight stand of 82, as Harris clips that one hard on the leg side, we'll pick up a single out to Duploy at deep mid-wicket. 383 for 9, Harris to 13. Even Labuschagne, after reaching a century, he faced a further 62 deliveries and only struck 1 4 in that time as he moved on to 130 before he was 9th out, leg before to Saranga Lachmal. Well, Anuj Dal said last night that Lachmal would pick up wickets later in the season, bowling as he did yesterday. Well, he hasn't had to wait long. He's picked up a further 3 today, as Hogan scoops that one over point and will get 4 runs. There's shouts of catch it, but nothing that Dal could do about that one. Fielding at backward point, it was wide of off stump, and Hogan swung the levers and got away with it. He is in double figures now. He's on 11 not out, 387 for 9. Derbyshire have 6 points. 3 batting, 3 bowling. Glamorgan have 2 with the ball and 4 with the bat. Can they somehow get another 13 runs from this last wicket partnership? Lachmal bowls and Hogan hits this one a long way up in the air. Masood is underneath it and takes the catch. At cover halfway back, Hogan skied that one, and it is a 5 for Saranga Lachmal, and the Sri Lankan enjoying himself here at the county ground. An excellent performance from him to limit Glamorgan's lead to 19 runs. Glamorgan all out 387.
Decent. Good catch as well, because it was. Oh, I can't move that, can I? Never mind. I'll do it in a minute. I'm just going to see what his spell was. I know he's taken 5 wickets. He's taken 4 of them in.
With the new ball.
Since lunch, yeah, with the new ball, hasn't he? So, excellent work from Saranga Lachmal, who, of course, we can't speak to because his English isn't.
Well, you can speak to him.
Yes, yeah, well, yes, there is
it
that.
Might take a long time for the answer to come back.
Yes, Yeah, he smiles a lot, and he's a very, very amiable chap. But unfortunately, I don't think there's enough English there for us to speak to him. So we're going to have to rely on we'll perhaps speak to the bowling coach, Ajmal Shazad, or even the record breaker, Shan Masood, should he go on to break the record for runs in April.
Well, yes, that's that exciting prospect, isn't it? He's got enough time to do it in. He's got all the time in the world with 50-odd overs to come.
I think we should have a rest now, Nick.
We'll take a break with be back shortly on BBC Sport Online and on the county streams. Glamorgan all out 387, 5 wickets for Saranga Lakmal, 130 for Marnus Labuschagne. Glamorgan lead by 19 runs on first innings.
So draw would give both sides 14 points. As in goes Nisa once again. Bowls to Masood, who just pushes the ball very gently back down the pitch. And there's no run. Nottinghamshire chasing 233 to win, are 32 for 1 against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire are 200 for 6, trailing by 21 against Middlesex. That's in their second innings as well. And Sussex are 532 for 8 now against Durham. Cheteshwar Pujara out for 203. This one is driven down the ground. They've gone through for a quick single and he's up and running, is Shan Masood. First run on the board for Derbyshire. They are 1 without loss. So that's 2 double centuries this season for Cheteshwar Pujara as well. Billy Godalming just takes guard. In the first division, Gloucestershire 281 without loss now against Surrey. They're still trailing by 322. Essex following on a 50 for 1 against Northamptonshire, still trailing by 147. Hampshire 233 for 4 against Lancashire in the second innings. They're leading by 239. As in goes Nisa and bowls to Godwin and pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Carlson at mid-off and there's no run. Warwickshire following on a 89 for 3 against Somerset, still trailing by 160 at Taunton. And Yorkshire have just been dismissed for 571 at Headingley. It means they lead Kent by 280. You are bang up to date, as they say. Nisa turns at the top of his mark. Michael Hogan in the far distance at fine leg doing some warming up. And Godalming leaves this next delivery from Nisa that doesn't bounce, and it goes through to wicket-keeper Cook. And Nick Webb is back with us, back from the land of his fathers, and his father's fathers, etc., to join us on the online commentary.
Yeah, 19 first innings lead. It's neither here nor there, really.
I'm just trying to work out where this game goes, really, from here. It's going to take something remarkable from somebody, isn't it, really? You would have thought, for a positive result either way. Nisa's in, and Billy Godalming just falling over a little as he pushes that out into the offside. End of the over. First one gone. Masood with the only run so far, and Derbyshire won without loss. He needs another 44 to break that record that was set in 2012 by Nick Compton, playing for Somerset. As I say, he did get 236 of those first-class runs against the Cardiff MCCU. A very fine side, I have no doubt. But nonetheless, Cardiff MCCU. Andrew Salter making his first-class debut in that game. Jack Leach played in it as well. I think that was his first-class debut.
So here we go with Michael Hogan looking to add to his 4 wickets from the first innings. 1 without loss, 18 runs in arrears. Where does the game go? It probably needs a collapse to produce a positive result. Since Derbyshire, well, if they bat really well, they could, I suppose, risk a declaration at lunchtime tomorrow. Hogan bowls and Masood slaps that one out into point area. There's a rare misfield from Salter. The ball spins away from him and they go through for a single.
I'm not sure that they'd risk lunch.
No.
And they've got sort of 2.5 sessions, haven't they, really? We've still got another 17 overs after this one to go until tea. So I suppose it's 2 sessions in an hour, isn't it? So 2.5 sessions, effectively, before lunch tomorrow.
Hogan in to bowl to Godalming, who squirts one down past Salter at point, down to third man. And he is now underway with a single, 3 without loss. Yeah, it's...
But when you get 8 points for a draw and both sides would get out of it with 14 points, it's a lot of points in a division that's likely to be tight for at least one of the 2 promotion places. But I mean, Nottinghamshire aren't necessarily going to have things all their own way at Trent Bridge, already 1 down, chasing 230. But there's going to be a result one way or the other in that game, no question.
Hogan bowls and Masood hits that hard down into the ground, looking to force on the offside. Didn't quite time it. Ball only ended up about 10 metres from the bat.
The rarity of a mistimed shot from...
Yes, write it down, take a note. At 2:57 on Saturday the 30th of April, Hashan Masood did not quite time the shot. It's a relative failure for him.
That's a disgrace.
His lowest score so far was his first innings tally of 60.
I know, but they're coming down, aren't they?
Hogan bowls and Masood drives gently to mid-off Carlson fields. And there's no run. Good afternoon to Mrs. Carlson, who's in attendance here. As Hogan just looking at something in his run-up before he gets the ball back off Carlson, vice-captain of Glamorgan's 4-day side and the captain of their 1-day cup side, as Hogan bowls and Masood plays on the leg side. They thought about a single. Tom Cullen was quickly across to intercept. 3 without loss, Derbyshire, 16 runs in arrears. Both sides having claimed 6 bonus points. Glamorgan's over rate is -1, so they won't want that to slip any further, and obviously they'll hope to see naught on the board.
They will.
As Hogan bowls and Masood gets another single, working it down to wide third man. Van der Hoogten comes in off the boundary, so Derbyshire dealing in singles in the first couple of overs. They're 4 without loss after 2 overs, 15 runs in arrears. 15, no, that's right, first time. As should be relatively easy to knock off, but Derbyshire will have to score quickly to declare in this match. Morgan scored quickly at times, so it can be done, but I think the wicket is getting a little more problematic.
Yeah, oh, there's no question. I mean, it's the sign of a good cricket pitch, isn't it, really? That
yes, it should be going a little by this stage.
Certainly, yeah. If it isn't, then it's too good. Michael Neser around the wicket to Masood, who drives. He didn't really time that. It goes to Carlson, probably the inside half of the bat, up to Carlson at mid-off. Yes, one of the huge pluses of this, there are many, of this new scoreboard that we do have at the bottom here. That Derbyshire trail by 15 on it, so I don't have to do any working out in my head. Because it is impossible to do. Although even I could take 4 from 19 probably. Here's Neser again around a wicket, bowls to Masood, who pushes it out to Kieran Carlson. Just the 3 players involved at the moment. The bowler, the batsman, and Kieran Carlson at mid-off.
Yeah, Glamorgan need to really work hard to give themselves any sort of chance of getting a run chase, you feel. It's asking a lot still, I think, to bowl a side out in a couple of sessions from the Glamorgan point of view.
Yeah, I think so. And if they do, it might be something to do with the pitch as well as the bowlers, as that one is driven gloriously by Hashan Masood for 4 runs to the extra cover boundary. Wow. Beautiful. There are people inside the ground purring, and not just me. It has been a delight since arriving. He's moved on to 7.
It's strange, isn't it, that a man who's not a current Test player can look so classy at county level. Obviously, we expect international players to look good, but not necessarily to the same extent as Hashan Masood has in this sensational opening to his time with the county.
It's only just not in the Test side, I think, that it really is that close as he defends this next ball from Neser out into the offside. There is talk of a Pakistan tour of Sri Lanka or a Sri Lanka tour of Pakistan. I'm not sure which. It's not in the dates yet, and let's hope it stays that way.
Well, Australia are playing Sri Lanka during June and the first half of July, so you're all right in those dates.
And that's in obviously it's in Sri Lanka because otherwise it'd be in the middle of winter, wouldn't it, in Australia? Right. Okay. Or we can go in August. Then comes Nisa and bowls to him, and he pushes it straight back, does Masood, to the bowler. That's a no ball. Derbyshire into double figures and trail by 9. They're 10 without loss.
Yeah, bowlers at this end have had problems with no balls, haven't they?
And let's put it out there now. The umpires, of course, have swapped ends, or swapped. Yeah, they've swapped ends, haven't they? So after the 2 first innings.
So it's not just one fussy umpire.
No, absolutely. Perhaps there is just a little problem at this end with the bowler's run-ups as Nisa's next delivery is pushed up to mid-on by Shan Masood. David Griffin about to go into overdrive. He's just said in the written media, and this is the man whose staple diet is stats, and in fact, the latest stat that he's put out there is one of the more remarkable niche stats you're likely to see on Twitter. He's just said, "I'm not bothered if he gets it or not." Really? He is. Masood just guides this out onto the offside, and there's no run. His latest stat was about Saranga Lakmal's 5-wicket haul, the 156th different player to take 5 first-class wickets in an innings for Derbyshire. It's the 487th instance by a Derbyshire bowler at Derby. I mean, this is a man who lives for statistics. 10 without loss at the end of the over. Masood has 7. Godleman has 1. David Griffin not bothered whether he gets the record. He's bothered.
I wonder if he could name how many of those 150-odd bowlers he could name before tea.
Off the top of his head, probably most of them. That's the staggering thing.
10 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 9. Hogan to Godleman. Tall left-hander is pushing forward. No run. Godleman dismissed for 15 in the first knock. But Glamorgan innings fell away rather after the dismissal of night watchman Tim van der Hoogten. Glamorgan was sailing along really. He was out at the score on 321. His 5th out, so they lost that last 6 wickets for just 66. Hogan to Godleman, pushes forward up to mid-on, no run.
Godleman having a fairly troubled start to the campaign. In 5 innings, he's got 100. No, he hasn't. He's got 96 runs, averaging just 19.2. We'll want a big knock sooner rather than later. The Derbyshire skipper. Everybody else in the top 6 has got 50 or more at least once.
Hogan bowls. Godleman comes down on that one. Defends it to mid-on, no run.
In fact, everybody, barring Lewis Rees, who isn't playing in this match, who has batted in the top 8, has got 50 or more at least once.
Yeah, surprised really to see Rees out of the side at the moment.
I think he is still struggling. The knee is causing him some concern.
Right.
Because he can't bowl with his shoulder either. So
no. There's Hogan bowls and Godleman on the back foot defends to cover, and there's no run.
So he did play in the first 2 matches, was replaced by Matty McKinnon at Grace Road, and McKinnon then came in at number 5 and scored a century. So it was difficult to drop him. And I think the feeling is that Rees will probably, I mean, he's here clearly and he's acting as 12th man. But they may well aim for the T20 now, where he'll be a key figure as long as he can bowl.
As Hogan bowls, that's 4 runs down leg side. Flicked off the pads by Godleman. Hogan round the wicket, straying a little down leg side. Ball races away, 14 for no wicket, 5 behind. The Glamorgan scorecard looks rather top-heavy, doesn't it?
Yes.
With runs from the first 4 Carlson 9, Van der Hoogten 20, Chris Cook 3, Cullen 9, Nisa 5, Harris 13 not out, Hogan 11. So batted well for much of yesterday and the first hour this morning. Thereafter they struggled really against the new ball. Hogan bowls, Godalming hurried into his shot, pushes to cover, thinks about a single, decides against. 14 for naught. The end of the Hogan over.
There's a new substitute to our left, number 29.
James Wheel.
Of course, he was here yesterday, wasn't he?
Yes, Callum Taylor was doing the fielding, but he's playing for Newport.
James Wheel has left the field. Michael Nisa, his cap has been passed to the umpire. There seems to be a number of discussions going on here. What's happening? Just a committee meeting, by the look of it. David Lloyd's involved, so too, well, obviously, Marnus Labuschagne is involved. It would be a major surprise if he wasn't. So they're having a discussion now. It's been passed on from Labuschagne to Kieran Carlson, exactly what was happening in that little meeting. So Carlson's the vice captain of this team,
Carlson is the vice captain
of
this team.
Yeah. It was a watching brief, really, for that meeting. He's going to come over the wicket, by the look of it, to Shan Masood, who's on 7. Derbyshire 14 without loss after 4, and this one is defended up towards mid-on where Cullen does the fielding. And there is no run.
But Carlson naturally retains the captaincy of the one-day cup side, but as things stand, Lloyd will be playing under him in that competition, unless either of them is picked up for the franchise business.
It might be nice for Glamorgan to have somebody at Cardiff in that, wouldn't it? This one is driven by Shan Masood. Carlson's going to get across to do the fielding, but as he tumbles, the batsman get through for a single. He's just hurt something there because he stayed down with his knees bent as he hurt his hand. He's got a big bandage on his right hand across his knuckles, the kind that you often see them wear in a morning when they're practicing their fielding, so that they don't sort of damage their the palms of their hands. He's also appears to have oh no, it's a skin or a long sleeve. I thought he had something on his left hand, but on his left arm, but he hasn't. He's okay. That's the upshot of everything. Nothing to worry about at this stage. And Masood has moved on to 8, 15 without loss. Billy Godalming back on strike. He's just watching here as Tom Cullen. I want to keep calling him John. There was a footballer called John Cullen I used to watch a lot back in the day. This one is hurrying Billy Godalming up a little bit as he lifts both feet and pushes the ball into the leg side while they're off the ground. When I was covering Halifax Town many years ago for a newspaper. Back in my sort of youth-ish. Not quite youth, but not as old as I am now. Pre-middle age. And certainly a long way pre-old age. Nisa on his way in again around the wicket, bowls to Godalming, who leaves alone. It was a very late decision to leave that one from Billy Godalming. And it goes through to the keeper, Chris Cook, and there's no run.
Sadly, Wales lost the women's rugby 10-8 to Italy. England are beating France 21-7, and look, odds on for the Grand Slam.
That's in France, though, isn't it?
That's in France.
I knew there was one away from home somewhere along the line. Oh, in Bayonne? Very nice. Very nice. Biarritz way.
Yeah.
His next delivery is left alone by Billy Godalming. Almost knocks Cook off his feet as he takes it. He just lobs it into the air.
Though saying that Bayonne is Biarritz way is probably like saying that we're currently Nottingham way.
Yes. I realise there's probably a bit of a rivalry down in the. It's very much in southwest.
But
France,
unless we have any particularly impassioned Basque listeners, you probably get away with it.
Bayonnaise, I would imagine. I do like a bit of Bayonnaise. Here is Nisa in and bowls to Godalming. That one's turning to the leg side. They've run the first one, and Godalming certainly has. He's run the first one quickly. He wants to get back for the second, and he will get back for the second. The ball comes in. It's taken on the half volley by Cook. Good running by Godalming in the end. Might not have said that had the bail's been removed. It was the last ball of the over as well. So Godalming moves on to 7. Masood has 8. Derbyshire is 17 without loss and trailed by just 2.
One result in the Premier League. Liverpool 1-0 winners at Newcastle.
I noticed that Burnley are losing at Watford, which is good news for Everton. But as a Tranmere fan, good news for Everton is not good news to me. Tranmere is still goalless with Oldham, who are already relegated from the Football League and just about managed to finish their game last week at Boundary Park. Fans invaded the pitch, they were taken from the field, they cleared the ground, and for the second time in recent times, the game was finished in an empty stadium. They even took some advertising boards from around the pitch and put them in front of the glass of the bar, which Oldham don't own, to prevent season ticket holders who were in there from watching.
Hogan bowls and Masood covers up, plays into the covers, no run. It seems a little extreme.
Yeah, but they were protesting against the owners who they don't like at all. They don't like them at all. Alfred playing Chester City locally in the National North. They put in a storming run to get to the verge of the National North playoffs. We also have a reporter over on FM at Belper. Well, he's at Chase Town.
Hogan bowls and Masood is forward defending to cover no run.
They're in a playoff final at Chase Town. Promotion would get them into the NPL Premier Division alongside Matlock and Micklover and Ilkeston. Buxton having already got promotion from that division to National North. It's been a good year for the non-league sides in Derbyshire.
So it's a good year for Wrexham in the National League. Hollywood owned Wrexham. Hogan bowls and Masood drives, and that is hit hard down into the ground. It's brilliantly fielded by Salter at point, and he saves a run or two, plunging across to his right. Wrexham at home to Southend, in front of a sizable crowd there. They've been having cracking crowds at the racecourse, 10,000.
I like what they've done on the old Cop, which of course was condemned, wasn't it?
As Hogan bowls, Masood drives to mid-on, no run.
Some huge banners on the old Cop, which just makes it look far newer. I know it's the oldest international football ground in the world, but it'd be nice to see that Cop refurbished or reopened at some point in the near future. I wonder if that's what they have in mind.
Wait for the profits from the Netflix show, I guess.
Yes.
As Hogan comes in, right arm round from the city end and bowls. Masood drives and will get 4 runs through the covers up towards the club shop and the car park. Nicely timed. Tucked away, 17 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 2.
Oh, they lead by 2.
Lead by 2.
Yeah.
It's just flicked over. Thought it had already been registered. 21 without loss, then Masood has 12. Derbyshire back into the lead.
Oh, it's nip and tuck.
It's 6-all.
6-all and 2 runs in it. I mean, yeah, there's nothing in between these sides, is there really?
Trouble is we're 2.5 days in. Hogan bowls and it's left by Masood. Perhaps we could. There's bank holiday on Monday.
Just carry on.
Not doing anything.
Yeah, no,
Fifth day.
I'm off.
Into the 5th day.
I think we're guaranteed to be here till at least 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes.
You would have thought. And then if Derbyshire is still batting, which I doubt that they will be, given that the pitch has got 1 or 2 lively deliveries in it, but if Derbyshire was still batting at 10 to 5, then we can all go home. But Derbyshire have yet to finish a game before 3 o'clock on the last day.
Ah, you're on one of those runs, are you?
Yes, and that was the win last week at Grace Road. Michael Nisa is in and bowls to Godalming, who just turns this round the corner down a fine leg, where Hogan loses his cap and throws the ball back, and Nisa's standing with his hands on his head for some reason.
quite an old cap, Michael Hogan's.
Yeah, well, if it's the original, that'd be magnificent. It's falling apart.
Not quite such a rich navy as it was. It's a rather worn,
It's gone
faded
the way
blue.
of Wayne Manson's, which it looks brown. When he's out there in the field, there's a lot of caps that look nice shiny blue. They wear those baggy caps, Derbyshire. Wayne Manson's is definitely got a bronze tinge to it. Nisa then in and bowls to Shan Masood, who pushes this up to mid-on. That is definitely Shan Masood and not Billy Godleman. They are 21 without loss. Well, they're 22 without loss now. I'm not sure. Because Billy Godleman did he get a run? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, went to fine leg, wasn't
So
it?
the lead's now 3. All
Lead's
the
3.
all the scoreboards appear to have frozen, unless my computer is as well. Next delivery from Nice is a fullish, and it's driven very pleasantly straight down the ground, and it can't gather pace, but it appeared to be gathering pace as it left Kieran Carlson. That's 4 more to Shan Masood. He moves on to 16 now, and Derbyshire up to 25 without loss. That was glorious. He hit one of those at Grace Road in his double century, early on in his double century, and you thought, you can play that, you're in form. He's clearly in form. We know that he's in form. But that was beautiful. Beautiful. He's on to 12, overtakes Godleman by 1 as Nisa bowls to him, and he just dabs this backward of square, pretty much square in fact, on the offside. And there's no run.
For the benefit of Welsh listeners interested in rugby, the Ospreys Scarlets derby is on BBC Radio Wales at 5:15. And the Dragons are currently in action away to Zebre, which I might catch a few minutes of during the tea interval here. That's on the BBC iPlayer.
He's bowls, and it's pushed back to him by Shan Masood. There's no run. Are the Italian sides any better?
Zebre aren't.
Okay. Treviso, the other one, yeah?
Benetton, they're now known as. They've lost the geographical location.
Oh, I think I'll call them Treviso.
They're based in Treviso.
Yes, I think I'll call them Treviso.
But yeah, sadly I haven't had the chance to go to match in Parma. I've done virtually all the other European URC grounds.
I don't want to talk about Italy's national side, of course. There's Nisa bowls, and this one is driven up towards Kieran Carlson. He'll have a shot at the stumps, but I think Masood was home anyway. He didn't hit the stumps. And Masood moves on to 16, 17 possibly. I have no idea, because the scoreboard a minute ago he was 1 in front of Billy Godleman, and now he's got 9 more than Godleman. He moves on to 17, 27 without loss, and he pinches the strike as well.
So it will be Michael Hogan. My sorrowful tones are on the BBC radio commentary of that final Six Nations game.
Oh, I wasn't even referring to that, Nick. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was.
Yeah, of course you were.
Yes, I was.
27 for Naught. Lead 8 for Derbyshire. Overs to go until the tea interval. 12. As
I can't believe Glamorgan are bowling their over so slowly.
here comes Hogan, and Masood drives his first ball pleasantly through the offside for 4 to the pavilion. He's timing it nicely. We're going to have to watch this to make sure you're on strike for the record, aren't we?
Well, I'm happy to hang around.
Masood, 21 not out.
If you want to go and keep half an eye on the rugby and half an eye on the cricket. Nick?
If only I had more eyes. Edward will replace me at least until half-time in the footy.
Well, there are some of our colleagues on BBC Sport website doing cricket who just have the one eye. Well, they certainly only ever use one. I like to think. And down the A50 as well. Or is it A38? It's the A50. I think. I don't know. A52. A52. Don't write in. It's the A52. I'm getting there slowly. So Masood with that glorious shot out towards the copper boundary from the first delivery has moved on to 21, which means that he now needs 24 more runs to break the record. 715 runs for the season. Indeed. Indeed.
The run machine.
Well, he seems to be. Pursued 22. Godleman 8. Godleman's on strike. And I'm slightly confused. In comes Hogan and bowls 2, but he defends. Back towards Hogan. I'm not as confused now because they've got a single off the previous delivery. That's why Masood's on 22. It's 32 without loss. Derbyshire's lead almost as big as the deficit they had at the end of the first innings. The lead is 13. Swansea doing okay so far, Ed?
0-0.
0-0 still, midway through the first half.
I have been keeping an eye.
Comes Hogan again and bowls, and that one is left alone by Billy Godwin. It's still 0-0 at Blackpool as well, where the Rams are playing.
I still got a debutant in the back 5. Back 3, is it? Didn't go well.
Trying a few things out. As things stand, Tranmere 0-0 as well. They could do with 3 points there. Hogan turns at the top of his mark. Penultimate ball of the over. He's in and bowls to Coleman. He gets a little bit squared up by that one, and the ball goes out into the offside off a leading edge. He was trying to turn it into the leg side. Fielded by Labuschagne. 32 without loss it remains.
Labuschagne and Masood have a little chat. No doubt say, easy game this, isn't it? Imagine those two going at full neck.
There is Hogan to complete his over. Balls to Godwin, leaves alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 32 without loss at the end of 8 overs. Sean Masood has 22. He'll be on strike at the start of the next over. Billy Godwin has 8. It is remarkable, isn't it? When you watch it and you watch it live and you see how much time Labuschagne's got, you see how much time Sean Masood's got. And they are obviously players from the next level up from county players because they are international test players. And the difference is remarkable. Cheteshwar Pujara, he's got another double century today for Sussex, and he batted beautifully here in the second innings a couple of weeks ago for a double century. And it is just remarkable to watch. But when they're playing against other test players, you don't notice how good they are.
Because they're all the same standard.
Exactly.
The
bowlers are that bit better as well. And
except for England.
well, yes, quite.
We've got to change the bowling here.
Rob Keel saw all that out, don't worry.
Yeah, hopefully. At the racecourse end, and it will be Van de Gooten to take over from Nisa. And he will be bowling after Nisa bowled 4 overs for 16 runs. As you say, sharp and Masood. 2 slips then, and then an arc of 3, the usual conventional field for an opening bowler. He's coming around the wicket. Van de Gooten bowls to Masood, eclipses away in the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a comfortable 2. They might just think of a third no. And you talk about, I think we mentioned this yesterday, of players who are good on the eye, as they say. In this game, I've noticed David Lloyd, always a beautiful player for front foot, and anyway, Labuschagne, and of course, and Masood, and the timing that they've got. It just seemed to push and to play one shot through extra cover, Masood, and you think, well, there's 1 or 2. It's just hitting the ropes. Van de Gooten comes around the wicket and bowls and stretches a bit for that. Plays it out into the covers where Salter fields.
Yes, I don't think he's actually hit the ball hard. He has clearly hit the ball brilliantly, but you know, he hasn't bashed the ball at any stage. He hit 1-6. That was at Leicester, and it was a shocking delivery. And he stuck it on the roof of the meet. Yeah. But that's the only 6 that he's got. He's dealt in boundaries otherwise.
Proper player, as they say. Van der Houten runs away from us. Pass on by Pollard and bowls, and this is played away into the covers. Salter thrusts left hand out and gathers. On the onside is a square leg in mid-on and a fine leg in the far distance. As we wonder what this game is going to give us. The lead is 15. In real money, 15 for no wicket. In comes Van der Gooten. Bowls to Masood. Masood clips this nicely off his legs, down to Hogan on that fine leg boundary. He's got a chase, but it's no good as the ball escapes him, and another boundary from Masood, who yet again is playing beautifully. 28, he is out of 38.
Yes, he scored his runs with a strike rate of 71. And Madsen 51, McKinnon, who's got a century, 51.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again. He's looking to tuck him away, but this time it's a little bit straighter, and he goes to mid-on when he fields.
But he doesn't. He's accumulating these runs at such a terrific strike rate without looking like he's
He's
doing
no
it.
slogging
No.
involved or playing and missing. He's a terrific judge. Van der Gooten is in and bowls. I can tell you it is Van der Gooten, not as he's got on our little scoreboard here, Nisa.
Indeed. Indeed.
That is the end of the over. And it will be Michael Hogan to continue from that end his figures. 4 overs, 0 for 16. Van der Gooten, I cannot tell you how many runs he conceded because he's not up on the scoreboard.
Conceded, I can find out here, 6 runs. He conceded
6,
2 off
right.
the first ball and then 4 off. They got that 4 as well, didn't they? As Hogan begins a new over and takes the edge of Billy Godleman's bat down to third man. Not sure if he was trying to pull the bat away from that one, but either way it struck the edge and went flying down to Tim van der Hoogten at third man.
I'm just wondering about the roll. I know you're allowed 7 minutes rolling at the end of the first innings. I'm not sure what it is for and why I say that, because the pitch has been very docile. We saw a lot of balls jumping around in the Glamorgan innings.
Masood waits, Hogan bowls too many drives but doesn't beat the man at extra cover as Marnus Labuschagne. Almost loses his trousers.
Yes.
He stands up and he's not going to pull them back up yet. He's quite happy to let his backside hang out the back, and then he pulls them up.
Yeah.
He's a top man, isn't he? Top man.
Nick and I were having a stroll, and there's a couple of lads in the nets, and I thought Labuschagne would have been one of them lunchtime, even though he was not out 100.
Yes, yeah. Hogan bowls and Masood, well, that one is pushed up to mid-off. He'll go through for a single, is it? Shy at the stumps. Oh, he's going to get extras here, or overthrows rather, as the ball misses the stumps, and he just gets one overthrow in the end, as Michael Nisa runs around to back things up. It should have been backed up much closer than it was.
I think they expected Salter, Carlson, rather, to hurl it like they did.
James Harris was probably the man who ought to have been backing up had he realised that Kieran Carlson was going to throw it at the stumps. But as it is, Masood picks up a couple, moves on to 30, edges closer to that record, 41 without loss. And the next delivery is guided straight to Labuschagne along the floor. Labuschagne goes down nicely.
I thought deep extra cover already in the 10th over.
Josh Hawkes, the former Sunderland man, has scored for Tranmere, who lead by a goal to 0 in a crucial game. Swansea have conceded at the City Ground,
Not surprised.
but they've also equalised.
Lovely to hear.
1 apiece. In comes Hogan and bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Shan Masood.
Was it Obafemi or Piro again?
It was an own goal initially from Cyrus Christie after 22 minutes, but 6 minutes later, after Christie had been booked, Michael Obafemi scored the equaliser.
He did nothing at all for about 4 or 5 months. They signed him from Southampton, but now he scores it well.
So, reasonably good news for both of our sides at the moment, as in comes Hogan again and bowls to Shan Masood, who guides this, just guides it up towards a wide, long off. There's a chase for Carlson. They've run 2. Carlson puts in the slide. He's quick over the ground, isn't he, Kieran Carlson?
Oh, very, very quick.
And keeps them down to a couple of runs when it looked as though he might have been 3 and he could have pinched the strike. He doesn't. He moves on to 32 now, Shan Masood, and Derbyshire 43 without loss at the end of the Hogan over. It's 5 overs for 23. It could yet change. It could, honestly, no, it could.
Oh dear.
It could yet change. I'll bring you the very latest on the scores in a moment. That's the scores here at the game that I'm watching, obviously.
It will be Van der Gooten to continue, and he'll be bowling to the captain, Billy Godleman. Godleman's just been a watching spectator. He's 9 and 32 to Masood. And it will be Van der Gooten round the wicket. From the racecourse end, and, he's on his way now. Passes the umpire, bowls. To Godman is forward. Plays it out into the on side and fielded by Labuschagne. No alarms from the pitch so far in the Derbyshire second innings. How many overs have we got left today? 41. Multiply that by 300. They get 100 odd
Current run rate.
points towards a draw.
Current run rate 4.3.
Well, if you go at 4s, yeah.
Still only 160, isn't it? But
Van der Gooten bowls. Harries that ball into Godleman, who gets behind it and plays it away for no score.
right, they're carried on at 4 and over, so they get another 160 on top of what they've got, so they'll be up to 200 at the close. I'm not suggesting they will be, but if they carry on at the current rate, and then get another 120 tomorrow, that'll be 320 declared half an hour after lunch or something with 350, 360.
That'd be too many. Time-wise, I don't think.
Might give them a chance to bowl them out, though.
Thing is, Glamorgan probably wouldn't be interested as they scamper through for a single there. 360 after lunch.
It is too many, absolutely. I mean, they reckon that once you've got 250, you've probably got enough, but
nobody gambles these days, as we've spoken about
really,
before.
Not really.
Especially if the pitch is like this. We thought perhaps there might be something in it. I did anyhow when we saw side bottom getting plenty of lift.
Well, it was an outstanding spell from Saranga Lakmal, wasn't it?
Exactly.
It was an out. And that's all you really need is one outstanding spell like that. You can rip the heart out of a batting lineup, can't you?
It's the old saying, if you get 1, 2 and 3, it might go very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Adjustment in the field for Masood. Just the one slip now, and there's another one on the offside. So there are 3 men on the offside, and a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, trying to work out how to stop the run machine. There's the next ball, and that's clipped away straight out to a straight mid-wicket there. Tom Cullen scored amazing 44 without loss.
That's nice. Louis Moult, who plays for Burton Albion, has just tweeted to the young girl who had a sign for me to give her my shirt. If you could get in touch with me or the club, I'll sort something out for you. Nice from Louis
What
Moult.
did that end?
They lost 2-1 Burton.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls. This is a straight ball played out to mid-on. He thinks he advances down the pitch, but sent back quite rightly by Billy Godleman.
So your fellow companions at the Hotel Wickham did get into the playoff places. They moved above Plymouth Argyle, who were beaten 5-0 at home by MK Dons.
More Swansea season, of course, like many others, finish next week.
It's only League One that finishes today.
Van der Gooten bowls across the Premier League. There's no run there. It goes on for another week.
No, it never stops, that one.
then they've got play all winter, all summer, back in July or August.
If only they were getting paid.
Gone are the days when they used to see a lot of cricketers playing, as it was then, League One and League not Premier League. Chris Balderson, the late Chris Balderson. Phil Neal, of course, played for Worcestershire. He was a regular.
Played at Lincoln, I think, didn't
Lincoln
he?
City, yeah.
Jim Coombs played in goal for Villa.
Fella, yeah. Go back the old days, Dennis Compton, Leslie Compton.
Yeah.
Played for Arsenal. I saw a lovely picture of Jimmy Greaves walking out to bat the other day. He playing in a charity match. Apparently, he's quite useful. As were the Neville brothers and also Gary Lineker.
Yeah. Jeff Hurst, I think, turned out for Essex seconds.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
We have some spin.
We have some spin. Andrew Salter's coming on to bowl.
Oh, yeah. Interested in that. Jim Harris, you would have thought one might have had a bowl, but
He was expensive, wasn't he, in the first innings?
went for 4 overs for 20, which is unlike him.
Billy Godalming will face the first delivery of spin in this Derbyshire second innings, bowled by Andrew Salter. Around the wicket, gives it a bit of air. In fact, it's a full toss and it's
Missed out there.
punched up to mid-on rather than smacked away to the cover boundary.
He bowled
really.
up to Masood. He'd have picked his spot between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yeah.
He did for 4 overs.
Yeah. Masood standing with his hand on his hip at the non-striker's end as Salter bowls, and that one's a better delivery and it's pushed out into the offside by Godalming. And there's no run.
Bit of cloud coming over now. Best thing that could happen is the cloud to come quickly, rain tonight and go through in the night.
That was almost a suggestion, wasn't it, that it might be happening as the next delivery from Salter is turned into the leg side by Godalming just for a single. In off the boundary comes Harris. Godalming moves on to 11:45 without lost. Derbyshire leading by 26.
A sprinkling of spectators around the ground. I suppose a few of them would have been watching Derby County if that game had been at home.
Oh yes, if it had been at home, they'd have got 25, 30,000 this next delivery. It's turned into the leg side by Shan Masood, but there is a fielder there. Sam Northeast is just around the corner, sort of backward square leg really, not quite at 45 degrees. Not to have lost a second wicket in their pursuit of victory.
You seen that score at the over?
Now Shan Masood uses his feet to get to the pitch of this next one from Salter.
He doesn't hit many balls in the air, does he?
No. They've actually lost a couple of quick wickets, Worcestershire. 300, Gloucestershire rather, 315 for 2. Still trailing Surrey by 287. Salter.
Like that ridiculous game we had the last game of last season, like 700, 500.
It's never good, that is it, really?
Oh.
Salter in, bowls to Masood, who drives. He wants a single, sets off. Godalming doesn't. So as a result, Masood turns around and goes back. It's the end of the first over from Andrew Salter. Just the one run from it. 45 without lost. Derbyshire in their second innings. Masood has 32. Godalming has 11, and Derbyshire lead by 26 runs.
Yeah, confident start for the 2 left-handed openers. As Tim van der Gooten peels off his cap, gives it to umpire Pollard. And we move on. There are 39 overs left today. And in 7 overs, that'll be the tea interval. And it will be Van der Gooten, who's persisted in bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, will be prepared to bowl to Godalming now. And he comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward, plays it away into the covers, no run. You're going to keep me up to date if there is a score. That's what you're
yes,
doing.
I'm constantly scanning the scores.
Because when you said to me,
Yeah.
your team have conceded a goal, I was rather down. But then
I know.
it cheered me up.
That's exactly that's how you do it, isn't it? Start with the bad news and then bring in the good news, and everybody's happy.
Absolutely. Van der Gooten comes in and bowls to Godalming. Godalming drives, hits it onto his pad. He miscues rather. Just dribbles out to Northeast, feeling it mid off.
Yeah.
No game for Derby next week. Leicestershire will be the visitors to Cardiff. some high gardens, and they had a rather lean start, beaten by Derbyshire, of course, last week. And I'm afraid they're going to be beaten by Middlesex at Lords.
Yes, they've got in front to their credit.
Van der Gooten bowls to Godalming. Again, a good length ball, pushes in the covers and no run.
Richard Ray might get another night in London if he's lucky. They're 255 for 7 now, Leicestershire leading by 34. But it's going to be tricky to get anything other than a defeat out of that one. And I'm not sure how many they'll get. 3 bonus points. I think that'll be it because they were bowled out for 149.
Firmly entrenched at the bottom, of course, of the table, because it looks as if Sussex might well beat Durham.
Yes.
Van der Gooten bowls. That's another good delivery. He's been on the button in this over. Every ball pushed out gently on the offside. Score remains on 45 without loss. 2 balls remaining of this over.
Durham have started their second innings. They're 25 without loss, still trailing Sussex by 290 at Hove.
Alex Lees is back, isn't he, from injury?
Was he playing in this one?
I think so. I'm not absolutely sure.
England's Alex Lees.
England's Alex Lees, who got 186 in the first game
He's
against Glamorgan.
Opening with Dixon.
4 identical balls here, which have been pushed out into the covers and fielded by Labuschagne.
Good old Halifax boy, Alex Lees. I remember when I was working on the paper in Halifax, he was breaking into the Yorkshire side. He was always a good cricketer locally, but I got put off him really when he said something in one of the football magazines saying I was born in Halifax, but my dad always told me not to support Halifax Town because they were no good, so I'm a Man United fan.
Yeah. Chasing glory. Here's the next ball. That's a single down to third man.
He's paying for it now, of course.
And they're going to come back for a second. As well judged, gets there in the end, but a stronger throw might cause him a problem. 2 runs off the over, the end of, and it's 45 without loss. Masood is on 32, and Godalming is into double figures. He's 13.
Yeah, paying for it now. So there's a lot of sport just up the road, isn't there? Because that game's at the City Ground, which is 100 yards away from Trent Bridge.
Yeah. But you can't see it. I've tried from where our position is for commentary there.
No.
Tried to look over the wall, no chance. Over the big stand.
Salter to continue from the City end, his second over. He's bowled to Shan Masood, who's on 32, and Masood drives it straight back to him. And was there an appeal there?
Airy that, but Salter got down the half volley. A few shouts.
Just the one slip, that's David Lloyd. And Salter's in again. Around the wicket to Masood, who drives straight up to Hogan at mid-off.
Perfectly safe shot, and gasps and howls go up.
Every side's the same, Edward. Some are slightly louder than others, but every side's the same. Next delivery gives it an extra tweak by the look of the delivery there, and it's turned into down towards short fine leg, where it's comfortably fielded by Cullen. No, not Cullen at all.
Northeast.
Northeast, I beg your pardon. Balls again, and this one has been lifted out towards extra cover, and has it gone all the way? Not quite. It's just a 4, but it was a glorious shot, and Masood moves to 36, and the half century is up for Derbyshire. They're 51 without loss, leading by 32.
And he's telling Nick Cook how he did it.
Yeah.
If you want to play it like me, this is what you do. Give the impression. Because
Cook's got his hands on his hips saying, I'm not that impressed. I'm not that impressed.
He's probably said, how do you do that? You just know what extra cover's feeling. You go to the right or the left of him.
Salter comes in again. 2 balls left of his over. This one is pushed up into the mid-on area. And there's now 1 to go. And then after that, we'll have 5 overs until tea. So we will be a little late, but not massively.
No.
Salter is in again. That one looks a little flatter, a little quicker. Cook's cap falls out of the back of his trousers. No matter. The ball was pushed into the offside. And at the end of the over, 51 without loss. Masood has 36. Godalming has 30. They've got to half-time at Bloomfield Road. 0-0 between Derby County and Blackpool. I only say that out loud because I shall be on FM at some point reasonably shortly.
Cardiff-Birmingham score.
Cardiff 0, Birmingham 1. Which brings no delight to any of us in this commentary box, I can tell you.
Birmingham 1. Tim van der Gooten is the ball to Billy Godalming, bowls the first ball, and it's defended on the line of off stump as the sun tries to get through the clouds. And you describe the afternoon as very pleasant because there's plenty of sunshine, lots and lots of white, fluffy clouds which are building up to the rain which is promised us tomorrow. Where it's going to rain and how long it's going to rain, we have no idea. I don't think the weather people have really, because it says it's going to be fragmented and don't know what time it's coming in, but we'll try and forget all about that as Van der Gooten is past the umpire, bowls again, and that's right up in the block hole and pushed away, no run. How did Masood get to Derbyshire? Was it Mickey Arthur?
No, entirely Mickey Arthur.
He
coached him at Pakistan, yeah. He coached the Pakistan side, obviously, was one of Shan's coaches there. Obviously, Lakmal, his most recent international job for Sri Lanka.
He picks out the people he thinks might succeed in county cricket, which is a big bonus for Derby. Van der Gooten bowls. This is again played out into the covers. Labuschagne was shy and concedes, but it was worth a shy. As he threw at the non-striker's end, and they go through for a overthrow. Score moves on to 51 for no wicket. Masood on 36, Godalming on 14, the partnership. And partnership on for 52. Take 19 runs off that, and it's 33 effectively for no wicket. Round the wicket again comes Van der Gooten, bowls to Masood. Masood tries to drive but doesn't time it at all. Just dribbles back down the pitch. Van der Gooten is in his, what is he, his fourth over the sun again. Yeah. Steady, 0 for 10. Just keeping the runs down so that they can't gallop away. Tim van der Gooten, very broad-shouldered. He's over the wicket and bowls again. This time it's squirted away on the offside. Good delivery, that. He was looking to play straight, but it went to cross him just a little onto the offside. Approaching half-time in the football games, and not long here to go for tea.
Tranmere winning at half-time at the City Ground. They haven't quite got to half-time yet. Still 1-1.
There's Van der Gooten. That's the single off the over as yet, as he comes in and bowls, and that's clipped away out towards mid-wicket for a single. Where this fielder in the far distance, because like so far you don't know who it is. Long, long away.
They are miles away, aren't they? Might be closer to Nottingham than he is to us. Not quite.
53 for no wicket.
Masood will be on strike. He's on 37, which means he needs another. Well, he needs 8 runs to equal the record.
Yeah, that's Compton's record.
Yeah. Salter bowls and it's driven out into the offside. It's half stopped by Labuschagne. They're going to get a single. 7 to equal the record, I think. 708 runs this season. I think He's also potentially faced 1,000 balls now in the county
Is he
championship,
really?
which is not a bad effort in itself, really.
It was the last day of April.
Salter's in bowls, and that's left alone by Godalming outside the off stump. Just waiting for the shout from the studio to say that they'll be coming to me, at which point I'll disappear momentarily as Salter is in again and bowls to Godalming, who gets an edge out towards backward point, where it's fielded by Tom Cullen. There's no run. .54 without loss. Next delivery from Salter is driven by Godalming out into the offside, fielded by Labuschagne. I'll be with them after the half-time scores. Might just get to the end of this over if we're lucky, Edward.
Yep.
I can go.
And as you say, it's not half-time. There's no point in me going back, although I am due back 3 minutes ago. I was.
That next one is pushed out into the offside. It says it isn't half-time at Swansea, but there must have been a lot of added time there.
Yeah. That's so far so good for them because Forest is such a good side.
Salter in again. Balls, and that one is guided out into the offside
Good
by
over
Godalming. End of the over. It was a good over from Salter. 3 overs for 6 runs. Now just the 1 run from it. That came from the first ball. Shan Masood scored it. He's on 38. Godalming has 14. 54 without loss. Derbyshire leading by 35. If you do need to get off, I can do everything I need to do in the same place.
I think that might be there.
Yeah, it sounded like something. Was it? Are you on your way?
Yeah.
Okay. So Edward Bevan will leave us for the time being. Nick is next door talking to Radio Wales, so you'll have to forgive me online. You will get the you get everything. As in goes Van der Houten, and that one is squirts into the offside. 38 not out. Shan Masood. We're on Shan Masood watch, of course. Just the one slip now. Derbyshire's lead is 35, which is not substantial yet, but they are going along. Well, it's dropped down to 3.3 runs an over now. It was up over 4 at one point. As Van der Houten is in and driven, and he wants a single here. Masood, he's got to turn around and go back because Godalming never moved a muscle. Never moved a muscle. Yeah, 7 runs to break the record. 709 he's on at the moment, and he pushes this out into the offside. Now, is that going to go all the way to the boundary? I don't think it is. It's being chased down. They've come back for a second. It's caught up by Marnus Labuschagne, and they are going to come back for a third. So he is now 1 blow away as he moves to 42 from breaking the record. He is 4 runs away from it, Chris. Yeah, he's just moved to 41 not out from just 60 deliveries. Derbyshire 57 without loss. Now Billy Godalming at the other end has 14. It means they lead by 38, but it is very much Shan Masood watch at the moment. That record, remember, 715 runs before the end of April was set back in 2012 by Nick Compton when he was playing for Somerset. And 200 of those runs came against Cardiff MCCU, so let's face it, they don't really count. It was a first-class match, though. Earlier on today, Glamorgan dismissed for 387 as Godalming tries to tickle one down the leg side. Has he got anything on that? No, says the umpire. 387 all out. Sharanga Lackmal with a terrific spell of bowling. 6.4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 22 with a new ball after lunch. It gave him his first Derbyshire 5 for 82 from 29 overs and 4 balls. Marnus Labuschagne, the star with the bat for Glamorgan, he made 130. But as I say, all eyes now on Shan Masood. He's at the non-strikers end on 41. Billy Godalming has 14 and Derbyshire 57 without loss in their second innings, leading by 38. Van der Hugton goes in again, and that's turned into the leg side by Billy Godleman. Turned down to fine leg. Godleman moves on to 15-58 without loss. Again, apologies. Chasetown 0, Belpertown 0, incidentally, at half-time in the big NPL Midland Division playoff final, but apologise for those people listening online who would only hear one half of that little upsum. Goes Tim Van der Hugton again. That's down the leg side, and a long way down the leg side as well. Too far away from Shan Masood to get on anything on. So 2 overs until tea now. Can Masood get there before? Well, he only needs 4 runs to get to 45. He's gone back down to 41 now. That's strange. So he needs 5, probably. First ball of a new over from Andrew Salter is pushed out into the onside, I beg your pardon, by Billy Godleman. Godleman waits, tapping his bat on the crease, crouching slightly as he turns this one into the leg side. It's fielded by Sam Northeast once again. Next one from Salter, defended by Godleman, out into the offside. Labuschagne comes walking in to do the fielding. 8 deliveries till tea. Or 9. Next delivery, pushed out into the offside, by Godleman, and he'll pick up a single. Michael Neeser out there in the distance. Godleman moves to 16-59. Without loss. Salter on his way in around the wicket bowls to Shan Masood, pushes it out into the offside. There is no run. 4 away from equaling the record. 5 away from beating it, because I'm sure it said 42 at one point on the scoreboard. Anyway, he's driven this one, and it's gone straight through Marnus Labuschagne. He might have got just a little touch on it. In fact, I think he did, because that took the sting out of it. And Masood moves to 42. And unfortunately, most people still think that he needs 42 runs to get to 712. What he needs is 45 to get to 715. So the people who've been reading the papers and that kind of thing, because it was double and triple checked by Derbyshire's very own statistician, David Griffin, and the round of applause slightly early. I think Billy Godleman's just shaken his hand as well.
But quite well informed. At least they know about the record, the Derbyshire faithful.
Well, we have been banging on about it for a while, in truth. The good thing is he's on strike for the start of the last over before tea. So there is half a chance that he could do it here, because he hasn't done it yet. He needs 3 more to equal the record. And the first delivery's edged behind, and he's gone, and he's not going to get the record. That was a terrific delivery from Van der Hugton, and Shan Masood goes for under 50 for the first time in his Derbyshire career, and that will be tea. Masood caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Tim Van der Hugton for 42, and Derbyshire at tea with Billy Godleman on 16 are 60 for 1.
Well, that's agonising for Shan Masood. Probably thinks he's got the record after that applause and the congratulations out in the middle, but he's fallen agonisingly short after really what has been a fabulous start to his Derbyshire career. He's gone for 42, 60 for 1. Derbyshire lead by 41 runs with 32.5 overs to go in this evening's play. So, the world of statistics, we're deep into it in this particular match. Marnus Labuschagne's 130, Saranga Lakmal's 5-wicket haul. Good day for overseas players, and very nearly capped off by Shan Masood.
Indeed, applause when he got to 42. Unfortunately, he needed 45 to equal the record. We will take a short break. We'll be back in 15 minutes, won't we?
We can call him the top championship scorer in April.
Because somebody might have got between 712 and 7. Not with any certainty, we can't. Not with any certainty, we can't, Nick. You should know.
There we are. Send Mr. Griffin back to his books.
Well, there's an awful lot of things to go through there, but yeah, terrific effort. We will see you in 15 minutes. Well, we're back, but I don't know why. Is it worth carrying on? Is it worth carrying on? We've just spent 20 minutes discussing a record that hasn't been broken. Remarkable scenes here. Right on the stroke of tea. Shamrasood out for 42, which meant that at tea, Derbyshire 60 for 1. Billy Godalming is the not-out batsman. He's got 16. The new batsman is Brooke Guest, and I can guarantee that these two haven't batted together yet this season. That's the number 1 and the number 3 batsman.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
They
actually.
haven't batted together this season. Which is a fairly bizarre thought in itself, but there we go.
Is this the longest that 2 top-order batsmen have gone without meeting in the middle?
We need to distinguish as well between first class and championship, because apparently the LV County Championship have tweeted that he fell short of the county championship record, but we all know that 236 of Nick Compton's runs were scored against Cardiff MCCU, and he also played against New Zealand, I'm told. So Tim van der Hugton is going to complete an oval. He's going to bowl the second ball of it, in fact, from the racecourse end, and it's defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside. So 2 hours or so from now left to play today.
The question is, does the BBC report lead on someone nearly breaking a record?
Saranga Lakmal's first fifer in championship cricket. This one is pushed out to the offside. A century from Marnus Labuschagne. Probably not. Probably not.
It might be something vague like overseas stars dominated.
Oh, nice. Yes, yes.
Work them all in.
Wait till Michael Nisa picks up a few wickets in this one, and then you're laughing, aren't you?
Absolutely. Mark Fletton says on Twitter, enjoyed Labuschagne's innings a lot. A quality player. I don't think anyone will argue with that, Mark.
Van Hugton in again, and that one is clipped very nicely for his first run into the leg side by Brooke Guest. That's who it was by. Sorry, Belper have taken the lead at Chase Town and are heading for promotion if they win that game.
Ian Holmes didn't have the best of timings today. He completed a beehive inspection and arrived at the ground just in time to hear the successful appeal against Labuschagne. So I think somewhat after the Lord Mayor's show for Mr. Holmes.
But Houghton goes in, it's turned to the leg side by Godalming. They run 1, and that's all they'll get. Might have got an overthrow there if they'd been alert, because it wasn't taken cleanly by Cook from the throw-in from Michael Nisa out there at mid-wicket, but they didn't.
Paul Sussex reckons with tomorrow's forecast, the draw is favoured.
I think that's fair. Van der Hugton bowls, and it's defended by Brooke Guest. That's the end of the over. 1 for 17 from 6. Van der Hugton. It's getting more and more. Van der Hugton. Oh, I don't know.
Just get a bit of a CH in the Hugton.
Van der Hugton. Yeah. I think I might get a sore throat or something. 43 the Derbyshire lead. Godalming has 17. Guest has 1.
Let's see if the Met Office forecast for Derby is any better than the BBC one tomorrow. It's fairly likely to be raining for most of the morning. Chance of precipitation, which is a word Dr. Hignell uses a lot, and any given hour is 50 to 60% through the morning session.
That also means that the chance of it not raining.
As Godalming drives Salter away through the offside and takes a long single out to the cover boundary.
The chance of it not raining is between 40 and 50%.
Indeed, but then given the time needed to dry up, you need that 40 to 50% to
well, no, I mean,
but
when it says it's raining, there's still 50%. If it says 50%, there's 50% chance that it won't rain. They have no idea. That's what that means.
Yeah, I think that means it's going to rain at some time, but they're not quite sure when, as I'd read it. Salter into Guest, who turns to short leg, who flicks back to the keeper. It's probably Tom Cullen under the lid there. At short leg. And if it rains at some juncture in the morning, you think that's probably going to take the first session out.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Here is Salter to bowl to Guest, who clips that one to deep mid-wicket. And there's a single. As Cullen flicks the helmet to David Lloyd, who deposits it behind Chris Cook, because Cullen is not going to field at short leg for Godalming. He's going to lurk at mid-wicket, still heavily padded. Salter to Godalming, who drives into covers, picked up or stopped by Labuschagne. And there's no run. Mostly cloud cover at the moment as Salter bowls. Godalming stretches forward. No run.
Derbyshire got to be careful not to lose wickets here, haven't they? That could spark some kind of panic. And that's the last thing they require. Any kind of panic, despite the prospect of rain tomorrow.
Salter in the bowl. Godalming back on his stumps, plays on the offside. They go through for a quick single. Labuschagne has a throw at the non-strikers, and Godalming's safely home, and it's well backed up by Carlson. 65 for 1, Derbyshire leading by 46 runs. You're on BBC Sport Online, also live on the Derbyshire and Glamorgan websites, which is an absolute privilege. We haven't had to. We had to fight a county streaming offering yet this season.
Middlesex away,
Yes.
yeah.
Kevin Hand's gone halfway to the dark side.
Yeah, but I was getting messages. I got asked by one person. I said, "You weren't at Lord's then last week?" I said, "Well, I was." They were listening to some Australian and Kevin Hand talking exclusively about Middlesex, from what I can gather.
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it?
There isn't
for
going to
the
be
county's
any
own
kind of
services.
balance.
There isn't a visiting representative.
Yeah, there isn't going to be any kind of balance, is there? And they don't want to pay for balance, so you get what you get, I suppose. Here is Tim van der Hoogten going in again, and that one is turned into the leg side, up towards mid-on. Kieran Castle does the fielding.
So when Glamorgan visit Lords in September, I'll be suggesting that Welsh listeners, if they want to watch, try to sync it up with another device with our commentary on it.
Can be done. Can be done.
It can be. Need agile digit to time it right, don't you?
Well, it takes yes, but even if you don't watch it simultaneously, you can. I think we were slightly ahead, so as a result, you can listen to the commentary. If something happens, you can just turn and watch it on the telly.
Ideal.
Van der Hoogten drops the ball. What's up with him here? Is he okay? I don't think he is. No, he's going off.
Well, that's strange.
So he's taken the wicket, and 6 deliveries later, he's off. Thanks for coming. And he's injured, clearly. He was stretching out one of his legs. I couldn't tell you which one it was. I'm not a doctor. It was either his left or his right. But he's going off. He's getting a consoling arm around the shoulders by Sam Northeast, and he's marching off rather disconsolately, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, there is something of a limp in there, isn't there?
Mm.
It's not a desperately pronounced one. You probably wouldn't notice it if you weren't looking for it, but means that James Harris will come into the attack with Van der Hoogten limping off. 6.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. So Glamorgan a man down. They do have David Lloyd to bowl seam as well. Labuschagne to bowl seam or spin. So they're not going to be desperately short of bowlers.
How strange. So Harris will complete the over. Well, he bowled 5 balls, in fact, and that one squirts off an outside edge down towards the point region.
Harris looked, it was described by one listener as a bit off colour in the first innings.
Fair, I think.
And yeah, having been the pick of Glamorgan's bowlers in the last match, he didn't make much impression with the ball in Derbyshire's first innings, but he has this chance to make it up because he's going to be doing probably a bit more bowling than he would have otherwise.
I think they all are. He's in again. Harris and bowls to Godwin, who just taps this into the leg side and they pick up a single. He moves on to 20, 66 for 1. Bit of chaos at Bloomfield Road, according to Ed Dawes, who's in my ears at the moment. There's smoke bombs and pyrotechnics going off in the Derby County fans, who are all on the same side that the commentary box is on. And he sounds quite scared. There are children in tears who are scared. Doesn't sound great. Harris sets off again from the racecourse end in bowls to Brooke Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, well, we hope no one's injured in the understandably maybe boisterous atmosphere. Let's hope it's no worse than boisterous.
Yeah, it doesn't sound any worse than boisterous at the moment. They are leading by a goal to 0 as well, Derby County, having Blackpool having had a penalty saved in the first half by Gary Medine. And his penalty saved by Calarus. In goes Harris again. Over the wicket, bowls to Guest, who drives, but completely mistimes it. Swansea, who were drawing 1-1 at half-time, are now losing by 3 goals to 1 at Nottingham Forest. We need to get Edward on.
Oh dear. To console him.
Well, that wasn't what I was thinking of doing. And Kane Hemmings, good old Kane, former Burton player, is now up front for Tranmere. Has made it Tranmere 2, Oldham 0. That's the one that really matters. Here's Harris. In again, 2 slips in place. Guest goes after that one and gets 4 runs as he slaps it away. Backward of square, bang into the advertising boards now. That was very well struck from Brooke Guest. He moves on to 6. Derbyshire up to 70 for 1 now. They lead by 50 for 1. It was the end of the 5-ball over bowled by Harris to complete Van der Hugton's over. Godalming has 20. 70 for 1, as I say.
Apparently, in that Nottingham Forest game, the first Forest goal was initially given as a penalty, and then the officials somehow changed their mind and
just allowed them to score.
Allowed a goal.
Right.
I'm
Controversy.
not sure if it was a clearance off the line or something, illegal clearance off the line or something like that. But,
controversy, certainly.
Wasn't ideal for commentators, as it never is when officials change their mind.
No. No.
Because you have to keep the voice up there for an awfully long time. Salter bowls and Godalming drives into the offside and will take a single out to the sweeper in front of the pavilion, 71 for 1. Derbyshire 52 runs ahead.
Wrexham have taken the lead and they're a point behind Stockport now. Stockport play at 5:15. I know they've got 2 games in hand. It could be quite an exciting finish in the National League. I only look at the National League for Halifax Town scores, but they're 0-0. They're in 4th place.
Salter over the wicket to Guest, who drives up towards mid-on. Good aggressive fielding by Hogan. He doesn't stop the ball cleanly, but he advanced on it with considerable purpose to prevent a single taken. Hopefully David Lloyd at slip is not following Wrexham's progress.
Is he a big fan?
He is a big fan. As that's clipped into the onside by Guest. Short leg Cullen might have got a fingertip on it. There wasn't a chance. They've gone through for a single.
He was
72 for 1.
something like the first North Welshman for...
Since Will Fuller.
Yeah, I remember. I have a recollection of that now. Apologies for it not registering earlier.
As Salter will come around the wicket once he's got his run up straight. To Godalming. There's a slip and a short extra cover on the drive. Godalming stretches forward and ball just rolls out to Cullen in that short-ish position. He is crouching. It's not a silly mid-off, it's wider than that. As Salter bowls, and Godalming plays it on the onside and goes through for a well-judged single. There's nothing bowler or keeper can do to prevent it, to get there in time. So, yes, Lloyd will be delighted with the Wrexham victory. I believe he's planning to head to the FA Trophy final in 3 weeks' time. Salter bowls and Guest defends on the back foot, and the over 73 for 1. Derbyshire accumulating in singles in that over. But Wrexham could also be, if they're in the playoff final, that is at the moment scheduled to be just a few hours before Wales against Scotland or Ukraine in the World Cup final playoff.
Well, I know they've gone mad of supporters in the National League, because the teams who are currently in the playoff places, this is a geography question, Grimsby, Chesterfield, Notts County, Halifax, Solihull and Wrexham. And they're insisting on playing the final at the London Stadium. As Harris begins a new over, and he's got Billy Godalming, who's been caught behind. Again, that little bit of extra lift from this end, the racecourse end, and that's done for Billy Godalming, as it did for Shan Masood before tea. Godalming goes for 22, and Derbyshire, well, they're 73 for 2, leading by 54.
Yes, Harris finding a bit of extra spice there. Maybe it just bent his back a little bit more into that delivery. It was angled across the body of Godalming, across the left-hander, and provided a reasonably sympathetic catch for Cook, moving to his left in front of first slip. 73 for 2. It's not Derbyshire in danger quite yet, but one more could cause just a few jitters in the home dressing room. Not that they ever admit to that sort of thing.
No, not at all. Not at all. Billy Godalming has gone into 3 figures for runs this season, but not by very many. And his average will take another hit. I'm afraid it's been a disappointing start to the season for the Derbyshire skipper with the bat. There's Wayne Madsen comes out to join Brooke Guest. So we've had 2 left-handers to open. We've had left and right combination, and now it's 2 right-handers. And in the middle, Madsen, who got 70 in the first innings, joins Brooke Guest, who he added, how many did he add in the end? He certainly added more than 100 before Wayne Madsen was dismissed. 276.
Sorry, what figure are you looking for?
161 for the 3rd wicket in the first innings, I think. Is that right?
115 to 276. Yep. I'll buy 161 off you.
Thank you very much. I was quite pleased with that.
Knew there had to be some reason to doing maths A level. Actually, I really enjoyed it.
I know I did O level, but so both openers gone with just 73 runs on the board. I'm fairly certain that hasn't happened this season as well. As it goes, Harris, the ball, his first delivery to Wayne Madsen, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Maths lessons accompanied by the sound of the elephant. In my school days. It was next to a zoo.
You studied in Jaipur?
No, Bristol.
Oh, okay.
School was next to the zoo. Was
you could hear them, could you?
Yeah. Well, it was literally over the road. You could have chucked a cricket ball into the zoo from our maths classroom.
Did you try that ever?
No.
Here is Harris. It involves Madsen, who drives gloriously to get off the mark with a boundary. That's beautiful from Wayne Madsen. Well, with ease, and it was a no ball as well to add insult to injury. So by my calculations, Derbyshire should be 79 for 2. Madsen on 4, Guest on 7. They are. Beautiful from Wayne Madsen.
Now the animals had enough problems without being assaulted by cricket balls.
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't a horrible zoo by any means, but the tigers were mad in those days.
A lot of rocking from side to side. Never good. Harris is in again, balls to Madsen. This one's on the leg stump, but he turns it away down a backward square leg. There is a man out there in the far distance, and he hurls the ball back in.
And they didn't replace the elephants as they died off.
Right.
But they thought that by the time it was realised that it wasn't necessarily the ideal terrain for an elephant, I think the elephants were rather too used to what they had, and it was thought it would distress them too much to ship them off to the wild.
Yes, yeah. James Wheel, incidentally, down there in the distance. That's why I couldn't recognise him initially. One of the reasons. Anyway, that's an edge off Madsen's bat. It's gone down to a very fine third man, and he's got 4 more for it. And all of a sudden, Wayne Madsen's into double figures. He's on 10. The lead's up to 66. And Derbyshire are 85 for 2, but that was a genuine edge.
Well, it's been an action-packed start to James Harris's bowling spell, hasn't it? A wicket on taking over from Van der Hoogten, and now a no ball, a genuine boundary shot and an edged boundary shot.
Next delivery from Harris. Madsen waits and clips it into the leg side. That'll be 4 more out to the mid-wicket boundary this time. Hits the rope now. Wayne Madsen, he's in a hurry here. He's on to 14 off 5 deliveries. Derbyshire 89 for 2.
James Harris waving a vague hand of apology to teammates, but he's seen it all. As James Harris in his 16th year, I believe, in the professional game. 6 with Glamorgan, then 9 with Middlesex, and now starting a 3-year contract with Glamorgan.
On his way in now is Harris, and bowls to Madsen, who gets a short wide one outside the off stump and crashes it away to the point boundary for 4. Wow, 18 off 6 deliveries, Wayne Madsen. Derbyshire 93 for 2, lead by 74. Explain that over.
It wasn't hugely good.
Wicket dot, 4 off a no ball, 2, 4, 4.
Yeah, Harris has claimed his sweater, maybe on the instructions of the captain, who might be into the attack himself.
That was Halifax Town are now winning as well, which is good news. Not necessarily for Wrexham, I'm afraid, but good news for Halifax Town. Swansea City 4-1 down.
Oh dear. Edward will be gloomy in the extreme.
I can't imagine a gloomy Ed Batten. Genuinely.
I think he'll put it in context. They're mid-table safe.
When he comes crashing through later on.
Salter into bowled, Guest on the back foot, defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
The most significant scoreline of the day is that Burnley, who were 1-0 down at Watford with 7 minutes to go.
As Salter bowls, down the wicket comes Guest, clips it wide of mid-wicket, and will take a single because there's a sweeper out on the mid-wicket side of the ground.
Levelled through Jack Cork on 83 minutes, and 3 minutes later scored again, and that means that they will be 5 points clear of Everton, who are 3rd from bottom and in grave danger of being relegated. Burnley winning at Watford. Swansea aren't doing it. All right, okay, Edward. Yeah. All right.
Not the Swans after mid-table safety doesn't matter too much. Salter is in to bowl to Madsen, who pushes forward.
What's he doing? He normally hits 4s, Wayne Madsen. That's all he ever does. Got 4 of them so far.
Took punishment, or caused punishment to Harris as next ball from Salter is defended back down the wicket. Had turned myself down accidentally.
As Edward points out, there were 20 runs off that over from James Harris that included a dot ball and a wicket.
Extraordinary. As Madsen goes on the sweep, and we'll get 4 runs here. Down to square leg, down to the pavilion. And Derbyshire playing with some purpose, really. They move on to 98 for 2. They lead by 79. 20.
Give Glamorgan a couple of overs this evening.
28
Come on.
overs remain of the day's play.
I have no idea what's going on. Marvellous.
They're playing as if they hope to get a 200 lead by the close.
Well, the run rate's gone back up to 4 and over.
We've had a decent run rate during this game, haven't we?
Yeah.
Glamorgan rattled along at 4 and over for most of their.
With 7 in
most
the
of their
last
knock.
5 overs, the run rate.
Finished at less than 4 because the new ball slowed them down. So Salter give way to Edward for a blast after this over. Salter to Madsen. Short leg has been removed. Cullen is at square leg where you'd normally expect the umpire to be. The umpire's at point. Madsen defends to mid-wicket. No run. End of the Salter over. 98 for 2. Derbyshire. Madsen's leapt on to 22 not out. Shan Masood fell 3 short of setting a new record. 2 short of equalising it. And we'll have to write some words reflecting all this.
Good luck.
Which I shall start composing in the next 20 minutes while Edward's on.
Very good. Best of luck to Nick Webb. Edward Bevan will rejoin us here. Just a quick one from David Griffin. Griffin when he scored his 16th run in this innings, Wayne Madsen reached 7,000 all-format runs here at Derby, and only Kim Barnett, who actually scored almost 13,500 runs on this ground, has scored more here at the county ground. As in comes James Harris again, in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who's getting in on the act now. Clips that one away towards the mid-wicket boundary. They've run one and they'll come back for a second. Guest, who's actually faced 5 deliveries more than Madsen, moves on to 10. Madsen on 22, and the 100's up for Derbyshire. 100 for 2. Comes up in the 25th over, so that tells you how they're rattling along here. And Madsen started like it was a one-day game.
He did, didn't he? I don't want to hear any more records now. If it's all right.
I don't
with you,
think
Dave.
there will be any now, but in goes Harris, whether they're real or not. That thuds into the pad. It was going down leg side, and there was no run. Yeah, there'll be no records and no football updates from certain teams from here on in, unless anything changes very, very dramatically in the last couple of minutes. Disappointing in the end, but the scorer of the second Burnley goal, incidentally, was Josh Brownhill, assisted by former Derby man Matish Vidra.
So what's the score up there?
They're now leading 2-1 and are 5 points clear of Everton, who play tomorrow. Next delivery is defended by Brooke Guest back towards Harris.
To think that it's possible that Everton will be in the Championship. My word.
I think not only possible, almost likely now.
And no game in the Championship in Premier League now is easy against anybody,
Well.
except perhaps you talk about Norwich.
Forest have got 5 now.
He scored 4 at Swansea.
Did they? Oh dear. Here comes Harris and bowls to Guest, who drives, doesn't time it, goes out into the onside where it's fielded by Tom Cullen. Derby County have won away from home, which is very unusual. But fair play to them. They had 21 points deducted, and they're currently 7 from safety with 1 game to go, but that's a terrific effort by Wayne Rooney's side.
Well, had they not been docked those points, they'd be middle table, you know. It's
Yeah, it's madness.
yeah, you feel sorry for the players and shocking administration that's there, or was there.
Harris is in again, and that one is clipped quite nicely out to a wide mid-on. That's a shy of the stumps, a very extravagant shy of the stumps from Michael Hogan. And the players, or at least Brooke Guest, gets into his ground and picks up another single. He moves on to 1101 4-2.
Yeah, when I saw Van der Gordon, he didn't sort of limp off or hold his hamstring,
No.
he just wandered off.
It was a strange one, wasn't it? It was a strange one.
Yeah, try and get some news on that, I think.
Next delivery from Harris is driven in the way that Wayne Madsen does. He almost strokes the ball into the offside on the drive. He doesn't get a run for that one. He's calmed down a little bit now. His strike rate's gone down to 200. At one point it was up at 300. He's got 22 from 11 deliveries. Guest has 11 from 19 deliveries. That's 101 for 2 at the end of the over with Derbyshire, leading by 82 now.
Yes, 82 for 2 in real money. And both openers have gone, both caught by Cook, one off Van der Gordon. Masood for 42, and then Godleman going for 22. His miserable start of the season continues.
Yeah, it's not good. His average is just a little shy of 20 at the moment this season. Billy Godleman. It was the first time that Godleman and Guest had batted together this season.
Not surprising when the other
Guest
man's
is the
get
number.
in.
Guest
Yeah.
is the number 3 batsman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salter to continue, who was quite tidily, 7 overs, 0 for 19. On the pitch, really, that's, I don't think he's given any assistance to a spinner. He's just had his control, his variation, which has been pretty good. And he's got a field, I would describe it primarily a leg side field. As he starts the over from the city end and bowls to Guest, and Guest is forward to a good length ball. You've got a slip, and on the other side, there's a man on the 22, just backward, a short, fine leg, if we can work that out. Then there's a man on the drive, rather square, in a catching position. And Salter bowls, played back down the pitch. Then behind him, virtually, is a sort of straightish mid-wicket, and then a mid-on, who is fairly deep, halfway back. So he's got 4 men there. And a deep mid-wicket as he bowls again to Guest, and Guest comes down the pitch and drives it to Hogan, who is fielding at mid-on. Then 3 on the offside, backward point, cover and mid-off. So this attack from Salter is around middle leg as he comes in over the wicket, close to the stumps, and down the pitch comes Guest and drives. And some sort of yell, for we cannot fathom from up here, as he hit it firmly. And we have got David Lloyd at slip as Salter bowls, and is played out to Labuschagne, who threatens to bowl to throw down the wicket and on striker's end, but decides he won't because he sees that Madsen's in his crease. Andrew Salter bowling his off breaks bowls, and that's the arm ball there as it drifts across. So just the single off that over, and the score remains.
The 32 is a new one on me, and he's just going from, he was at sort of short, fine leg, and now he's going up to a similar position at the far end. He's obviously one of the substitute fielders, but
Prem Sisodia,
It's
left
Prem,
arm,
is it? Okay.
left arm spinner, plays nearly all one-day cricket. He's played some four-day
I think
cricket.
I've seen him play 4-day cricket actually, so I
And
recognise him.
I think he should be playing more, but he hasn't. I think he was unfit last year. But he's a very useful left-arm spinner. Despite the punishment meted out to Harris by Madsen, he will continue and bowls to Madsen there, who clips it away on the onside. Oh, this could be a run-out if he hits. He doesn't. And a real mix-up there. Madsen said yes. Guest said no. Madsen had to turn and back in mid-wicket, and if that hit, it would have been interesting.
I think it would. I think it would.
The last thing Derbyshire want is to lose Madsen to a mix-up, as he has scored 22 off just 12 balls. Harris, who has bowled 6.1 overs, As in comes Harris and bowls, and this is driven firmly to mid-off. Now then, it's Harris. Now that's wrong, I think. Isn't that 3 point? He's bowled 2 balls in this over.
Yeah. So it should be 3.
And the
3,
finishing, he bowled 5 balls
oh, yes.
when Van der Gooten went off.
Yes, you're right.
I can't work this one out.
He's only bowled 2 balls in this over, hasn't he?
He's bowled 2 balls in this over. He bowled 5 balls coming on to bowl.
Yes, he did, you're right. Well, yeah, he has to have done.
In comes Harris anyhow. And that's cut away fiercely for 4 runs, past point, poor delivery, short of a length and punished accordingly. Harris has been rather loose in this little spell. He did get a wicket as he came on. He replaced Van der Gooten.
No, that's right, isn't it? Because it will be 0.5 and he's bowled 3 balls, so it goes up to 0.2. Ollie Palmer scores the winning goal for Wrexham today. They beat Southend by a goal to the National League.
No Stockwater doing.
They kick off at 5:15. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Harris bowls. And this is driven out to the covers.
Ball is fielded by Labuschagne. The covers.
Diving away to his right.
Yeah,
Doesn't
did
have
well.
a fit of sneezing.
Ollie Palmer only cost 300,000 quid, so you'd expect him to chip in with the odd goal, wouldn't you? Tom O'Connor, who went from Burton to Wrexham for a similar figure, if not slightly more, although it was undisclosed in the end, he came off the bench. He splashed a bit of cash, the old actors.
Great to see Wrexham back in the Football League. As Harris is in bowls, and this is a better delivery. He's played firmly out to mid-on. And Hogan, indeed, belying his nearly 41 years in a few weeks, moves smartly to his left. So Harris has been funny. He's gone for 32, and this is 4th over. And the score is 105 for 2. Take 19 off that, and I make that 86. In real money. Harris runs away from the racecourse end here in Derby and bowls to Madsen. Madsen gets a ball, and he's bowled a no ball, so there's another 2 runs.
It's his second no ball. And it's interesting, Evan, isn't it, that we were talking about the no balls and they're all at this end in the first innings,
yeah.
and now the umpires have changed around and they're still at this end. So there's clearly an issue, isn't it, that the bowlers are having from the racecourse.
There is, yeah. I think Marsden is attacked because he wants to try and get the score moving. Rather, if he got out, and it might start to wobble because he's the best, one of the best batsmen, number 2, you'd have thought, in the side. Harris bowls to Marsden, who plays it on the onside straight. Tom Cullen. End of the over. 107 for 2. Marsden is on 26. And Guest is on 11. See if I can get some news about Van der Gooten.
7 for 2. Coach is next door. He might be able to tell him. Just the other side of Nick. Go on, I'll give you full permission to leave the room momentarily rather than text him. Get it from the horse's mouth, Ed. Get it from the horse's mouth. Andrew Salter is going to continue from the City end. He's coming in over the wicket to Brooke Guest, who pushes it back towards him. And there is no run. Burnley have won at Watford. Remarkable. Remarkable. Next delivery is bunted down the ground by Brooke Guest, and it ricochets off one of the fielder who's fielding at mid-on. It smashed off him. I think that's Michael Hogan. It is Michael Hogan. I think it might have hit his cheek. But no damage done to either the player or the scoreboard as far as Glamorgan are concerned, because they didn't go through for a single. Guest on 11. Madsen has 26. And it's 107 for 2 as this one is turned into the leg side. And there's no run. Very large figure of David Griffin has popped into the commentary box to say hello. Saw me sitting here all alone. A Salter bowls too. What's he appealing for? It's turned into the leg side for a single by Brooke Guest. Presumably he thought it might have hit the pad before the bat, and it was turned into the leg side. Derby County have got their third away win of the season in the last game of the campaign. Erin Cashin amongst the...
It's a slight hamstring niggle. He came off as a precaution.
He didn't seem to limp, as you say.
He felt it at tea, Matthew Maynard said.
Felt it at tea, came out, dismissed Godalman.
And went back out. Next.
Though he no dismissed Masood and then came back. This one is whipped up to mid-on by Wayne Madsen. Again, it's Hogan who does the fielding.
So it is 108 for 2.
Salter in again. Madsen uses his feet, then pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Salter, who threatens to throw it to the keeper. Madsen gets back into his ground. 108 for 2 at the end of the over. Guest has 12. Madsen has 26. Derbyshire lead by 89.
Not bad bowling by Salter. 9 overs for 20 and a pretty unresponsive pitch for spinners. He's not so frugal as Godalman has been with Godalman. He's given his bowlers, Glamorgan captain, David Lloyd. As I say that, there is a change because Harris has been rather expensive, 1 for 34. And it'll be Hogan to bowl. He started at the other end, but will now continue at this end, the racecourse end. He'll be bowling at Guest, and Hogan is running away from us here. Gets past the umpire, bowls, and that's a little bit short. He's cut on the back foot, and it's shy at the bowler's end. And Marsden had to hurry. Well, Guest had to hurry because Marsden is at the other end. Good bit of fielding then. Yeah, Prince Soda down at fine like he's the substitute fielder. Morgan will miss Van der Gooten here because he's bowled well in this game.
Absolutely.
Hogan runs away from us, comes in, bowls to Madsen. Madsen is forward, plays it back down the pitch. Lets the ball hit his hand and go onto the stumps, just in case the batsman's not concentrating. I should have been run out like that once when I was playing. It came back very quickly, and I looked down and I was that much out of my crease, about a yard, and the umpire said, not out. I was very grateful. I knew I was out.
You didn't walk then?
Not for a run out, no. Next ball is bowled. It's a lovely shot there, played towards mid-on. It will not go for 4, but they will get a couple of runs from it as this is picked up and Harrison throws in. They take 2 more runs and Madsen moves on to 28 of 22.
Congratulations to Belper Town, just up the road. They've been promoted to the Northern Premier League Premier Division. Rhys Bertram with the only goal of their playoff final away at Chase Town. Excellent work.
Here's Hogan over the wicket and bowls, and this is driven in the same area, but this time a little straight as it's tumbling stop from James Harris. Purposeful cricket, especially from Madsen now, and Guest is letting him go. He's only 13 to Madsen's 28. And I think it will be safe to say that this could depend, this game, on the weather tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We could have an exciting final day. Who knows? Yeah. But we might not.
This is Michael Hogan again running away from us, and this time bowls to Guest. Guest is forward to a good length ball. Played back down the pitch.
Whether it's exciting or not, though, Edward will be here.
We certainly will be here.
We'll be here.
We'll have some Sunday lunch, and maybe we'll be away after our lunch.
It's a nice thought.
Yeah.
Say 3 o'clock's on 3 o'clock on day 4 is the earliest Derbyshire have finished this season.
Is it? Fielder has been summoned from third man to the man on the drive. This is for guests. So there's a one on the straight drive, and the other is about 10 yards behind him as Hogan comes in and bowls, and this time it's pushed away by guests, and Marsden is halfway up the pitch. He's a bit like Marnus Labuschagne is Marsden. He's very alert, on the go all the time. That's the end of the over. 112 for 2. And I think it's time for me to go and
Have you got one?
in my native tongue.
Excellent. Thank you, Ed. Edward Bevan will, well, if he isn't back tonight, he'll certainly be back tomorrow. He may well be back tonight. Who knows? The vagaries of a Saturday afternoon sports show. It's always a bit up and down as to whether we're summoned or not. I think I've got one at 5:30, but I wouldn't be 100% certain. It's all says Ed as he leaves the box. Marvellous. Absolutely marvellous. It's been terrific to have Edward Bevan and Nick Webb with us for this for the last 3 days, and another one tomorrow, whether it rains or shines. Here's Salter. Next delivery is guided, and no more than guided, by way Madsen out towards the extra cover boundary. Carlson is giving chase. They're going to come back for a third run, and Madsen moves to 32 off 24 deliveries, 115 for 2, the lead 96. Rather unexpectedly, Nick Webb is back. I don't know, unexpected for Nick anyway.
No, that's all right. I knew Edward had a commitment before I did. My next is half-time in the Ospreys Scarlets.
What time did that start? Next delivery from Salter is defended back to him by a guest.
In about 5 minutes' time.
Oh, you've
So
the
you've
duration.
got me.
Yeah. Excellent.
I can build an innings.
I've got a 5:30. I might disappear after that. Pushed out into the offside. Terrific win for Tranmere tonight. I just heard the result in my ear as well, which is always good to hear it. Doesn't really do them any good, but Salter is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. It's fielded by James Wheel. I don't know if it's perhaps Sisodi, isn't it?
Sisodi is the other Glamorgan 12th man, along with Wheel.
More 12th men than you can shake a stick at out there at the moment. Who else has gone off then? Because James Wheel's still on there. So they must have 2 missing at the moment. I'm deducing. This one is turned into the leg side. In fact, I think it's is it Marnus? No, he's there at mid-wicket. I can't imagine that Marnus Labuschagne would just go off during a cricket match. If there's a cricket match on, he'll be joining in.
And if there isn't a cricket match on, he'll be trying to start one.
Yeah, I think whoever it is over there on just the other side of the boundary, actually, as Salter bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen to complete the Salter over. Whoever it was has come back on.
It's Nisa, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Perhaps changing boots ahead of a new spell.
And Sisodi has gone off. So,
Van der Hoogten has got a hamstring niggle.
Yes. Yes.
So
that makes him unlikely to return, you would have thought. Unless it was just a bit of cramp. But
don't think
even
he'll
overnight,
be bowling again in this match.
It'd be worth risking him, wouldn't it? 1-1-7 for 2 at the end of the over. Incidentally, Madsen 33, Broadcast 14.
Unfortunately, Dragons have gone down 23-18 away to Zebre in the URC, which is Zebre's first win of the season.
Well, you said they were improving. Or did you?
Here's Hogan then from this racecourse end into bowl and turned off his legs by Madsen. He'll take a single down towards backward square. 34 to Madsen, 118 for 2. 99 is the Derbyshire advantage. If they score at 4 runs and over, therefore, they'll be 180-ish ahead tonight. We have seen some reasonably rapid scoring in this game. More or less 4-0 over at the moment. There's Hogan into Guest, who's forward defensively, playing back to the bowler. It's all gone a little bit quiet out there, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
A little bit. Morgan maybe just having to regroup a little bit. And claimed those 2 wickets. Godalman second out, and the score is 73, but 45 put on by these two as Hogan bowls, and Guest slashes that uppishly through backward point for 4 runs up to the members' pavilion. It was wide of Salter. He didn't attempt a dive to make the catch, but it was certainly not in control from Guest. But if you're going to flash, flash hard, as the old saying goes, and he's on to 18. Derbyshire 122 for 2, and the lead goes into 3 figures. So Glamorgan may have to look at their seam attack for the next game. We'll next cab off the block as Hogan bowls down leg side. That's a good take by Chris Cook. Lowish going to his left as Guest didn't get anything on it.
Yeah, that was a terrific stop, wasn't it? A poor ball.
Cardiff City with a draw at home to Birmingham. Swansea City, oh dear.
5 in the end,
5-1
wasn't it?
in the
5
end.
in the end, yeah. Yeah. Forest are a good side. It pains me to say it.
As in comes Hogan and bowls to Guest, who flicks that one off his legs down to fine leg. They run the first one quickly, but there isn't a second. 123 for 2, 104 the lead. Wrexham beats Southend 1-0 in front of 9,000 people. Another big crowd at the racecourse.
Stockport play this evening, don't they? So all eyes now on that game, because I think they're only, what are they, 2 points behind now? Or a point?
Wrexham are only a point behind, but Stockport at this moment have 2 games in hand, and they're about to kick off at home to Boreham Wood in 5 minutes' time.
Nobody likes Boreham Wood.
Hogan bowls, and that's run down towards the third man boundary. I was going to say for 4 more, but Salter is off in pursuit, and in fact dissuades them from taking a 3rd run. I think that was 2. Madsen 36, 125 for 2 Derbyshire, and that is the half-century partnership.
So it is.
To no acclaim whatsoever from the crowd.
Absolutely not. No, well,
Who went too early on the Masood record.
I think they're keeping their powder dry now for the rest of this game, just in case. Just in case. Bless them. When I say nobody likes Boreham Wood, what I mean is I don't like Boreham Wood. I'm sure there are some people who like Boreham Wood, but it's not a great place
I have
to
no
work.
idea where Boreham Wood is even.
Well, Arsenal's women and reserves play there. It's
So
sort of North London, yeah. Conversation going on as the ball is being polished by Kieran Carlson between him and Andrew Salter, and if he starts his run up from there, that would be tremendous. That would be fantastic. He's not going to clearly.
That'd be wider even than a Graham Wagg approach. He used to come in at 45 degrees sometimes.
I can't quite work out what the delay is here, unless they're waiting for a helmet or something. But there's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, and he's pointing to him. He's moving straighter, and the more orthodox mid-wicket is moving squarer. That's essentially what's happening.
Yeah, so he wants a square leg saving the single and a mid-wicket out rather than the other way around.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what's happened. It would have been easier if I'd said that. Here is Salter then bowling to Brooke Guest, who clips it up towards mid-wicket. So it was a very, very good piece of manoeuvring of the field by the captain. But he went straight to him.
But on the other hand, it might have gone straight to the infielder and
Had
been
not
a
been a
dot
run
ball,
at all. Yes, actually, that's a good point.
Swings and roundabouts. Glass half full, half empty.
He comes again. Salter bowls to Madsen, who uses his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, makes it a full toss and whips it straight up to Michael Hogan. I thought you were about to reveal something
Now I was about to wonder why my stream is 20 runs behind.
Is it not up to date? Oh, Madsen's clipped it straight to Hogan. He'll have a throw at the striker's end because Brooke Guest was a little tardy in setting off there, but he got home and he almost took Chris Cook with him as he got into his ground because he was running at full pelt because he had to. The Wi-Fi in the media building today has been poor.
It has. I've been swearing at my laptop, which keeps jumping and freezing.
That's why I've got mine on a fixed internet. This one is clipped into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. He moves on to 21. Madsen has 37. 127 for 128 for 2. The leader 109.
I think I might send my final report via email since I'm only able to write about 3 words in the BBC template system before it disappears again.
Oh dear, that's not good, is it? Next delivery from Salter is pushed into the leg side by Madsen. 1 ball of the over remain. We now have the list of bowlers. One's bowled 6.1, one's bowled 10.5, one's bowled 3.5. It's all very messy. Salter is in and bowls back into his crease, goes Wayne Madsen slightly dangerously, pushes it up to Hogan at mid-on, end of the over. 19 left in the day's play then, which pretty much guarantees us finishing by 6:30, you would have thought. Guest has 21, Madsen has 37. 128 for 2, Derbyshire leading by 109.
It's been a strange old game, hasn't it? I mean, batting looked really difficult against the second new ball as propelled by Lackmell in particular, and Connors with some good backup, and the Glamorgan first innings fell away, losing their last 6 wickets for 66, but that after a night watchman had looked in no trouble at all in a stand of 82.
Yeah, and you think the ball, if it's going to move in the air, now's the time it will do it. It's clouded over, and we haven't really seen much of that, to be honest.
Minus Labuschagne, even he slowed down considerably after reaching 3 figures. As Hogan is into bowl and Guest defends on the leg side to wheel. I make it that Labuschagne actually scored only 1 boundary off the final 62 deliveries he faced after reaching 3 figures. Which, for a batsman who was in full flow, does suggests that Derbyshire are doing something right. 30
off 62 balls, having got to 100 off 137. Yeah.
And only 1-4 after 3 figures. Hogan bowls, driven up into the hands of cover by Guest, on the bounce, palmed down by Labuschagne towards the stumps in the 0.001% hope that Madsen strayed outside his ground. Labuschagne wandering around, swinging his arms vaguely. Is that a golf shot? Hogan bouncing in, bowls to Guest, who clips straight to one of the 2 mid-wickets. There's obviously something of a theory in here, because Glamorgan have posted Cullen in a single saving mid-wicket position and slightly straighter. I think it's wheel at a catching mid-wicket. So David Lloyd is working hard, and Hogan is in from this racecourse end, bowl, and that's defended by Guest, and Hogan picks it up in his follow-through, flicks it to Wheel, who transfers it to Kieran Carlson for the polishing of the ball.
Wheel was entirely ready for that one, and Hogan has just apologised to him because he flicked the ball up, and Wheel had to be very alert to make sure it didn't smack him on the nose. You get a lot of that at this time of any day's play, really, don't you? Unless one side is actually going for the victory. I'm not suggesting that neither of them are going for the victory, but I mean, at that moment.
Hogan into bowl, push on the offside. They think about running, but Guest and Madsen decide otherwise as Salter is nipping in from point to prevent it. A bit of hazy sunshine coming into the corner of the box, which is always welcome, but it is pretty much covered by cloud. at the moment. We've had some fine weather today, but it's gradually dissipated. Hogan bowls and Guest drives to Nisa at mid-on. No run, 128 for 2. Derbyshire lead by 109 runs with 18 overs of the day remaining. So we'll probably finish around about 6:30.
Indeed. Kieran Carlson is showing the ball. When he showed it to the umpire, he was very unimpressed with it. Although he's now taking out his little rings, or is he chopping something off it? He's chopping something off it, I think. A little bit of loose string somewhere around the seam area. David Lloyd, the captain, is bringing himself on.
Yes, it's the next logical fourth seam option since they're a seamer down. Van der Hoogten off the field with a hamstring issue. Little chat between the umpires. How's the over 8 doing? -1.
Hasn't changed at all, has it?
Probably been enough hold-ups that they
I think so.
quietly forget about that. There's some degree of indecision as Lloyd is setting his field. As Chris Cook is chipping in a thought or two. There's no slip at the moment. Sam Northeast is in a short third man position. Fly slip. Not sure that the ball is likely to come that far off. Lloyd's
Reverse
space.
sweep, possibly, from Manson. He does like a reverse.
All right.
Oh, he's a big
Okay.
reverse sweeper.
Okay.
In all forms, I mean, especially in white ball, but I've seen him do it already this season in red ball. Sorry, it's me, isn't it? I'm falling asleep. David Lloyd bowls from the city end and it's clipped into the leg side, up to square leg, where it's fielded by Michael Nisa for a single to Wayne Manson. Didn't reverse sweep on that occasion. 129 for 2. Manson moves up to 38, still going at more than a run a ball. Wayne Manson lead 110. As Lloyd turns around and runs in from the city end to bowl to Brooke Guest, who just taps it out into the mid-wicket region. There is no run.
Steve West says he's thoroughly enjoying this excellent game, but he might be deserting us for a bit of rugby for a while. Oh dear.
How about a day? Nottinghamshire have lost a third wicket, but they only need 69 runs now to beat Worcestershire. 164 for 3. Here comes Lloyd again. That looked a slightly quicker delivery, and it's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. He moves to 22, 130 for 2. Middlesex have beaten Leicestershire by 10 wickets. They got the 52 runs they needed in their second innings, so no third night in London, or fourth night in London for Richard Ray. And Durham are 105 without loss in their second innings, but still trailing Sussex by 210, putting up a fight as Lloyd turns into the leg side. I heard my name there, but fortunately he was just using it. Normally when we play the manager, I usually say everything that the manager said, and then we play the manager, which is fairly pointless. So they've just used my name on Radio Derby. In comes Lloyd again and bowls to Manson. He gets a bit of a leading edge back towards the bowler there. He was trying to play it to the leg side. Pushed it back to the bowler though. No harm done in the end. Looking in the first division, Essex is still trailing by 75. They're 122 for 3, following on against Northamptonshire at Chelmsford. Excellent work from Northamptonshire there. Good to see them doing okay. And this one is very wide of the off stump. It's taken well by Cook. Wayne Manson was leaning and stretching as far as he could for that, and he still couldn't get anywhere near it. Probably played over the underneath it, I think, in the end. It was nicely taken by the keeper. It's the end of the over. Guest has 22, Manson has 38, 130 for 2. The lead is 111. Gloucestershire, having lost 2 wickets in quick succession, have now recovered again, and they're 394 for 2, trailing Surrey by 209 in a game that's clearly heading nowhere.
Oh dear, poor old James Bracey. Waits 77 overs to get in and departs 1 over later without scoring.
We're bringing back memories of your game at the Oval. You know that's at Bristol.
Yeah, you have to sometimes worry about Surrey players' runs, don't you? And
yes, if they scored them all at the Oval and Bristol, then you do.
Hogan is in to bowl to Guest, who defends to cover, and Labuschagne flicks it up into his grasp, and there's no run. Bristol has been a road on occasion in recent years. The Oval was certainly a road in the last week of September.
I've seen some shockers at Bristol over the years. .130 for 2. Hogan to Guest, who'll get a single here, at least a single, out towards square leg, fielded by Salter, whose throw is over-enthusiastic. But it's well backed up by substitute fielder Wheel. Yes, it soared over the head of Chris Cook. Went quite a long way, didn't even make an attempt to jump because he knew he wouldn't get there. That's mad.
Just the single. 131 for 2. Derbyshire lead by 112. Hogan then, from this racecourse end, is into bolt. Madsen, who drives and will get no runs for a nicely executed shot as Kieran Carlson made good ground to his right at mid-off to field. The wickets to fall in this innings, Shan Masood, who failed to register a half-century for the very first time in Derbyshire colours. He was out for 42, and that was 2 short of equalling and 3 short of setting a new record for first-class runs in April. Hogan bowls, driven by Madsen, straight to short mid-wicket. No run is Guest, pivots and makes his ground at the non-striker's end. Billy Godleman was caught behind off James Harris for 22. As Harris had an eventful start, having taken over from the injured Tim van der Hoogten. Harris's figures currently 3.5 overs, 1 for 34, which is more like T20 than championship figures. Hogan bowls and Madsen plays to Cullen at mid-wicket. There's no run. 131 for 2. It's all gone a bit quiet, and the ball is lobbed to Kieran Carlson. I think it came out to the sun, and he made no attempt to catch it at all. This game starting to drift a little bit, though Derbyshire making pretty rapid progress with the bat, but you wonder, will we get the chance of a positive result? On the back foot, Madsen defending the last ball of Hogan's over. The bowler picks it up himself, lobs it to Carlson, who does see it correctly this time. 131 for 2. Derbyshire lead by 112 runs here on BBC Sport Online.
You're right, it just feels like it's drifting. Went to the final hour of the day's play, now 16 overs to go. And if Derbyshire score at their current rate for those remaining runs, they'll be about 150 ahead overnight, which isn't as many as we thought it might be.
Possibly more. 150.
32. Oh, no, that's nonsense, isn't it?
170, 80.
You do the maths.
Somewhere.
Because I can't, clearly.
If Derbyshire score 4 and over, they will be on 195, which is 176 in the lead.
That's why you're next to me. The other reason you're next to me is I'm going to go and do Radio Derby.
Okay. Single taken off the first ball of Lloyd's over by Brooke Guest out towards mid-wicket. Guest to 24 not out. On the back of his first innings century. 109 he made in the first dig, and Lloyd bowls, and Madsen plays it into a gap on the offside. There's a slight misunderstanding as to the possibility of a single, and Marnus Labuschagne picks it up and hurls it somewhere towards the non-striker's end. No run taken. 132 for 2. Madsen is going along at almost a runner ball for his 38, and he pushes into the offside. They will take a single this time because it's to the slightly less nimble Sam Northeast, who has to come in anyway from that odd sort of little short third man position. Deep gully, fly slip, it's all in between there somewhere. 133 for 2. Madsen to 39. As Lloyd charging in towards us and bowling to Guest, who tries to find that same gap and finds only Labuschagne, who yet again hurls the ball at the non-striker's end. And Michael Hogan, thoroughly expecting it by now, backs up with no fuss. Bit of a breeze around, still fairly pleasant watching conditions. There's Lloyd bowls, Guest wristily works it away down towards the square leg boundary. Single taken. 1, 3, 4 for 2. Guest to 25 not out. No slip for the skipper, David Lloyd, bowling his military medium. Well guarded offside. 2 men in the covers, 1 in a catching position as Lloyd bowls, and Madsen flicks it down to fine leg for a single. 135 for 2. Madsen will retain the strike because that was the last ball of the David Lloyd over. And you wonder if Lloyd will turn to Labuschagne to try and make things happen before too long. Presumably I'll have a second spell from Nisa before too long as well, but Hogan has had his second spell. In fact, Nisa is called upon to perform now. Well, just 4 overs, 0 for 16. Hogan's had a couple of spells. He's 9 overs, 0 for 34. 1 maiden. Van der Hoogten is off the field with a hamstring issue. 6.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. Andrew Salter, tidy enough containing job, 11 overs, 0 for 28, 1 maiden. James Harris expensive, 1 for 34 off 3.5. David Lloyd has conceded 6 off his 2 overs. So far, listen to BBC Sport Online. Also available with the video stream via either county's website. As Nisa tries to put some vim and vigour into this Glamorgan bowling attack. And he comes, runs away from us and bowls, and Madsen defends to Carlson at mid-off. No run. So all fairly quiet here at the County Ground Derby at the moment, albeit Derbyshire with a decent enough run rate. Results, a reminder of the results. Somerset beat Warwickshire in the First Division by an innings in 82. Nisa bowls and Madsen drives to Carlson at mid-off, no run. In Division 2, Middlesex victorious by 10. Wickets against Leicestershire. Nottinghamshire look as though they're likely to get home against Worcestershire, despite a fight back from the visiting pairs at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire are 166 for 3, needing a further 67 runs to win, with Clark and James set at the crease. Drive from Madsen. Again, he's found Carlson. rather more forcefully this time at mid-off, but again, there's no run. Durham still making a decent fist of it. Away to Sussex, having been 315 behind on first innings, which is enough to depress any dressing room. They've started with a century stand in their second. Durham 109 for naught. Nisa in to bowl to Madsen, who plays on the leg side, fielded by North East at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Elsewhere, the First Division, as I say, Somerset have already beaten Warwickshire by an innings, just looking for the next result. Kent struggling against Yorkshire. 82 for 2 in their second innings, 198 runs still adrift though. Likewise, Essex, 132 for 3 against Northants, still 65 adrift. Another drive from Madsen, this one not quite timed. And Carlson fields at mid-off. So Carlson polishing away as Nisa wanders back to his mark. Nisa bowling with just one slip in this, his second spell. As Madsen plays that one to mid-wicket. No run, so he's quietened Madsen down a little bit there. Michael Nisa with that over. 135 for 2, Derbyshire lead by 116 runs. At least we've got more interest in this game than the match at Bristol, where Gloucestershire 404 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 603 all out. Chris Dent is on 186 not out. Miles Hammond is 59 not out. Poor old James Bracey fell for a duck after an opening stand of 296 between Chris Dent and the Aussie Marcus Harris. At Southampton, Hampshire 333 for 8 in their second innings, 339 runs ahead of Lancashire. They'll be set a demanding fourth innings task as Guest takes a single to mid-wicket off the first ball of Lloyd's over. So Lloyd, while Dave updates BBC Radio Derby, continues from the City Road end. No slips for the Glamorgan skipper as Madsen tucks that one away off his legs down towards square leg. They'll run a single, and that's all they will risk, as Glamorgan thought. Lloyd thought he might have got one through there. Wasn't the case. 137 for 2. Madsen moves to 41 not out.
I'm back. I never really went away, but I'm back.
David Lloyd in to bowl as that one down leg side. Guest tried to turn it away. Cook took it well, and Carlson got overexcited.
He certainly did, didn't he? Yes, he was screaming, "How's that?" Presumably for the catch down the leg side. Marvellous.
Unfortunately, neither bowler nor keeper was
No.
appealing at the same time, so
Not
an appeal
interested.
from short extra is not liable to be given. Solo, Lloyd bowls and Guest drives, doesn't quite time it. Carlson runs after it, but the ball runs past him up to mid-off.
It would be something if they gave a... is it that?
Yeah.
That bowler and wicket keeper looking bemused. Off you go.
As Lloyd into bowl to Guest, who drives. Again, that one's rolling up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. 137 for 2. Who will disturb the serenity of this game at the moment?
Not me.
Glamorgan probing away in search of the third wicket, but these two have put on 64 for the third wicket. Madson's going nicely, Guest's going quietly. Outside off stump from Lloyd, long way outside. Guest is not tempted. 137 for 2 at the end of the over.
Not tempted in the slightest. Michael Neser marching purposefully from the boundary. He's going to bowl his 6th over, having bowled a maiden at the start of his 2nd spell. He bowled 4 overs at the start. 4 overs for 16. Oh, he's had his cap taken to the umpire by Kieran Carlson. 137 for 2. And it'll be Wayne Madsen on strike, down to a solitary slip for Michael Neser, the indignity of it all. He's on his way in now, bowls to Madsen, who drives, but straight to Carlson, who's slightly deeper than orthodox mid-off, but not massively deep. There's a little kick of the footmarks from Michael Neser as he makes his way back to his mark. They're having to entertain themselves out there at the moment, the Glamorgan players, by the look of it. They're doing all sorts of strange things. Screaming and shouting and trying to get themselves motivated, because they had a couple of wickets before the close, which has happened twice this match. That one is guided into the offside by Wayne Madsen, and there's no run. There's a throw at the stumps, rather unnecessary, really, from Marnus Labuschagne. It didn't hit the stumps. It was backed up by Michael Hogan. And once again, he's looking at his footmarks, is Michael Neser. And once again, not for the first time in the match, the umpire's not happy with his follow-through. So we'll keep an eye on that. There are 2 right-handers out there at the moment. The only left-handers to come, I think there is only Leas Deploy of the batsman. I'd be fairly certain. Yeah, McKinnon, Dahl, Thompson, all right-handed. In fact, Connors, Lackmell and Sidebottom also right-handed, so it's not going to affect them too badly. As Neser sets off, he's in and bowls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Wayne Madsen to go through to the keeper. He's thrown it to Marnus Labuschagne. Is he going to have a shot at the stumps this time? No, he's not. He's not.
Snooker's interesting.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark Williams leading Judd Trump 16-15. Trump is ahead in the 32nd frame. It's the first to 17 to get through the final.
I do think it depends on your definition of interesting, but I prefer sport myself. Here is Neser. Oh, now then, Wayne Madsen stepped away. Something's flown into his eye, I fancy, here.
Just what we need.
Yeah, he's now removed his right glove. There's an insect trying to sabotage Wayne Madsen out there. He's on 41 from 53. And Brooke Guest's peering into Wayne Madsen's eye.
There's a flay in the eye, honest.
And I don't think he's going to need any medical treatment. Well, he seems to be okay now. Might have been a rogue eyelash. That can happen every now and then, can't it, I believe? He seems all right. He's put his glove back on. He's going to put his helmet back on, and hopefully the fly won't still be in there.
Indeed. You're speaking to a man with the highest snooker break of 24 here, you know.
Which is almost professional, isn't it? Here isn't. He's I have no idea. He's hit and bowls, and it's driven by Madsen up to Carlson at mid-off. It's just something I know when people enjoy it, and I know they get very good viewing figures. I just don't watch it. It does nothing for me, I'm afraid.
It's good for the soul sometimes after a particularly troublesome day at work.
Well, you say it's soothing because green is a very soothing colour, isn't it? And obviously the baize is...
And the commentaries tend to be
particularly green.
Quite serene, don't they? Snooker commentary.
Yeah, yeah. And goes Neser again, balls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the onside up towards mid-on where it's fielded by Hogan. Yeah, no, I'll give you that. I'm not a big darts fan either, you see.
No, me neither.
That gets enormous crowds in these big arenas these days. I assume they'll have a leg of the Premier League down in Cardiff at the arena down there.
Well, with a couple of Welsh players going well, you'd have thought so.
Is Berwin Price?
Gerwin Price.
Gerwin Price, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I knew there was a ruin in it. Former rugby player.
And Johnny Clayton's pretty high up the rankings as well.
I think Price is going to do some boxing, isn't he? I've heard. In goes Nisa, and that one is just troubling Wayne Madsen a little bit. Perhaps a little sharper than he was expecting. But he kept it out. Goes into the offside. And there's no run under the 137 for 2. You look like a man who's about to leave me.
Well, Mr.
Nick.
Bevan looks like a man who is keen to do commentary duty, and 15 minutes he can give us. Oh, there we are. Yes, you may.
I have no idea what he's talking about anymore, but I'm slightly concerned now.
I shall go and do battle with the Wi-Fi once more.
Yes, you do that. You do that.
If
Good
there's
luck.
I shall try not to swear too loudly through the glass.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi has been really, really dodgy today for some reason. No idea why, but it's normally pretty good. Here's David Lloyd in and bowling to Brooke Guest, who plays it back to him, hits Lloyd, and then hits the stumps. Fortunately for Wayne Madsen, he got back into his ground, so he's fine. Lead 118, 137 for 2. Kieran Carlson polishing the ball for all it's worth. Just under 12 overs left to play. As this next delivery is pushed up to mid-on, where Michael Hogan does the fielding. Broadcast the batsman. Crowd thinning out now, as it tends to do at this time of the day. People with places to be. People to see on a Saturday night. But Bevan will be donning his dancing shoes later on and going around the flesh pots of Derby, no doubt, as this one is
Saturday night at the movies.
This one is defended by Brooke Guest.
Remember those drifters?
Yeah.
Saturday night. Yes.
Yeah. Well, back to Twiggy's tonight. At some point, hopefully in the next hour or so.
Where's that?
He lives just off the A50, so
not too far.
Not too far, no, it's good. It's excellent. As Lloyd bowls, and it's guided by Guest to the man at short third, Mansam North East. And there's no run.
It's quiet end, isn't it?
Very.
Bit of nothing.
But as I said to Nick before, on both nights, 3 wickets and 2 wickets have fallen in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes almost, haven't they? So, and if Glamorgan got suddenly picked up 3 wickets, they are right in this game in terms of a victory. Lloyd bowls to Guest. I think the 2 batsmen realise he pushes that one up to mid-off. And there's no run. So these 2 batsmen are being very watchful. There's a bit of weather around tomorrow, but again, we can't
See it now, can't you?
Yeah, it's sort of filling in a bit now, isn't it? Well, hopefully it'll come early.
Well, that's right.
Sort of start
I
raining.
know it
about-
says on some forecast rain most of tomorrow, but all the ones I've heard, it's breaking up.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I've heard too. Broadcast pushes this final delivery of the David Lloyd over the 4th that he's bowled up towards mid-off. 4 overs for 8 runs Lloyd has bowled. 11 left in the day. Derbyshire 137 for 2. Madsen 41, Guest 26, and they lead by 118. It is interestingly poised, and there is absolutely no reason why at some point tomorrow
Something could happen.
we might not get quite the exciting final day. You wouldn't discard that at this stage, clearly. And,
Of course, knowing the game of cricket and what we've seen, I quite agree with you.
yeah.
As they
I'm ruling
say-
nothing out at this stage.
As Arjun Dal said, bang, bang in the morning.
Indeed.
The cricketer's
Bang,
phrase.
bang.
Which, of course, to you that don't know what it means, is that you get 2 quick wickets in the morning and you're back on top. Here's Michael Nisa from the racecourse end and bowls, and it's played defensively. Getting rather into his shell now is Madsen. 41 of 57, having taken 20 of an over bowl by James Harris. And just to confirm that it's a mild twinge of the hamstring with Tim van der Houten. And he is obviously very doubtful to play against Leicester. That's the words of Matthew Maynard, the Glamorgan cricket head coach, who has been up sitting with us next door because it's such a magnificent view, as he says. Far better than this in the pavilion. Nisa bowls, driven, not timed. Hogan fields. He returns. So the wicket-keeper, 137 for 2.
They haven't had a boundary, Edward, since the 31st over, and we're now in the 41st. Yeah, been a long time
Testament
between
to the
boundaries.
accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely.
His run rate now is...
Yeah, it's down below 3.5 again now. It was up over 4 at one point, wasn't it? In the last 5 overs, they've scored 5 runs.
As they did like this last night, 7 overs in 8, or whatever it was. In comes Nisa, bowls, watches that pass outside the off stump, does Manson. Strong, very well built. He's one of these that will bowl all day, isn't he? So, which he's so grateful for. Yeah.
They're trying to G themselves up, aren't they? Because because not too much is happening out there at the moment. The Glamorgan players trying to G themselves up and for one last effort really in the final 10.
Here's Madison past umpire Pollard, bowls, and that was an absolute brute of a ball. It leapt past. Yes, Madsen has given him, that bounce, my word. It pitched and took off.
So it was ball's 40 overs old and it's doing that.
This is what we saw, of course, this morning when the ball was old. And the Lachman especially. When you're bowling from this, that was a quick delivery too. Nisa, I don't think there's been any runs of this over. He's got 2 balls to bowl and he's bowling away Madsen. Bowls to him now. Oh, an appeal for LBW. Everybody's going up, extra cover, point.
Labuschagne needs to calm down a bit though, doesn't he?
Yes, he's leaping about. And you see, that at times could sway the umpire. Please don't do exuberant appeals like that. Another good ball, having said all that, but when you see cover and extra cover up, it's rather give it away. It's just hope, isn't it?
I just don't think he can keep quiet.
They're all at it now. Nisa gathering pace here, and it's played away into the covers. And that's the end of a very good over from Michael Nisa, and it remains at 137 for 2.
Nisa's second successive maiden and 3 in a row, in all.
That's good, tight
They've
bowling.
scored 3 runs in the last 5 overs. Derbyshire.
And Derbyshire would like to push on, wouldn't they, to try and, because they're playing well at the start of this season.
I'd be surprised if they were to offer anything too generous to Glamorgan tomorrow, though, in the form of a declaration.
Not at this time.
So they don't know. They don't need to win the game because a draw would be equally as good as Lloyd bowls. That's way down the leg side, and Cook diving and then tumbling away to his left takes it. Standing up to the stumps, of course, is Chris Cook, and that was a terrific take. If it had got any bat on that Brook Guest, it probably would have raced away down to the boundary because there is a fine leg. It's Michael Nisa, but he's a long way round. Here comes Lloyd again from the city and bowls outside the off stump this time. It's left alone by Brook Guest.
Duncan Fletcher, the former Glamorgan and England coach, would always talk about fine leg, and he says, I'd forgive you if you were beaten on the outside at fine leg where you should be quite fine. I cannot forgive you if you go further to the left. That's what you see a lot of these days.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite a long way around, isn't he, sir?
Yeah, and as you say, a little tickle down the leg side, you've got no chance, especially on the fast outfield.
Next delivery's on target this time, and it's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest.
They're not pressurising Derbyshire's batsmen, they're containing them, which they don't want them to race away.
Here comes again. Lloyd, halfway through his 5th over. That one's guided down to third man for 4 runs, because the third man, Sam Northeast, is quite close. He's not really a third man. He's more of a
Fly slip.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? And that sort of released the pressure of the dot balls, because we'd had 3.5 overs worth of dot balls, but Brooke Guest moves on to 30. 141 for 2. The lead is 122. Northeast slowly makes his way back to fly slip. They're not going to put him down at third man. Lloyd is in again and bowls to Guest, who just defends this one towards Wayne Madsen. And there is no run.
Both these batsmen had runs in the first innings, 100 for Guest, and Madsen made 70. David Lloyd from that far end, 12 runs in 5 overs.
Defended back to him, the final ball of the over.
I was just about to say, doing well for his captain, but he is the captain.
Doing well for himself.
Yeah.
He is doing well for himself.
And he's taken his cap off already, having bowled a very good over against Wayne Madsen. 30 Guest, 41, 41 yes, to Madsen. And these have put on 67, it's 141. I think 19 away from that, 122 lead. On 2, it's 122 for 2 in real money. As Nisa prepares to bowl, a big appeal turned down in the last over. And he's coming into Madsen now and bowls to him, and Madsen has to take his top hand off that bat as it jarred back into him. It's going up to 6 o'clock, and he's still getting bowling as quick as he did at the start of the innings, is Michael Nisa. And although it's we haven't had rain for weeks, you can see the marks of Nisa's run up there. It might have been Hogan's, so normally you can see him very pronounced after we've had rain, but a lot of overs bowled in this game. Giving full 100% here is Nisa. In he comes, bowls again. That's driven away on the offside down to third man. It'll probably be stopped. Yes, it is. And they just take the single. There's a good bit of fielding by Wheel down on that third man boundary.
Got the ball away quickly, didn't he? I mean, the throw wasn't great. It was sort of in between the 2 sets of stumps, but once he got the ball away, the batsmen weren't going to risk a second. That's a good bit of fielding.
A helicopter flies above. One of his Saturday night jinx in Nottingham as he makes his way in that direction. He bowls. Guest is hit on the pad and is given.
Was it not bat first?
There was, yeah, he has a look at his bat as if to say that hit the bat. And Nisa holds his hand to his chin, but I would agree with you. Madsen goes up to have a word with his younger partner and just says, yeah, be careful, because Nisa at the moment is bowling very well. His figures tell us that he's bowled 7.5 overs, 3 maidens, conceded just 17 runs. Here he is again. A little turn at the start of his run, comes in, bowls to Guest, Plays that off his toes up to deep wicket. Salter comes racing in from the boundary. And Nisa now 7.4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 18. Hogan 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 34. Van der Gooten 6 overs and 1 ball, 1 for 17 before he went off with that hamstring strain. Salter, nice little spell, 11 overs of 28. Harris, expensive, 3.5 overs, 1 for 34 as Nisa comes in. Bowles, that's driven away. That's running up towards the boundary. It's a long chase there for Kieran Carlson. He's very quick and in fact turned it back in and saved a run at least. He was played outside half as a footballer for his school, and was a pretty quick mover. So he got that, but he got 3 runs and takes Madsen out for 35.
He's got old school, Edward. He's wearing 2 caps. Because they can hand the caps to the umpires now, but he must have Michael Nice's cap on as well.
Yeah.
One fell off and he still had a cap on. Like a backup cap.
Yeah. He's in, Bowes the guest plays it up towards mid-on. He's a sort of batsman, plays very much within himself, isn't he, Guest?
Yes, yeah. It's sort of a new role for him batting at number 3. So to get the century in the first innings, everyone's gone, right, well, congratulations, that's your first century as a proper batsman, if you like. So he won't want to then go into this innings and give it away, will he? He wants to get runs on a consistent basis at number 3, which is clearly what he's being employed to do at the moment.
I've had an SOS, sorry, David.
Oh, have you?
From the BBC Welsh language. He's could I come in 2 minutes?
All right, well, yeah.
If you don't mind.
Not at all, no, Edward, no. We all have our crosses to bear, the multilingual, well, certainly bilingual. Edward Bevan is going next door. He's sticking with bye anyway. I think multi, as this one is turned down towards fine leg when Michael Nisa does the fielding. It's the first ball of a new over by David Lloyd, incidentally. And Madsen picks up a single, moves on to 46. Derbyshire 147 for 2. Nick Webb's also got an update. Minor finish for the day now. So if they both come back, I'm going to go for a bit. I don't think they're both going to come back. We've only got 7 overs and 5 balls left in the day's play, though, so not too onerous a task, I think it's fair to say. And the next delivery is bowled by Lloyd down the leg side, that one, and it was actually well taken by Chris Cook behind the stumps, who has kept really nicely. Both wicketkeepers have kept nicely in this match. Been a good game of cricket. You just wonder what is in store for us tomorrow. It is starting to cloud over here in Derby. Rain is promised or threatened for tomorrow, as Lloyd is in again, and that one is pushed out into the offside once more by Brooke Guest. And again, there's no run. It's the 45 deliveries to go then today. Lead is up to 128. Just the 2 wickets down. Will they set something up? I somehow doubt it. Wide of they'll stump that one from Lloyd, left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. Games will be finishing for the day, I'm sure, up down the country at Nottinghamshire. Oh, now, here's one for you. 5 down. They need another 37 runs at Trent Bridge to get the win that will help them in their quest to get out of the wilderness of the 2nd Division. So the next delivery is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. He'll move on to 32. And Derbyshire to 148 for 2. Middlesex having won at Lords against Leicestershire. Now pulling up to the top of the table temporarily, I would have thought. And Durham, second time around, are 139 without loss. Still trailing Sussex by 176, but a much better effort second time around by the team of the North, as they like to call themselves. Here comes Lloyd again, rather reaching for that one. Wayne Madsen has to reach a long way for it as well. It's the end of the over. Lloyd's bowled 6 overs for 14. Derbyshire are 148 for 2 now. Guest on 32. And Wayne Madsen on 46. And Middlesex have gone on to 59 points with that win from 3 matches, but Notts started the round of games on 52 and Derbyshire on 51. Glamorgan and Worcestershire on 37 apiece. Leicestershire 29, just behind Durham, who had 32, and then Sussex down at the bottom of the table on 16 points from 3 matches. Leicestershire have now played 4 games, and they're down in 7th place on 29 points after their defeat today. Somerset beat Warwickshire by an innings and 82. Lancashire need 351 to beat Hampshire at Southampton, therefore without loss in their second innings, so just underway there. That one will go on long into tomorrow, I'm sure. As Michael Nisa is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who just defends this out into the onside, and there's no run. Essex following on 149 for 3 in their second innings, still trail Northamptonshire by 48 at the close of play at Chelmsford. Gloucestershire 436 for 2. Trail Surrey by 167 in a game that's going absolutely nowhere. And the other game in the First Division is at Headingley, where Kent in their second innings are 110 for 2, trailing Yorkshire by 170. You bang up to date here on BBC Sport Online. Remember, you can hear commentary from all the games online. As that strikes the pad, the umpire says no. They go through for potentially a leg bye. It is a leg bye. The umpire's done the pre-signal signal. I thought there might have been an inside edge, but no, leg bye given. 149 for 2. Listen to the peace and quiet of Derby on a Saturday evening. All the Derbyshire Premier League cricketers will be out there playing still, I'm sure. There's Nisa on his way, you know. That's an interesting decision, shot rather, turning to the leg side. He's about a short leg now, so he's got to be careful. Nottinghamshire not having things their own way here in the wilderness. Already lost a game to Glamorgan this season. They were 1 point ahead of Derbyshire going into this round of matches. Here is Michael Nisa past the umpire now and bowls to Madsen, who turns this into the leg side for a single. Tom Cullen underneath the helmet at short leg. Applause for the 150 for Derbyshire. 150 for 2. That means they lead by 131. Nisa collects the ball from Kieran Carlson. Sets off a fairly economical run-up for Michael Nisa, which is appropriate. And this one is driven gloriously by Brooke Guest. That's going to go away for 4. Carlson's already given up the chase. That's a beautiful shot from Brooke Guest. He moves to 36. 154 for 2, the lead 135. Beautifully played by Brooke Guest, who got a century in the first innings. He's now hit 4 boundaries and is 14 away from a half-century in the second innings. I'm going to have to ask David Griffin how many of Derbyshire's wicket-keeping Centurions have scored 1 in each innings before the close. I'm sure he'll know, potentially off the top of his head, but he'll certainly be able to look that one up, I think, fairly easily as he turns this next delivery down towards fine leg. Does Brooke Guest. Picks up another single. He moves to 37. Derbyshire to 155 for 2 at the end of the over. We've got 6 overs remaining. Madsen is on 47. The partnership's worth 82. And Derbyshire lead by 136. You're listening to the Cricket on the BBC, the BBC Sport website and app. You're very welcome wherever you're listening. You're also listening to us on the Derbyshire County Cricket Club stream. Should be that the wire is still working. And who are we going to see? We're going to see David Lloyd continue from the City end. And he's on his way in now to bowl to Brooke Guest, who drives it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Worth having a quick check of the score in the Stockport County game for those Wrexham fans listening. They're probably glued to their phones. Hello, hello. Boreham Wood lead by a 1-0 at Stockport County. So the gap is 1 point, and they'll be having one game in hand as this next one is pushed out into the offside. There is no run. Seen that spotted that Stockport County are losing at home to Boreham Wood by a 1-0.
Marvellous. Come on, Boreham Wood. I've always
liked Boreham Wood. Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's a marvellous place wherever it is. North London, you told me.
I believe so. That kind of area, certainly. So Stockport currently 1 point in front of Wrexham.
Come on, the Woodies.
But with only
the Tree Men.
only one game in hand. I think they're called the Boars. Here is Lloyd again bowls. Keeps a little low, or at least Brooke Guest wants to give the impression that it kept a little low as he pushes it out into the offside.
Wayne Madson's still got a decent strike rate, but he's slowing down a bit. Brooke Guest is
well, he never
pottling
started,
along
yes, he
quietly,
never had a particular... I'm just thinking, David Griffith, I'll have to start looking up the Derbyshire wicket-keepers who've got a century in each innings.
That's a fascinating way to spend a Saturday night.
I think he'd love that. I think he'd love it. Lloyd bowls, and it's down the leg side. Nicely taken again by Cook, who's kept well, standing up to the stumps to the medium pacer.
Do you think Lloyd is trying to get Guest out strangled down the leg side, or bored outside off stump?
Well, I said to Edward that in each of the first 2 days, towards the close of play, 2 wickets and then 3 wickets have fallen.
Bang, bang, bang.
Well, if they got 3 wickets now, they are right in the frame for a victory, Glamorgan. So I think that's why Derbyshire's batsmen are being particularly watchful as this next delivery is pushed up to mid-off by Brooke Guest. On day 1, from 5:45 onwards, Wayne Madsen, Brooke Guest and Sam Connors were sent back to the pavilion. And then last night, Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson ended up back in the hutch. So it's something that they'll be wary of, I'm sure, the Derbyshire batsmen, especially these two, because these two were 2 of them. One is an expansive-looking drive from Brooke Guest. The bails are whipped off by Cook, but Guest had his back foot firmly, very firmly over the line. So there was no appeal. 155 for 2. I've been on for a while, and I'm of a certain age.
I know where you're heading.
I see you in a minute.
Thank you very much indeed, Dave. 155 for 2 then, Derbyshire, leading by 136. There are 5 overs to come of the evening's play, on which we shall look back with Marnus Labuschagne, 130, Saranga Lakmal 5 wickets, and Shan Masood very nearly a record. Nisa bowls, Madsen ducks underneath it, through to Cook. So it looks as though Madsen may well be the latest half-centurion in this game, in which batsmen have prospered occasionally when they've been able to get in. 2 decent first innings scores. Umpire Pollard is concerned about something. There's communication between the scorebox and the umpires. Andrew Salter is wandering around the ropes, wondering where he's meant to be fielding.
A disco has started
Oh, apparently there's some noise problems. Ah, there we are. Do you want to pop in and tell us that, Edward? Edward Bevan has the latest from the disco scene.
Well, the Glamorgan scoring statistician Andrew Hignell has summoned us in, and apparently there's a disco away to our right in a marquee. There are lights flashing, and it's putting the batsman off. So, hence the delay.
Andrew Salter was sent to be the party pooper then, was he?
I don't know. Well, I thought it might have been the music, but you get enough of those in those
Well, they used that
one-day
for
games.
T20, hadn't they? I couldn't hear anything, but obviously we can't see the marquee area from here. I didn't realise it was being used, to be absolutely honest.
Well, it could be a wedding thing. I don't know, but can you stop discos? I paid my money. I want my disco.
Here's Nisa then from this racecourse end is into bowl to Madsen, who cuts and will get 4 runs because there is no third man. James Will can do nothing more than trot after it, and that is Wayne Madsen's half century. He's got there in 71 balls, despite attempts by the party goers to put him off, and I believe he struck 7 fours in that time.
I've just been thinking off air now, where is this game going?
It's difficult to see, isn't it?
Well, shall we say there's a lead now of, say, 150 tonight? Well,
Yeah,
they've got to
might
score
be
in
a few more than
excess
that.
of 150. They're not going to declare under 300, are they?
Wouldn't have thought so. Nisa into Madsen, who pushes into the covers. Labuschagne comes tearing in and has a completely unnecessary throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Whereas Edward was being our party correspondent. So, yeah, I'll make way so I can write my report. So if you could stay there for a moment, Edward. And
Stayed until the end then, if you like.
if you wouldn't mind, I'll describe the rest of this over and then try and hone some words. As Nisa bowls and Madsen turns it away down to fine leg for a single, 160 for 2. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the way that Wayne Madsen is batting. It's just in the context of the match. Where is it going? Edwards, hang on, Edward. Come and do some more words. You can put your dancing shoes away for a quarter of an hour. He's always keen to cut a rug, is Edward. Nisa from the racecourse end, looking for his first wicket of the second innings, and forward comes Guest to defend out to cover, and there's no run.
So you're not happy with the way Wayne Madsen's batting? Is that what you're saying? Bearing in mind who half of your,
No, I think
some of your audience
I
is.
think Wayne Madsen's doing fine. You just wonder, although it's perfectly decent innings, whether Derbyshire have any vision of declaring, or should they need another 150, I guess, as you say. Nisa bowls and turned on the leg side, well stopped. Guest flicked it away to mid-wicket. Northeast did the fielding, 160 for 2. Derbyshire lead by 141. You don't think they'll be able to declare before lunch tomorrow, maybe into the afternoon, give themselves a little bit of time to put a bit of pressure on Glamorgan's second innings if the rain stays away in the morning. I shall go and write some words, and Edward will see you through to the close.
Nick's just given away his intro. We will see Nick Webb tomorrow. Well, we'll hear from him, and you will see him because he's not been on camera. He's been on camera. Good to see the Welsh continued have dressed nicely for the day. And here is David Lloyd. He's in and bowls. That one is driven out into the offside where Kieran Carlson does the fielding. Madsen on strike. Yes, I understand what Nick's saying about where's the game going and Wayne Madsen.
Yeah.
But 52 from 74 is a pretty decent lick in first-class cricket. It's just that he got off to such a good start that he slowed down, and perhaps
I thought Derbyshire would be about 200 odd, if not more, on tonight. No, at the start.
That was chopped away by Madsen for a single. He moves to 53, 161 for 2. This is a Derbyshire side, Edward, that was so fragile at the start of the season because they were hopeless last year. I mean, absolutely hopeless. That to see them, even with a lead of 142 going into the end of day 3 against Glamorgan, and going into the match in second place, if they left this match with 14 points, they would be pleased. I think they would be pleased. That's the next delivery from Lloyd. Just keeps a little bit low again. Guest gives the impression that it kept a little bit low, and he pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And I understand that if we're in September and you're thinking, right, we've got to finish in the top 2, you might well do something a little extravagant to try to force the victory. I don't think in April, or May the 1st as it will be tomorrow.
Bearing in mind that Glamorgan would bowl her down.
Yes, there is that. There is that. If there were a batter down and the batter was Marnus Labuschagne, I think it would be a different matter. This next one is defended by Brooke Guest, up very straight. And, once again, it's Michael Hogan who does the fielding. I think Derbyshire are a team who needed certainly, and probably still need, not to lose matches before they can actually start winning them. But I get where everybody's coming from. Yeah, I'd love to see them set Glamorgan some kind of target tomorrow. I don't think it'll happen. This one is turned down the leg side by Brooke Guest. Marnus Labuschagne is down on one knee for no reason whatsoever. That's Kieran Carlson, I beg his pardon. Kieran Carlson's down on one knee for no reason whatsoever. If he can see that was going to hit any of the stumps from where he's standing, I should be staggered.
More than in hope than anger.
Yes, I think so. I don't think there was much hope there, if I'm honest. Madsen waits, 162 for 2. Defends this one out into the leg side. And there's no run. There are 3 overs left in the day then. 2 of them are bumpy bowled from the racecourse end. 1 from the city end. And we're going to see Marnus Labuschagne, who's just handed his sweater to the umpire. What's he going to bowl? Are we going leg spin? Are we going medium pace? What do you think, Edward? I think leg spin. I think leg spin, yeah.
Chris Cook is up to the stumps, and we'll have just over a 6:30 finish, which is a bit better than last night.
The
7th bowler again to be used by Glamorgan. You say a 6:30 finish. By the time they finish discussing where to place the field, it could already be by 6:30.
And always we'll pushed on for 3 overs. The last ball of the day, there's generally another minute or so because they try and
They put the helmet on, don't they?
end things on and crowd the batsmen, chirp a few words and hope that you're deceived. Guest has been very patient, 93 ball for his 37, and the partnership is worth 89. And it will be Labuschagne to bowl to Guest. Brooke Guest has had a very good game. Approaching 250s in 1 century and another 50 coming up, possibly. And it will be Labuschagne to bowl his little twirlies, leg spin and googlies. He bowls a vicious bouncer. He does.
I believe so. Well, I'm waiting to see one.
There he is, and bowls. A huge appeal. Now, is David Lloyd had slipped laughing.
Well, it was a celebrity appeal, really, because he didn't turn around initially. I thought he must have bowled him the way he ran off in
No, he
celebration.
appealed, didn't he?
And then he turned around to ask the umpire, which is what you're supposed to do.
Having a bit of fun towards the end of the day. Labuschagne again. twirls the ball from one hand to the other, comes in and bowls, and that's a pretty good delivery as Guest pushes forward. David Lloyd had slipped, was down, not down, is he holding his knees, looking at the ground. I thought he might have a smile. That's pitched up and driven up to mid-on where Hogan fields 3-dot balls for Labuschagne. Yes, that's good, man. Let's just rush through the overs so we can get done and dusted.
Absolutely.
Labuschagne in bowls, and that's played away through the offside, and there will be a single if our Guest brings matter. Madsen up to the receiving end.
Sadly, Nottinghamshire have won by 5 wickets against Worcestershire.
And the day is getting rather gloomy. The light it's all right, but not brilliant. Yeah, here's Labuschagne to the right-handed Madsen, and shorter and a quicker delivery, which is clipped up to mid-wicket for 1. This is over. It's going to be bowled very quickly. 1 ball to go. .164 for 2. The lead's 145. 2 overs left. 1 delivery. Here it comes. It's pushed away through the offside for a single by Guest. 3 runs off the over. That's the end of it. 2 to go.
Half time at the racecourse. Not the racecourse, at Edgeley Park, because I'm looking at Wrexham. Edgeley Park, Stockport 0, Bournemouth 1. Big scoreline as far as Wrexham are concerned.
Bournemouth win.
But there'd be a point behind. Stockport would have a game in hand.
Yep. Is it 2 automatic or 1 automatic?
1 automatic.
And then they have the next.
They have the next 6 in the playoffs. The second and third get home advantage in the semi-finals. The other 4 below them play effectively qualifiers or quarter-finals.
2 new owners there. The American actors must be very happy with their investment.
Huge crowds. And
10,000 the racecourse these days.
there's Lloyd to bowl the final over from the city end, and it's tucked away the first delivery down towards fine leg for a single. Lisa does the fielding down to our left-hand side. Broadcast moves on to 40. 166 for 2, a lead of 147.
So that's 2 wins for Notts. They'll go back to the top of the table.
Yes, Middlesex have gone there temporarily after their big win over Leicestershire. As Lloyd is in again, this one's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. They've run 1. They're going to come back for a comfortable 2 as it's fielded down there in the distance away to our left-hand side by Tom Cullen, who's now hatless. He's removed his cap for some reason. He's left it somewhere as well because it's not down the back of his trousers. It's on the boundary's edge. I think I can see it. Not wearing a cap, which is very unusual for cricketers these days. Here comes Lloyd again, bowls to Madsen, who defends this one to mid-on. And there's no run.
I suppose that Mickey Arthur will sit down with the likes of Madsen and Godalming tonight and have a good chat. What do you think? You know, and they'll discuss it, obviously, won't they? I think, well, if it's fine tomorrow, what are we looking for? 320 in, what, 70 or something like that?
Next delivery is wide of the off stump and cut away down towards backward point just for a single.
Because you see in defence, there are no slips. It's very difficult to rattle along at 4.5 and over when you've got a field like this.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you've got 4 saving a single, 1 sweeper one leg, one side, another sweeper the other side, a third man, well, he's short third man, and a fine leg. So you've got to try and hit it over the top. And that, of course, is taking a risk.
10 deliveries to go today. Lloyd is in, and this one always caught behind, has he? No, says the umpire.
Well, I heard something.
They're not happy. The ball has just been thrown to the ground by the wicketkeeper Cook. That's not a good look, by the way. And now he's shrugging his shoulders, and
Well,
They've got to be
yeah.
careful here. They've got to be careful.
Yeah.
There's a fine line between frustration and dissent. In
Yeah, that'll go
cricket.
down in the book tonight.
Kieran Carlson has just thrown his cap in the air and lobbed it on the
Well, I did hear,
floor.
did you? You heard?
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I
but
heard the nick, and I thought it might have been Pat, but surely,
they were convinced, certainly.
certainly convinced.
I think
but,
it's fair to say.
I think it was sheer disappointment and disbelief that they.
You
Yeah,
won't be
it
surprised to
is,
see
yeah.
Cook's name in a book
No,
somewhere.
he's not like that. He's such a quiet lad.
He definitely threw the ball into the ground with some force. Lloyd is in bowls at a quick
Oof.
delivery there. Now he's tossed it away.
And does
There's
it?
Cook,
He's
yeah,
hurled it.
At Kieran Carlson. And that's the end of the penultimate over of the day's play. 50 overs of the Derbyshire innings have gone. 169 for 2 the score. Guest has 40. Madsen has 57. So we've got 6 deliveries to go.
There would have been a useful wicket for Glamorgan that had been given in the penultimate over of the day. And Pratt is looking back. Now he's new onto the scene, isn't he? I think it's his first full season on the umpires list. And, I don't know. We don't know, do we? We just describe what's happening.
No, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, you say what you see, don't you? And
Labuschagne will
hope that's enough.
be bowling the final over, and he'll be bowling to Wayne Madsen. In comes the first ball, and it's a full toss. But he doesn't take advantage. He hits it straight to Nisa Failing there at mid-off. Nisa was the ball back to his fellow Australian. 169 for 2. Scoring more or less dried up. It's just the odd single. Batsmen don't want to get out. As in comes the next ball. That's another single, which is pushed away in Hogan Fields.
He almost fell over there running, Wayne Madsen. Apologised to the umpire. I think he ran pretty much
Straight down the pitch.
straight down the pitch, yes, and he was very quick to apologise. I'm not sure whether that will suffice, but
The man in a bat pad now for these last few balls. That is pushed forward down towards short mid-off. There's no run.
we'll never know about that call behind. Well, if we ask Brooke Guest, he'll say he didn't hit it.
Here comes Labuschagne. Bowlers. Shall probably see a couple of them tonight, and I shall ask them.
I'd be
I
fairly,
know what
I
it'll be.
think I know what they'll say.
Yeah, I do.
I think I know what they'll say. Okay. So you ask the question, you take your choice, really, don't you?
There are 2 balls left of this third day. And they will be bowled by Marnus Labuschagne, and this is the penultimate. Will we have a discussion before the last ball as Labuschagne bowls? And there's a good stop and slip and dive in, like a swallow is David Lloyd as it hits the ground and ricochets up. So here we go then. There is no discussion. Let's get it over for the day, says Labuschagne. It is now 6:33. We want to refresh ourselves before the evening. Labuschagne from this end bowls, and that's played gently back down the pitch. And as the old umpire used to say, that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the entertainment for today. And we will see you tomorrow morning, weather permitting. And that is what we are going to say from Dave Fletcher, from Nick Webb and myself, Edward Webb. And I hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. And if it is better, if it is good weather tomorrow, do join us. We'll be starting here at 11 o'clock. And a very good night to enjoy your Saturday night.